Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Not your typical Sunday at the spa. 2 Grade 1 events on tap. First, the Fourstar Dave, named after a local legend. Not many important turf races have eluded Chad Brown. This is one of them. 0 for 15 thus far. Is this the colt to end the drought? Carl Spackler. Don't let the name fool you. This is one serious turf miler. And finally, the Saratoga Derby. Godolphin's Legend of Time is favored. So much on the line. Grade 1 status. A $600,000 purse. Not to mention a trip to the Cox Plate down under. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1 and SNY. This is Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Saratoga legend Fourstar Dave. He's watching TV, you're watching TV, and we have a great day of thoroughbred racing coming your way. Sunsplash, Saratoga Racecourse, pristine conditions. Good crowd expected. What else is new? Winding down week 5 at the spa. From the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Some of you might be wondering why all the Grade 1 racing on a Sunday. There's been a lot of reshuffling with the Saratoga Stakes schedule of late. Weather last weekend, this weekend, impacting several key Saratoga Stakes races. But now, finally, we're good to go. And that Saratoga Derby and Grade 1 Fourstar Dave coming your way. Here's the field for the FanDuel Fourstar Dave. A mile, as you might imagine, with $1 million purse. Breeders' Cup Challenge event, winning you're in. For the Breeders' Cup Mile, I said a mile, make it $500,000. Master of the Seas is out. Would have been the morning line favorite. But Godolphin has another. Ottoman Fleet, 8-5. Morning line favorite. I welcome in my co-host. He's a 4-time Breeders' Cup champion jockey, Rajiv Mirage. He is a 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca. Handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, guys. So we had to wait an extra 24 hours for the Fourstar Dave, like 8 days for the Saratoga Derby. Sell our viewers why it was worth the wait.
Because we're going to see 2 Grade 1s that are going to be run on the grass, that if they were run on Saturday or last week, they would have been run on the dirt, and none of these horses probably would have run. So that's the smart, quick answer for you there, Paul.
Yeah, and a couple of the horses got added. The Grand Motion horse got added. I think More Than Looks moves over to another race. I'm with Jonathan. I think the last 2 races back on the turf with Grade 1 horses, nothing like that. It's the best in the game.
And we get to see some cool horses run, especially Ottoman Fleet in the Fourstar Dave. What's so cool about this horse is he's raced on 3 different continents. He's a world traveler. And in America, he's raced 5 times, but he's also raced in Europe and in the Middle East. We get to see him perform in the Grade 1 today, which he has a very good shot of winning.
A perfect segue right to Ottoman Fleet, the morning line favorite for the Fourstar Dave. Take a look at his most recent. This is at Churchill Downs, the wide Dan Raj. Yeah, he goes wire to wire here, but that is not typically his style or how he needs to run to be effective.
And what's so cool about this horse, in addition to him being a world traveler, is his versatility. He can be effective running on the lead like he did this day. He took control of the Wise Dan and went wire to wire. In many of his races in the past, he's come from mid-pack or even further back to last and still been effective. So consistent. 5 times in North America, 3 wins, a second and a third. He brings his game every time. So consistency, and he can run. 4 of his 5 American races have been triple-digit buyer speed figures. So he's got it all.
There's so many intriguing subplots, one of them being that none of these horses have ever won a Grade 1 event, Carl Spackler included, though he's very good here at Saratoga, specifically that inner turf course, JK. In case you haven't seen it, here's the Kelso replay. It's a thrilling stretch duel, and Carl Spackler, we knew he was talented. Now here's the class you see digging in when he gets into a bit of a dogfight.
Right, I'm looking forward to seeing him try to get this Grade 1 added to his resume. Carl Spackler is 2 for 2 on turf courses that are not listed as firm. So with the rain we've had this week, the surface shouldn't be a problem for him. He's 3 for 3 on this inner turf course. Tighter turns, his athleticism shows, and this race of Fourstar Dave will take place on the inner turf course as well.
And he should be sitting right outside of Ottoman Fleet. If there's a perfect world, this Ottoman Fleet goes maybe to the front end, or obviously strong quality is going to be the target here. The one, how it's going to shape out, Carl Spackler and Tyler Gaffalione is going to carve out a pretty good trip in here.
High riding Tyler Gaffalione, another couple of wins yesterday. And Paul, we mentioned the subplot. Chad Brown, who's won just about every major grass race in the country, in New York certainly. 9 Grade 1 Dianas, yet this is the one that has eluded him, the Fourstar Dave.
Yeah, it's the first time for everything. He's due for a Fourstar Dave, and he's probably due for a Travers, which is going to come into his future, especially being a kid that grew up in Mechanicsville. So obviously Carl Spackler is a very game horse. I'm kind of with JK. I'm excited because he's the kind of horse when he gets in a dogfight, he's probably going to win.
Also, could you walk us through the special wagers? Late pick 4, late pick 5, how's that all work? What's it all about?
Well, the late pick 4, late pick 5 to today, I mean, I thought it was actually very interesting. I thought it was a tough card today, to be honest with you. If you're going to start in race number 5 or race number 1 here, they're added pick 4, added pick 5. When you go on your app, they say added pick 4, added pick 5. If you're here at the racetrack and you're watching us on your phone, it says added pick 4 and added pick 5. If not, you will not find it. You will get shut out.
All coming your way. Terrific Sunday of thoroughbred racing here at Saratoga. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. The early pick 5 starts in minutes. 4 minutes out till the opener. Stakes racing this afternoon. The Mahoney, as mentioned, Fourstar Dave, Saratoga Derby close the show, and the turf course listed as good. And as always, we invite you to play with us. Sign up today, NyraBets.com. Take advantage when you do so. Use that promo code SPA250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NyraBets.com, to earn your $250 deposit match. Field for the opener. Starter allowance sprint. Fillies and mares. 6.5 furlong dash. No surprise. She's always Rosie. 4 to 5 as the warm-up continues. 3 minutes to post. We welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast. Trackside. Acacia, you've been tracking these fillies and mares from the paddock and now through the warm-up. What can you tell us as we get closer to post?
Well, Linda Rice has a strong hand with some complementary running styles, Lafitte. Her 2 entrants in here, one has a lot of early speed and one is a deep closer. We'll start with She's Always Rosie, who is the one that's going to be forward early on. She was actually a main track only entrant in the Galway yesterday, but opting to run here, certainly a much softer spot after what we saw from Helena's Forte. But so she is the heavy favorite given the numbers and the class of what she's been facing recently. Plenty of early speed. Now, she does come back off the back of that second place finish where she went to the front end and got run down late. I think that she's a little bit more drawn up today off the back of that big effort. You know, when horses run such a huge race, you always look to see how their weight, how their energy is. Just if I'm nitpicking with your favorite, she was quiet back in the paddock, which she often is, perked up a lot out on the racetrack when Jose Lascano took her away from the pony and gave her a big warm-up. So her speed is her best weapon. We'll see if she can take it all the way today. The other Linda Rice runners, the 2 She's Cool, who makes her Nyra Circuit debut here and first time in Linda's barn, and she is the one that's going to be coming from off the pace. But she's not necessarily just a closer. She's one that has trouble getting out of the gate a bit. Now, you do go from a 7-pound apprentice to leading rider here with Irad Ortiz taking the call, so obviously that's a benefit. But this is a horse that's a little bit of a lighter framed overall, and sometimes those types, especially the ones that are a little bit lighter and more angular behind the saddle, maybe don't break as well. So she got a big warm-up, which I appreciate. I think that's definitely a good thing for a horse that doesn't break that well. She stacks up fine in this spot. Just think, especially in a short field, she needs to get some position. That brings me to the 3 Palmetto Fury. I know that she went to the lead and wired the field last time, but I don't think that she needs to do that. Came from off of it 2 starts back when finishing 3rd down at Gulfstream Park, and she just has checked every box for me here in the preliminaries. Zeffie Joseph's horses are always well turned out, but she's incredibly athletic. She was touting herself out on the track. She's versatile enough to go wherever Tyler Gaffleone wants to put her. And speaking of Tyler, Lafitte's got a date with Carl Spackler later, and he has been riding on fire here at the Spa.
Yeah, he has. Now looking for a second Fourstar Dave. Struck with the mare, got stormy a couple of years ago. Tyler Gaffleone, the favorite, will break just to her outside. She's Always Rosie, even money. Jose Lascano, there she is. We have a moment to sneak in her latest. This was opening weekend. Same level. She's Always Rosie, Paul, and here he sets the tempo, runs well, just collared late.
You know, she won last time, the time before this, after a shoe repair, she drew the 1 hole. Now she drew the 1 hole again on this day. Now she got collared late in the race. Now she goes from the inside to somewhat the outside. I don't really love horses like this, but I think they were so well clear of the rest of the field. I think now getting towards the outside, you know, Jose Lozcano doesn't need to be hell-bent on going to the front end, but I would think she could control.
4-5, Jose Lozcano. Mom and Dad, heads up. If you haven't caught on and heard about this new program, it's terrific for parents. You can ignite your child's passion for horse racing with Naira Star, the New York Racing Association Students of Thoroughbreds and Racing. Free program offers kids 5 through 12 exclusive track experiences, education, and collectibles. Create lasting memories at the races. Learn more at naira.com/star. Great new program this summer at Saratoga. What do you think, JK? Who takes down this first on a Sunday? Fourstar Dave Sunday.
Yeah, I'm going to try to beat the 4. She's Always Rosie. I'm going to go with the 3, Palmetto Fury for Safi Joseph. Source ran for $25,000 last time at Gulfstream Park, but did it the right way. The pace figures were extremely fast. I'm hopeful that the 3 can be in front of the 4, and even if it doesn't work out that way, I think if you're playing this early, pick 5. I'm going to try to beat the 4 here altogether. I think the 3 is either going to win or at least cause enough problems for the 4 to set it up for someone else.
I took a flyer with the number 5, Answer the Call, a filly that loves the distance. She's got 1 win and a third from 2 starts at the distance. I think her form is dirtied up because her last race was on the turf, which she doesn't like. I like her post position draw. I think she's going to make a big impact on this race.
Longest shot on the board, calling for an upset to kick things off. I like it. Early pick 5 starts here. And at 4-5, She's Always Rosie is in. Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time for the opener, live from the Spa.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Palmetto Fury and She's Always Rosie are the first 2 out of the gate. But it is She's Always Rosie who now opens up a length. Palmetto Fury is second by 2.5. Back to Answer the Call in third. Down at the rail, Oh My Mia and She's Cool has 5 lengths to make up. They're coming toward the half-mile pole. Palmetto Fury comes to put the pressure on She's Always Rosie, and Palmetto Fury has taken the lead. They went 22 seconds flat, and they are going at it into the 4 turn. Palmetto Fury, She's Always Rosie. It's 4 more lengths. Answer the Call, trying to come after the top pair in third. At the rail, Oh My Mia and the Green Silks fourth. 3 lengths back. She's Cool is the trailer. Approaching the quarter pole, Palmetto Fury, She's Always Rosie. Palmetto Fury is just in front. 3 lengths back, Oh My Mia hugs the rail and is closing in. Answer the Call is next. They're at the top of the stretch. And Oh My Mia angles out, trying to get to these embattled leaders. Even from the back of the field, She's Cool is coming as Palmetto Fury has put away She's Always Rosie as a 2-length lead. She's Cool is coming swiftly on the outside, past the 16th pole. She's Cool comes at Palmetto Fury. Palmetto Fury, how game of a victory was that? Taking the early heat and turning away the closers. She's Cool was second. Oh My Mia ran third.
A beat goes on for Tyler Gaffleone. Palmetto Fury, he has that mount later with Carl Spackler in the Fourstar Dave. He strikes early in the program. Acacia and JK waiting to see what price you got. Palmetto Fury, top of the stretch. And Frank's right. She's taking pressure. Determined effort in the stretch. 7-2, by the way.
Absolutely. She was down on the inside, and Tyler kind of held that position on the rail without taking the lead early. Just kept his head at her hip long enough that I didn't think Jose Lozcano could have came over. Paul, I know we were talking about it during the race that he probably, I know you were probably hopeful he would have kind of shut that inside off. I thought Tyler kind of had the horse's nose in that spot the whole time.
I kind of disagree in that aspect. Now, listen, when you go back and you look at it, the 4 was never running here. She emptied out. But when you're looking to your left, get to the front end and shut off the rail. We've seen it multiple times in Tyler Gaffleone. I told you guys, as soon as the 3 got underneath, I said the race is over, and it was over.
Well, we got to give credit to Tyler for
100%.
making a decisive move. You know, going down the backstretch like we're alluding to, he had a decision to make if he's going to engage the leader and secure a spot on the inside or be a little passive and let the horse clear. And sometimes you see jockeys get a little passive and don't want to get into that duel. And you can see Tyler at that point said, look, I'm going to secure this rail. I'm going to move forward. and take that spot. And I think that's where the race was really won.
You saw Safi Joseph, big smile. Lots to smile about this summer at Saratoga. Last Sunday, it was the Queen's MG in the Adirondack. All right, so this isn't a graded stakes race, but a good way to get the Sunday kicked off for Safi. And
Yeah,
Tyler.
Absolutely. You mentioned Tyler. I'm sure Tyler's very excited to get this day going off, see the ball go through the hoop, because the pressure a little bit later for his father-in-law on Carl Spackler, probably a little bit more than the starter allowance to get started for the day.
One of the favorites in a Grade 1 race, and oh yeah, I have to ride for my father-in-law who owns the horse.
It's
Ratchet up that pressure.
It's an added pressure, but it also makes the victory sweeter when you do. Winning any race for the family is always a great feeling. If you were to win a Grade 1, I've never had that kind of success with the family. But
Okay, here's what I'm talking about. Look into his left. Look into his left. Clear the horse.
At this point,
Clear the horse, Rajiv.
At this
Quinn, look
point-
into your left. Now the race is over.
another jockey's mishap, and the other one capitalizes on it. So when Jose didn't take the rail from Tyler, Tyler made a conscious decision and a decisive decision to move forward and secure it, because it's either you're going to get in or you got to get out, and he chose to get in and move forward, and I like that from a rider. If he was going, it's a bit earlier than you'd want to be going forward, because still a lot of race left to be run, but if you take back out of there, you're putting yourself in an adverse position when you can be in a more proactive position.
It would not have mattered because they were clear. If the 4 clears, the 3 gets to the outside and goes by the 4 and wins easy. But the dynamics would have been a lot different. But the 3 showed up even more giant after getting in a duel and keeping on going.
Yester Arad, he got the best of Gaffleone in the nightcap, and he comes right back, gets the best of Arad in the opener at Saratoga. Palmetto Fury in the first. Results, reaction when we come back.
The highest honor in any sport is to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Those who enter these hallowed halls bear witness to greatness, as the horses enshrined within are known as the Great Ones, the Immortals. With just 4 crops to race, Horse of the Year Gunrunner has sired 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 millionaires, which has him poised to etch his name alongside the greatest stallions of the modern era. Gunrunner.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, a beautiful shot of Saratoga Lake. If you haven't had a chance to get out there, Definitely a must-do here for Saratoga Summer, a program brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As Palmetto Fury takes the opener, and happy to be joined by her jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. Kicking off the day, Tyler, of course, you have big Grade 1 rides coming up later on this afternoon. How important and how meaningful is it to get a win right off the bat, kind of take a little of that pressure off on these big days?
Yeah, it definitely helps. Like you said, just takes a little bit of the pressure off. Now we can just go out there and ride and not really chasing anything. But really looking forward to the Grade 1s later on in the card. Weather seems like it's playing along so far, so everything looks good.
So far, so good. Mother Nature probably a little kinder to us. But as far as this filly here, Palmetto Fury, you had She's Always Rosie take it to you pretty much the entire way. How validating to see your filly withstand that pace duel.
I was really proud of her effort. You know, like the other filly kind of outbroke us, and I wanted to make her use her speed a little bit, but she was never able really to clear, and I didn't want to give up my spot, so I just put my hands down and let my filly do her thing, and she was really brave up front. Safi and his team did a great job bringing her over here ready to run today, and she really laid it down for us.
Talk me through claiming that spot on the inside when you kind of get your head in there, up along the rail, making sure there's enough room for your horse to come up there, and it seemed to be the winning move.
Yeah, I think it definitely helped us because, like I said, when she put her head in front, she got very brave, but it was a precarious position at first. She wasn't too sure about it, but once she got halfway in there, the confidence came out.
Certainly worked out well. Congratulations here and best of luck later on with the big rides.
Thank you so much.
Lafitte?
Tyler Gaffalione. And with that win, we have a tie in second. In the jockey standings, this chase for an Angel Cordero riding title. We'll get to that shortly, but Raj here, Tyler going to work, and Palmetto Fury digging, responding, and claws her way to the wire.
I mean, it's crazy to think of how much races he's won in a bunch over the last week and a half. Because we were talking about Flavian being challenging Irad for top jockey, and there was a big separation. All of a sudden, he's got more momentum than Flavian right now. Tyler got more momentum than the top two, in my opinion. It's a big week coming into this race, you know. And
you got 990 for that winner, by the way. You should be more excited. It's like, what, another day at the office? Like, yeah. You know,
No.
990 winners for breakfast.
This is a tough game, Lafitte, as you know. You could be 990 winners in the first race, and you could run last in the next. So you got to try to keep an even
steady.
keel. Yeah,
Keep it steady. All right, so that looks like a big cushion, Paul, between Irad Ortiz, Flavian Pratt, Tyler Gaffalione, both tied for second. 9 wins, right? But a pit stop coming up very shortly for Irad.
Yeah, he's got a 3-day suspension, but at the end of the day, you know, Irad, it's just he rides too many winners, and it's going to be tough. Now he's 9 clear. Like, I do get this. In those 3 days, those guys are going to have to win 2 to 3 races. That's tough to do on 3 consecutive days. So if they can get away with 4 or 5 wins, try to close the gap. But like I said, Irad's just going to keep on piling on. He's one guy that's going to keep on keeping on, where Flavian and Tyler have to keep on going or get on a streak, because Irad can get on a streak where he can win 10 in 3 days.
He gets in one of those
I
zones.
mean, in his head right now, Irad, he's got to be thinking, I need to put as much separation today before this suspension starts, because I don't know what's going to happen in 3 days. I mean, the bunches that Tyler has been winning in and Flavian, there's no telling how many races they're going to win in 3 days when Irad is out.
Pratt riding a live one in race number 2, coming up in 19 minutes, a $75,000 claiming sprint. Here's the field, 3-year-old sprinting 6.5 furlongs and proprietary trade. For Chad Brown, Seth Clarmonone, Pratt aboard 8-5, JK.
Yeah, $75,000 claimer. You don't see those very often, and it feels like more like a low-level allowance race where, yes, you can if you want to come in and buy these horses, so you're not going to see any monsters with huge pedigrees that someone might want to buy for $75,000, but more like an allowance race for me, and proprietary trade gets the Lasix, does feel like the horse to beat in here, but I thought this race was wide open, and I wouldn't be shocked if any of these horses win.
Start of the early pick 4, race 2, race 11, Saratoga Derby, Grade 1, 3-year-olds, mile and 3/16, $600,000 purse. Number 1, Legend of Time, 5-2 favorite. Let's revisit the Belmont Derby. Early July, he's favored. Raj, Legend of Time, bottled up inside, looking for room to operate.
What got him beat in the Belmont Derby is potentially going to be the same kind of scenario he faces today. He was in a 1-hole in a very slow pace, so the race was bunched up. He was the favorite, so everyone targeted him and boxed him in. And as you can see, Royal Majesty on his outside. Junior is not letting him out. The horses in front of him, they dawdled on the lead, so they had a lot of energy, and he wasn't able to catch up with them. He's got the one hole today, only 6 horses. There's one horse with some speed in the race, Isidoro, and then everyone else is going to be bunched up.
Once upon a time, Legend of Time had speed. Churchill, he's involved at a super fast pace. So maybe from that inside, the switch to Flavian Pratt, I would imagine they'll probably be a little bit more aggressive in not getting that position that they got in last time.
Well, he has the speed, but when he used it that day, he faded really badly in the stretch. It was one of his worst races. So that Churchill race, they let him use that speed, and he dropped back and finished 5th by 5 lengths. After that, they reverted back. Because some of these horses, they have a very short run. They have that speed in them, but if you try to use that speed too early, you empty the tank.
Something to watch for early in the early stages of the mile and 3/16 Grade 1 Saratoga Derby. Acacia and then Deterministic. Second start on grass. Trained by Christophe Clement. How is this adjustment coming as far as getting him more accustomed to performing on grass? How is that coming along?
Well, it definitely is a big piece of it, Lafitte, because last time out when he ran second behind Neat, who we saw to come back and win the Hall of Fame here, was the turf debut for Deterministic. Now, this is a horse who had such a promising career on dirt towards the beginning of his life, but Christophe, as well as his son Miguel, have actually always said throughout that they think he's a turf horse. So it's the opinion of his trainers that he's actually now on his preferred surface. And last time out, when running second in the Manila, you could see it took him a little time to kind of get into gear and get that kick. He was swapping leads a little bit in the stretch. Took him a while before he kind of revved up the engine, and then he started flying late. He did that a little bit in his first turf work before that turf debut, just the sign of a horse that's switching surfaces, doing something new, figuring things out. He's an incredibly intelligent horse, though, to be around, and he's one that has adapted beautifully, training strong in the mornings, and Christophe is convinced that he stays Lafitte and should have no problem with the distance and now some experience on the surface.
Looking forward to his second start on grass, and a little bit more at stake this year in the Saratoga Derby than usual. Yes, it's a Grade 1 race. Yes, there's a $600,000 purse, but now this invite awaits the winner to the Cox Plate in Melbourne. 5 million reasons, Raj, to make that 10,000-mile journey for the winner of today's Saratoga Derby.
And it's not only about the money. This is the opportunity of a lifetime, right? Imagine a horse winning this race and then going over to Australia. I mean, you know, just having that experience of racing in the Cox Plate, one of the world's biggest races, it's all coming together, and it's made Saratoga this global summer racing place.
Not all about the money, but it helps. 5 million, Cox Plate to the winner. An invite of today's Saratoga Derby. That's a little bit later on this evening. Meantime, horses in the Paddock Race 2. The favorite, Proprietary Trade. Can't say his name. 6-5. We'll be right back.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million. $1,000,000 a fee to your mama. $1,400,000 a pie. $1,500,000 and $1,600,000. $1,600,000. $1,500,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Now the fans at Saratoga, welcome back. Nothing like the Saratoga faithful. More than 1 million attend every summer. The backyard, right next to our set. That energy, they bring the noise. The fans here at Saratoga, the energy they provide, making the racing all the more exciting. And we have a $75,000 claiming event here in Arad Ortiz. Game face denied in the first, but the 3 wins yesterday. And Paul, you were just talking about that when it's an avalanche. When he gets rolling and some of the decisions he starts making where every button he pushes is the right one.
Yeah, and he's got a live mountain here with the 5 in Tendree for Carlos David, and a horse that's probably going to lay outside Propriety Trade. I think the 2 is the quickest of the quick in here. In the 5, probably wants a target more than anything. So Irad's got a big shot in this spot.
Yep. And when you think about the number 2 Proprietary Trade, his running style, man, they go for the lead really hard every time. They figured that that's the best way he runs. Lafitte, we were down in Monmouth watching that race on June 2nd when he won, and he ran some ridiculous speed, went out there, the jockey was just guns a-blazing, and he held on to win. So I don't expect them to change that tactics today.
As expected, Chad Brown comes out guns a-blazing every summer at Saratoga, multiple titles, and trying for a first grade 1 Fourstar Dave victory this evening. Currently 4 clear in the standings, 4 clear of Cart Talk superstar Mike Maker.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, look, Chad's got the numbers and he's got the quality. It's why he does so well up here, and it's obviously the centerpiece of his year outside of, the Breeders' Cup and things like that. So he's always going to be the leader, at least at this current makeup of these trainers here. He's always going to be the leader to win this meet.
And Acacia Brown, he trains the favorite who we're looking at, the horse whose name I cannot pronounce. So we'll let you handle it with this Race 2 Paddock report.
Well, I struggled with Carl Spackler before Lafitte, so it's Sunday. But for Proprietary Trade, he's one of 2 in here that are taking a drop in class out of Stakes Company. And we'll talk about both of them in the paddock, and starting off with that Chad Brown trainee, just as the guys were saying, he is fast, and the way that he's acting here in the paddock, I can not expect that they will take any of that speed away from him. He is very sharp. He was sharp getting the tack on for much of the saddling time. It was Chad's main assistant, Thomas, who was on his head, just holding him. He's got 2 handlers now and kind of settled down, but it's what you like to see from a fast dirt sprinter, that intensity, and he definitely has that. He was a horse that I always liked physically. He just really carries great weight, great substance, and he's even continued to strengthen up. And yes, it's a drop in class, but he had to face the likes of Bookham Dano last time out, and like I said, he is quick early on. Another one dropping in from Stakes Company is the 5 Entendre, coming in for Carlos David out of Ballet Diva, who it's actually a very strong Florida bred Jocks Are Better family. I'm familiar with plenty of the siblings and deeper in, so there's obviously quality and expected quality with this horse. Tried the carry back last time out to no avail, and while he does have some early speed, he's not nearly as fast as the Chad Brown trainee and Proprietary Trade. But looking at him in here, he was one that just didn't really catch my attention when he first came in the paddock. Totally different once they put the tack on. It's like he grew a hand, he puffed himself up, he got a little bit more on the muscle, which I was happy to see. So significant class relief for these 2 runners in this spot, Lafitte.
Entendre at 3-1 Acacia for trainer Carlos David. Let's go 2 starts back for Entendre. This was mid-June as we get riders up. Gulfstream facing Florida breds, JK. And the thing is, like, he has every opportunity to get by the leader and just can't put him away.
Yeah, at a short price. But I will say this, though. In my opinion, that was the best race he'd run in his life. So while he was beat, I'm not going to hold that against him because I do think that he actually ran his best race. I just want to give credit to the winner there.
Giving more credit to the winner
Yeah,
than saying, yeah.
I think a lot of times when you're trying to identify a horse who hung or didn't want to pass another horse, you know, were they bet that day? Did they run very well compared to how they normally run? Entendre, in my opinion, ran the best race of his life. It just so happened to be in defeat.
I think the key about it was he passed horses, which he's going to have to do probably today because there's a lot of speed in this race. But if the 2 clears this field, maybe he can sit right outside the 2, and he's proven that he can go by horses. I think he got lost a little bit on the lead, but that was a tough race to carry back. Usually, that race at one time was a grade 2, and that was actually came up a pretty tough race with 7 horses, and he drew the 1 hole, so he had to go towards the front end.
Yeah, and you look back at it, that second place finish, the third place finish from that race, One Sharp Cookie, came back and won next time out very impressively by like 3 lengths and ran a super fast time. So it was a solid race. I ended up picking the number 3 here, Iridescent, at a big price. One that was such an undeserving loser last time, getting nipped right on the wire after doing all the heavy lifting, running such a good race. I really like this horse today at 7-1.
Raj never shy about taking a shot, taking a swing. Iridescent 7-1. Post parade shortly. Start of the early pick 4 in this $75,000 claiming sprint for 3-year-olds. Call to post. Have a chance to see this field front side. And we start with Apollo Code, the New York bred, who he burned some money in his latest at Monmouth.
Yeah, he was odds on that day and got beat, ran 4th. I still think he's drawing live here at 11-1. I think all of these horses can win this race.
Who's the 2 horse?
See, you got me.
Proprietary trade.
Proprietary trade.
I will say this: the 1 and the 2, the rail was dead at Monmouth for at least the times I was there too. So I give the 1 and the 2 a little bit of extra credit.
Powerhouse Connections, then number 3, Raj's top pick, Iridescent.
Yeah, it's another horse that has some early speed from the inside. We saw Tyler in the last race go almost wire to wire on the inside. Maybe Iridescent can take advantage of that inside post.
We know where Molly Peppercorn's money would be. Squints at 9-2.
Yeah, he gave her a kiss right at the right time, right at the wire, getting home. Got claimed out of that race for Tom Morley, and Squints can get the pace to run into. He'll be rolling late.
Who knew? Squints had game. Entendre. 8 races, all at Gulfstream in Florida.
Yeah, like I said, 2 back, ran the lifetime best, although it was 2nd. This is going to be my choice in here. Gets back to the Lasix as well.
Getting 3-1. Then Temecula, graduated in his latest.
Yeah, and the horse that's added blinkers in the last 2 starts, cut back in distance for the $100,000 maiden tag for Brendan Walsh. And anything that Brendan sent out's usually live, but this horse is not taking money at the window.
That's the field, 5 minutes out. Start of the early pick 4. Maybe you're just joining us, just tuning in. Want to play the races, don't have past performances. Equibase has you covered. Get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. Another look at the favorite, revving his engines, and revisit his start at Monmouth. 2 starts back, early June. He is favored. Proprietary trade. I'll give that about a C-. Raj, and he is in a dogfight, pressured, and responds.
And you can see his jockey. He's on the lead in the red and white, and Trevor McCarthy is all over him. And it seemed like the horse on this outside had the momentum and went by him. And Proprietary Trade, he just showed some grit, so much resilience to hold off 2 challengers after seemingly looking beat. And this is the way he's going to have to run to win this race. He's going to have to run fast early, and he's going to have to show that grit and determination to hold off his challengers. I don't expect that he's an even money favorite. If I'm riding another horse in the race, especially one of the horses with speed, I'm not going to try to let this horse waltz around on an easy lead. I'm going to take it to him.
He seems like a bit of a problem child, right? I mean, you look at his past performances, that's like not how Chad Brown horses run, you know?
Yeah.
Like that, opening up by open lengths, and then Acacia had commented on the attention he was getting from the assistant and from Chad in the paddock. It just seems like he's kind of a one-dimensional type of horse. He's going to go out there and try to go as fast as he can, because they seem to have a hard time controlling him. And so, for me, at 6-5 in a group like this, I'm going to try to look elsewhere.
Lavian Pratt in the Klarman white and red, 6-5. Acacia to the outside, Temecula at 10-1, and then he finally put it together and graduated, now facing winners for the first time.
He is, and that's a big jump, Lafitte, as he will step up to face winners for the first time. Well, you do have, for instance, the 2 horses that I touched on in the paddock coming out of Stakes Company. But as far as Temecula is concerned, I'm just really liked what I've seen from him. He looks terrific for Brendan Walsh, which certainly is no surprise given his conditioner, but he warmed up so nicely away from the pony, and at the second biggest price on the board, I know it's a jump up as he's kind of stepping forward off the back of that victory, but like I said, I just really think that he's doing well. As Paul mentioned, added the blinkers 2 starts back, just cheaters. I think sprinting is better for him. He was a horse that was kind of the victim of hurting a little bit last time out, but able to get up in time, and hopefully we will see a little bit more pace on the front end with your favorite proprietary trade, who had a very big warm-up. That brings me to Iridescent, the 3, a horse who can be forwardly placed as well. I don't think he's as quick, certainly, as your favorite, but one that has some good races on the go back, and for a while there, he was a horse that was getting really hot before his races, maybe not carrying the best weight. And now as he's first off the claim, Fort George Weaver just missed behind Squints last time, so they'll rematch actually. But now that Iridescent is in the Weaver barn, he looks the best that I've seen him in a long time. His coat is terrific. He's not getting washed out. He has great weight out there. I know that he is also a generous price on the board, and I know Raj likes him, but we'll see if he's good enough in this spot. But one thing I can say from my eye is that this is the best that he has been doing in a while, Lafitte.
The Acacia stamp of approval, Raj, for your top selection, Iridescent.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I'm glad she says she saw that. And if you get a chance to go back and watch his last race, I mean, he lost, but he lost nothing in defeat.
Right.
He had to be forced to run early from his inside draw. And I think it's a different dynamics today because he doesn't have to do the heavy lifting early. They're going to relinquish that to a proprietary trade. And I think that's going to set him up for the one to make the first run on proprietary trade and hopefully get the jump on the closers.
The perfect world, you're Manny Franco. Where exactly do you want to see Iridescent entering the far turn?
I want to be off the hip of a proprietary trade. Depends on how fast the leader is going. But I want to have him in my range. Don't let him slip away from me.
I tell you one thing I'm very interested in, and it's right after the race to get Acacia to let us know. I'm curious if a horse gets claimed out of here for $75,000. Right? We don't usually run races, claiming races with that high of a tag. I'm just curious because I want to know, because I think if these races get carded again, I think there is a bit of a handicapping angle there. You know, are these horses protected essentially because no one's going to claim them for $75,000, or you know, do people come in and try to grab something in here for 75? I think there's some knowledge that can be used moving forward from a handicapping standpoint.
Yeah, Acacia, that's JK adding to your workload as they make their way behind the gate in the start of this early pick 4. Sun is out, gorgeous afternoon in upstate New York here at Saratoga. And, Paul, we don't see this often, 6-horse field and 4 different selections from our handicappers.
Yeah, you know, I just have a feeling that Flavian Pratt's a different kind of rider where he's just going to go sub-22 and try to run them off their feet. I think the 2 needs to run that way and try to run this field off their feet and get everybody kind of off of him. I know when he opened up 3 lengths before, that was at a mile. Maybe the 6.5 furlongs will be just fine. But with Flavian aboard, you know he's going to be on the hustle.
In a tie right now with Tyler Gaffleone, second in the standings here at Saratoga. There goes Apollo Code, and we hand things over to Frank Mirmati with the call. Post-time race 2 live from Saratoga, start of the early pick 4.
Thank you, Lafitte. Here's proprietary trade coming up. Iridescent will be next. Squints, claimed out of that dramatic win here. The last jump. Entendre. And Temecula to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Entendre gets the first call out of the gate. Opens up 3/4 of a length on Iridescent in second. Proprietary Trade along the rail in third. Squints not far behind, 2 off the pace in fourth. Then it's Temecula and another length back to Apollo Code. 5 lengths covers them. Entendre takes them toward the half-mile pole by a half length over Iridescent in second. Then Squints outside Proprietary Trade. Then it's Temecula fifth. The opening quarter went in 22-1. Apollo Code is at the back. They're moving into the far turn. And it's been Entendre since the gate opened. Pressed by Iridescent on the outside. Those two on even terms. Proprietary Trade in striking range just behind the top pair in third. Squints has to go 4 wide. Another 2 back to Temecula. They fan across the track, turning for home. The lead belongs to Entendre, but here's Proprietary Trade, and Proprietary Trade powers up to take the lead. Entendre had no response. Then it's Temecula and Squints in the center of the racetrack, a 16th to go. Proprietary Trade by 3 over Temecula, who's trying hard. Proprietary Trade wins convincingly. Temecula a good second. Squints was third. Entendre fourth.
No Bookham Dano, no problem for Proprietary Trade in the second at Saratoga. Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, Flavien Prat, the favorite, delivers.
Well, they were forced to change tactics. We thought that he might be able to wire this field and run like how he's been running, but he didn't get away too well and switched to sitting in the pocket, which, you know, wasn't what we expected him to be, but it ended up working out perfect for him. Like, he was looking like a winner almost every step of the way, and Flavien just tips him out here. He gets to the lead, and when he sets him down, he responded well.
Yeah, look, I didn't think Proprietary Trade wanted to win with the trip he got here today. When he didn't break as fast as the others and kind of had to take back, and then ended up, like Rajiv said, in that pocket position. Based on what I've seen from him, I didn't think he was going to appreciate that. But that's what happens when you're in the hands of a trainer like Chad Brown. It's what separates Chad and Todd and Brad Cox and Christophe Clement and all of these guys at the top versus the others that don't win as many races as they do. They can solve problems with horses, and it seems like Chad got Proprietary Trade to behave a little bit better, and I also said Proprietary Trade correctly just now.
I think the other part about it is that the no panic. Anybody else on this horse goes, oh, we need the front end immediately. So Flavien said, okay, let me sit the pocket trip and see how it works. And you were saying this is not kind of a Chad Brown horse. He ran like a Chad Brown horse today, covered up on the rail, right?
Yeah, Paulie, you took the words right out my mouth, because one of the things that I think that makes Flavien excel and being how great he is the fact of him calling audibles on the fly and not panicking. When he didn't break as well as he did, he went to his plan C. That wasn't even the plan A or B. Yeah, he just didn't get away as fast, and he hustled him a little bit, and right there, some guys might have been like, oh my God, we just have to have the lead, do or die, suicidal. Flavien just naturally adjusted. He didn't panic, he didn't grab him, he didn't get flustered. He just let him find his stride from there and then play the hand he's dealt. And sometimes that composure is what makes the big difference in winning and losing.
About the effort from Temecula, Acacia's top selection, facing winners for the first time, completing the exact at 10-1, 2, 6, 4, 5. Powerhouse connections. Big smile, Flavien Prat. Results, reaction when we come back as our coverage continues on this Sunday from Saratoga. We'll be right back.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
Here's the finish, ancient roll.
War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Seal Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Facing Tipton New York bred yearlings, showcasing New York's finest yearlings. Recent grads include Grade 1 winner Therapist and graded stakes winner Mo Plex. Plus 2023 New York bred champions Kara's Time, Dr. Ardito, Silver Skillet, and the Wine Steward. This year, over $65 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 11th and 12th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. The favorite gets the job done in race 2, Proprietary Trade, trained by Chad Brown, who's joining me here. As Chad, you and I were just chatting, and you gave me some really interesting insight. You gave Flavian the option to set the pace or come from off of it today. Talk me through how it ended up playing out.
Yeah, Plan B worked out fine. He rated him. I just wasn't convinced the horse needs the lead. I know on paper it looked that way, and it, fell into a nice pocket trip, and he finished his race off well. And I thought the horse ran good, and it was his level.
Was claimed today, but as you said, finding the right spot. And just as you commented, in Saratoga, you have to just be realistic and be a good manager. Put them where they can win.
Yeah, we're horse traders, and Seth Klarman and I, we do this together, and we buy young horses. We try to develop them, and he's a fine horse, and I'm sure he'll do well. But we like to put the horses where they can win and earn money, and we're trading. We'll probably go buy some more tonight across the street over at the sale. So we'll see.
That's the way to do it. The ups and downs, the ins and outs of this game. But a claiming race here, Grade 1, coming up a little bit later on in the Fourstar Dave, Carl Spackler. I said earlier, it seems to just speak to his athleticism, how he travels over this inner turf at Saratoga.
Yeah, well said. I think he really likes this course. He's obviously been effective in other places as well, but he really shows a strong record here at Saratoga. And like you said, he's got good mechanics. He gets over the ground well, and I think the turf course is dried out nicely. And Ira's done a super job managing. I know it's inconvenience for people to have races moved, and it's not popular, everybody, but the turf course is still in really good shape, and we still have a lot of racing to go, a few weeks to go. So I think keeping it in good shape was a good decision.
Glad we get to run it on the grass today. Best of luck later, and congratulations here.
Thank you.
Chad Brown with some interesting insight as well with what we saw from Proprietary Trade. Lafitte?
Lots going on there. And the idea that he mentioned the sale across the street with the New York breds, won a Breeders' Cup filly mare turf with a filly that was purchased across the street for $50,000 day at the spa. Breeders' Cup filly mare turf winner.
It's funny. I mean, like, when you're trying to understand why horses end up in certain spots, it's that kind of insight where Chad said, we're trading. We're in here to buy and sell horses, to move horses away from our program that aren't exactly what we're looking for. And that's exactly what they did. They took Proprietary Trade. They won a race today. They got him sold for $75,000, and he wasn't joking. They're going to go over there across the street to the Fasig New York bred sale, and they're going to spend that money right back into buying young horses to develop into potentially stakes-type horses, because it doesn't feel as if right now Proprietary Trade is going to be that type.
He got a nice chunk out of a $90,000 pot as well.
Third race, $40,000 claimers, fillies and mares, 6 furlong sprint, wide open. Paul, how'd you see this one unfolding?
I thought this was a wide open race. To be honest with you, I hit the all button. The threes on paper, I think, is the one to beat. I think the 2, Icy Reply, who lost irons at the break last time out, needed that start too, and I think a horse that could surprise a little bit here. Maybe I think 4 or 5 to 1, 6 to 1.
Yeah, look, I thought the 4 It Takes Heart looked tough. Wayne Potts got his first win of the meet yesterday. And this is a horse that they ran for 16. The horse ran his lifetime best race, or one of his lifetime best races, and then now shows up here for 40. So it's almost like they got him at the right time when they came in and grabbed him for 16. Now they're going to protect him for 40.
For all of them, we just hope that the start of the race is better for them than it was for Keep It Easy in yesterday's Saratoga Special. These 2-year-olds, this next step towards a Grade 1 hopeful. Right back to the start, Raj, Keep It Easy, coming in off that impressive win at Churchill Downs, and his race is over the moment it begins.
Very unfortunate for his connections and everyone, because from that, he was just
brutal.
Lucky it wasn't worse, and this jockey did a great job to
stay on
board, and the horse is fine, so kudos to that, but he's completely eliminated out of the race. In the meantime, Showcase got to showcase what he's all about. I mean, this horse was so professional. He's 2 pads away from the rail, the number 2 in the black and yellow, and he just pushed his way through. You don't usually see that from young horses. They can be very timid, being crowded like that, forced on the inside. He's showed maturity beyond his years in only his second start after winning his first race by 7 lengths. Went wire to wire. Now he comes behind horses and does it like a pro. This is a serious horse right
That's
here.
what impressed me most, just that he was unfazed by the situation he was put in. Such a young horse, so little experience.
Yeah, you know, in his first start, he hopped at the break and won by 7 1/4 lengths, and I guess they knew. But Showcase got the job done.
You like Showcase going in. Arad Ortiz, yeah, he's on the phone after the race, JK, with the inquiry involving how he was able to maneuver and find daylight in the stretch. No change, hence the smile in the winner's circle.
You should get Irad a little cell phone. He just pop in his boot. Yeah, he just pulled it out. That way he didn't have to get off. He could just stay on the horse. You know? No, look, I don't think it was a problem. I think that he had to make a little bit of room, but it wasn't. He didn't make the room. Not compared to some of the times we've seen him make room. I thought it was fair. I didn't even need to see him on the phone, to be fair. I appreciate them looking as a better, but I didn't think there was much.
He didn't force the room open. He kind of took what was given there. It was a narrow pad, but he took what was given to him.
100%.
We touched on this yesterday when we watched these 2-year-olds and whether or not you're looking at the next Jackie's Warrior, right? A former Saratoga Special winner, as that road to the hopeful continues, what we've seen thus far. And for Mo Plex and the Sanford, Showcase yesterday, still have the funny side coming up. Again, that Grade 1 hopeful. Like, are we looking at the next Jackie's Warrior or just a nice 2-year-old that happened to win the Saratoga Special?
Yeah, I think a nice 2-year-old that won the Saratoga Special. But in the right hands, that this horse could train on to be something special. But not that wow performance of Jackie's Warrior.
Yesterday's Saratoga Special, saying goodbye to our viewers on Fox Sports 1. Coverage continues on Fox Sports 2 on this Fourstar Dave Saratoga Derby Sunday.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
FanDuel has something for everyone every day. Score bigger winnings at any inning with profit boosts. Take home bonus bets for home runs every Tuesday. And beat the heat with no sweat bets. Make the most out of this summer with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. All customers get a boost or a bonus every day, all summer long. Plus, new customers can bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets if you win.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage, respect, integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to our viewers on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live. BK's doing something weird with this battery and charger and wires next to me. I'm not quite sure what just yet. Coverage is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Who assigns seating assignments around here? Good crowd on hand. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon. And steaming towards a pair of Grade 1 races. Fourstar Dave, Saratoga Derby. A little bit later on this evening. We don't normally see Grade 1 races on Sundays here at Saratoga, but the weather has played a significant role as far as the Saratoga Stakes schedule is concerned. Going back to last weekend, this weekend, several key races having been impacted, and for that reason, the Fourstar Dave supposed to take place yesterday. That takes place this evening, and the Saratoga Derby about a week after it was scheduled. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. The third in about 14 minutes. Sixth race started the late pick 4 and 3 stakes races actually with the Mahoney, FanDuel, Fourstar Dave, and Grade 1 Saratoga Derby. Play all of it with us over at Nima Bets. Get involved when you sign up. Use that promo code SPA250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NiraBets.com, to earn your $250 deposit match. I welcome in my co-host. He is still a 4-time Breeders' Cup champion jockey, Rajiv Miraj, 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca. Jonathan Kinchin, not a electrician. What was happening over here?
my iPad was dying. I had to plug it in. And you were hogging the plug over there, and you were about to do the thing, so I didn't want to bother you. So I was trying to figure it out myself.
Everything okay now?
All good.
Everything's straight?
All good.
Everything's good. Paul, yeah, so we had to wait a little bit longer than expected for both of these races, the Fourstar Dave and the Saratoga Derby, but by the same token, 2 Grade 1 races on this Sunday afternoon and superstars on the turf.
No, and it's going to be a pleasure to have the last 2 races, both Grade 1s, and we're going to see really nice horses. I cannot wait to see Carl Spackler run. I think More Than Looks has got a ton of talent. I mean, there's just horses with a ton of talent. We'll see where they sit right now with this race now getting moved to Sunday. But I think it was obviously the smartest thing to do. Like, we just had an interview with Chad Brown. He reiterated that, and the turf course seems like it's okay.
You mentioned More Than Looks. Raj, I forgot how well he ran in the Breeders' Cup Mile, having finished 6th, but with some trouble and only defeated 2 lengths.
I mean, he was 6th, but lost nothing in defeat. I mean, he had a tough trip. He drew a bad post far on the outside. He had to come from way off the pace in such a big field, and he only lost by 2 lengths. He's the kind of horse that definitely has the ability to win races of that magnitude.
Does it happen today for Chad Brown? Does Carl Sprackler provide him that first Fourstar Day victory?
You think I wore the shirt for nothing? rooting for my boys at E5. But no, I mean, I'm a huge fan of Carl Spackler. When you win multiple races at Saratoga, I think it's easy to become a fan of a horse because we're always excited to see great horses, and this has become Carl's playground, specifically Lafitte, this inner turf course.
His 1 loss on the grass at Saratoga, on the melon, correct? Here, 3 wins, and showing some grit late and putting away the leader in the Kelso, the perfect prep for the Fourstar Dave, and seeming like he had something left in the end, like a measured neck or half-length victory.
And the one thing I love about Carl is that he's tactical, right? He can stay forward. Reminds me of a filly that used to wear those silks trained by Chad Brown in Rushing Fall. Tactical, make their own trip. And I think that goes a long way, especially in a race like this.
Yeah, I love how his tactical speed and the way the race is going to shape up. I think he's going to be sitting in a perfect spot in about 3rd position and hunting Ottoman Fleet, who is the main danger, or I think the potential favorite.
A morning line favorite. Paulie, the turf course condition, it's listed as good. Is it on the firm side of good? Is it on the soft side of good? This matters because Ottoman Fleet, he's won on everything from very soft to very firm. It doesn't matter Where with Carl Spackler, yeah, he's won on good turf courses, but maybe that's a question. Ottoman Fleet, though, he can handle anything.
Yeah, he can. And when you look, he's only been off the board 2 times in 19 starts. Now, this race at Churchill Downs, tough to gauge here because he was kind of handed the front end and he just went on with it. I think it's going to be a little bit tougher, obviously. You know, his race at Aqueduct, he did lose to one of his other horses, but he's a classy horse. But I think he's running into a horse in Carl Spackler that is his Apollo Creed to Rocky, whatever you want to say. It'll tell you something about Carl Spackler. If they get in the lane, him and Ottoman Fleet, I'll take Carl Spackler.
He's a fighter. He's a fighter. Ottoman Fleet, like, he won't be in front today, nor does he need to be in front by any means.
No, he doesn't need to be, but that was one of his best performances where he did find the front end. And Flavian Pratt is obviously a very aggressive forward rider. He'll be in the mix early, but there's 3 horses in here that can be tactical, so the pace is going to at least be honest. It could set up for someone from off of it. That could be more than looks. I just worry about more than looks because last time they were entered in the lure last week. That came off the grass, an easier spot. Now, all of a sudden, this horse is ready to run in the grade 1 just because last week got canceled. I don't quite trust that.
And Paul, this was the contingency plan, right? Running the races on Sunday, the Fourstar Dave, Saratoga Derby. What about these special wagers being offered?
Yeah, you got to make sure. We had this yesterday too. You got to go to the added pick 5 or added pick 4 on your Naira Bets app. If you're here at the racetrack too, as well, you got to go to the tellers. Added pick 5, added pick 4. Worked out pretty good yesterday. It was like $1,900, I think, for the late pick 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Good stuff. All that coming your way this evening from Saratoga. Meantime, horses in the paddock and this $40,000 claimer. 6 furlong dash, fillies and mares. Raj, wide open.
It's a wide open race, and the betting board says that the favorite is 2-1, and the longest shot is 8-1. I ended up picking number 5, Willow Bend, as my top pick. I felt like his last race he ran against way tougher than he runs against today, and he had a wide trip. It wasn't an ideal trip. 2 starts back, that race that he run, I know he got a low figure for that, but it was visually impressive. I think that this is the horse that they all have to beat today.
Favorite, Rachel's Rocket, 2-1. What do you think the key to the race is here, JK? What are you looking for early on?
Well, I mean, any time that you're in a dirt race like this, in a dirt sprint, you're looking for who's going to find the front, who's going to make the lead, and how easy are they going to do it. The 4, It Takes Heart, who's the second choice right now on the board, looks like the one, based on that last performance, that's going to find the front end. And I think, especially at this level, Rajiv, you could probably speak to it better than I can. At this level, it feels like being forward is a bigger weapon, because that's kind of the difference between a maiden 40 and a maiden special weight, is that will to win, that desire to win. Sometimes I feel like they just get a little discouraged when there's a horse way out in front of them.
I mean, I agree with that. In any race, if I can be on the controlling speed, that is always advantageous. They have to come and get you, and you can control the race, and sometimes you can steal races on the front end at any level, just without having the best horse. If you get in control and your horse gets brave on the lead, it's a tactical advantage. And It Takes Heart might have that advantage, but he seems a little bit a bit of a class below these rivals today.
Who'd you have on top, Paul?
I like the 2 Icy Reply. I mean, I'll take the 7-1. I know the horse has run a lot of seconds, but that last race was just disastrous for her. And her race before that, she was pretty good, and she's run into some nice horses, next out winners. I think you're getting the right price for her.
7-1. Icy Reply. Paul's top selection. Call to post, $40,000 claimers. We start with Jackie the Joker, make the rider Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, did no running last time, but there was a race 2 back. This horse ran okay. Probably needs to get a tad bit faster for this group.
Paulie likes Icy Reply by Travers winner Keen Ice.
I like horses that don't need no pony. Should be coming from off the pace.
No,
and Luis Rivera's having a nice little meet.
Rachel's Rock. Rod Ortiz, the favorite.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a bad habit as of late. Last couple of starts, 2 out of the last 3 starts breaking slowly. We'll see how this one breaks here today.
It Takes Heart, claim from Robert Falcone by Wayne Potts.
Yeah, and that last race sticks out, and then the other one at Saratoga, July of last year, almost a year to the date, an 88 buyer. This horse is 2 for 2 over the racetrack.
Willow Bend, Manny Franco takes over.
Yeah, it didn't run well last time, but if this horse can run that race 2 back prior to Rob Atras, this horse can win here.
And finally, Starship Defiant, David Jacobson, owned and trained.
It seems like every horse, I do not like the 6, but every horse in this race has a race you can go back to. And if you go back to Aqueduct in January, an 87 buyer. There's another one here with an 82 buyer. The 3 has got an 5 buyer. But they're all sprinkled. So which one's going to run one of those races today?
She bring her A game this afternoon. We'll find out who will win this third race. The more info, the better, usually. Get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Betts Track Stats. Want to know how many winners are closing from the back at Saratoga? Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit NairaBetts.com. And the 2-1 favorite in Rachel's Rock. Let's revisit her last win 3 starts back. This is late November at Aqueduct. And Raj, that stalking approach, sitting off the leaders here, reeling in the leaders. They'll lose some ground, but doesn't matter in the end.
I mean, and I like the way how Rachel's
I was looking
Rock
at the wrong filly, sorry.
dived to the inside here and was able to come through, showed some good courage. Sometimes horses get timid on the inside, and that shows that doesn't have to be on the lead. This filly runs good sometimes up close to the pace, but she can also come from up the pace. That versatility, I think, gives jockeys options, and it's going to allow Irad Ortiz to kind of play the race from the break and see where he's at.
JK, look at this. We were just talking stats. Trainer Carlos David, layoffs, dirt sprints over the last 5 years. Wow. The win percentage and the ROI jump off the screen.
They do, and whenever I look at stats like this, I like to say, what is this stat telling me? It tells me that Carlos David finds the right time to give horses breaks, but then knows how to get them ready to run when they get off of those breaks. Doesn't give them a race, brings them over there first time off a layoff, ready to run. So I would expect for Rachel's Rock to run a little bit better. And the other thing too is it's possible. And I had mentioned during the post parade about how this horse has been breaking slow in 2 of the last 3 starts. Maybe that break is what was needed to kind of remedy that issue.
Those are the stats. Those are the numbers. Acacia, what are you seeing from Rachel's Rock?
Well, at first, I really was leaning towards picking her in here, Lafitte, because she is taking a significant drop in class. I agree with Jonathan. Sometimes just some time away from the races will do wonders for a horse. I'm not familiar with her, as she spent the majority of her career down in Florida. I didn't cover any of her NYRA circuit races, but looking at her, she just doesn't look as fit as I would have liked to see as she comes in off of a layoff since February. So that's a bit of a concern for me. Also, for a horse that maybe doesn't break as well. Very quiet in the warm-up. Irad Ortiz kept her with the pony. She didn't really get out much of a jog. Just as I said that, there he goes. So I think he was thinking the same thing too. I got to give her a little bit more of a warm-up away. So I'm very glad to see that. Just a little bit of fitness concern, but look, her class might just be better than what she faces in here today. The 4, It Takes Heart. I know she won for $16,000 last time out, so technically stepping up in class, but had been facing much tougher before that. And just as Chad Brown mentioned to me a little bit earlier on, it's Saratoga. Sometimes you have to take big drops in class to get the win and put the horse in the logical spot. And so It Takes Heart, got the victory that day. She comes in here for $40,000. I think she stacks up just fine with her competition. And she did have a strong warm-up away from the pony under Tyler Gaffleone. Is looking for a second win today, and I think that she'll be forward. I think her speed is dangerous, and just overall, I like what I see from her. The 6, Starship Defiant, is taking a big drop in class. She too has a little bit of early foot to her. She got pretty hot out there on the track today. Got a little bit washy, but overall, she's doing fine. It's not like she's agitated, which is always kind of a fine line that I look to see as well. She's a very big horse for one that's a sprinter, but she seems to carry herself well. I think if she is able to take a little bit of a step forward as far as that drop in class, just been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle, though she has been facing tougher as of late, Lafitte.
See if she can find the winner's circle on this afternoon. Acacia, thanks so much. Starship Defiant, the Calbred. Trainer David Jacobson, just difficult to project. It feels like handicapper zero in and zig, his horse is zag, and vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, 2 for 24 for the meet so far. This horse does have some speed, though. And just, it was an allowance race last time at Delaware. Now gets in for a tag, drawn well towards the outside. But I'm still kind of hoping and guessing the horse is going to show up and run better than he has. And at 5-1 in a group like this, I felt like there was just a few others that were a little bit more attractive.
And for you, Paul, number 2, Icy Reply up there at 9-1. What is the key to success for her today?
Well, I mean, listen, she doesn't love the win races. She's 6 for 50. She does have 15 seconds. But, if she can break away from the gate, she's had some issues, too, out of the gate. She stumbled 3 starts back. But the race 2 starts back, I thought Louis Rivera gave her a good ride. And she's kind of the more consistent one in here when it comes to some of these other ones get spotty here a little bit. I just think she's consistent and has a good shot to make a run. To get back to the 6th, when you look at the 6th, okay, that Delaware race, that optional claimer 32, horse was 4-1. I'd have to say that'd be the same. I don't even know if that's a drop.
Mm-hmm. Level of competition she's facing today. Then Raj Willow Ben at 7-2. Her last 2 wins, one on a sloppy track, the other on synthetic.
I'm going to forgive the last race because of the class that she ran at. I think that was a significantly bigger class level than she faces today. She takes a drop in class. And her race 2 back, if she duplicates that, I think it'll put her in a winner's circle. I love her running style, that she can just track right off the pace. She's not going to be far off. And actually a slower pace helps her because they don't run away from her early. So with the lack of a lot of pace in here, I think it's going to put her right where she wants to be, tracking the leaders, and that's why I picked her.
Fans looking on, kids looking on, good crowd on hand for this terrific Sunday program at Saratoga. At the gate for the 3rd, and there is It Takes Heart, Tyler Gaffleone, date with Carl Spackler in the Fourstar Dave. Rachel's Rock, the favorite, steps forward, leading rider Arado Ortiz. It's post time. Frank Miramati standing by, the 3rd from the Spa, live on Fox Sports 2.
It Takes Heart going in. The last one will be Starship Defiant. She walks up, goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Starship Defiant bounces out very quickly. It Takes Heart has sharp speed too and comes right after the front runner. Jockey the Joker is down at the rail. Icy Reply in between horses. Rachel's Rock just in a tad tight on the outside now, 3 lengths off the lead. It's another length back to Willow Bend, who trails. The lead belongs to It Takes Heart, cruising to the half-mile pole with a 2-length advantage on Starship Defiant. The opening quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds. It's another 2 lengths back. Rachel's Rock trying to come after the top pair in 3rd. Jockey the Joker losing ground at the rail in 4th. Icy Reply is racing in between horses, and on the outside of them, Willow Bend trying to get into it. They have a 1/4 mile to go. It Takes Heart, Starship Defiant on the outside. They turn for home together. 3 lengths back, Rachel's Rock is in 3rd. Willow Bend widest of all. A final furlong now, and Starship Defiant rests the lead away. Rachel's Rock takes up the chase in 2nd. Coming to the 16th pole, Starship Defiant and Ramon Vasquez with a 3-length lead. Rachel's Rock is coming, but out of time. It will be Starship Defiant prevailing. Rachel's Rock 2nd. Willow Bend up for 3rd in front of It Takes Heart.
The Cowbred strikes. Starship Defiant, 9th lifetime win, and Ramon Vasquez winning pilot here. Starship Defiant in the 3rd at Saratoga.
Always traveling good. Got a flyer from the gate and just tracked the pace setter from the outside. You can see jockey Ramon Vasquez here. He's sitting still as a statue. He knows he has the number 4 beat because Tyler Gaffleone is all out, pressing on the gas, and just really in control of this race. Getting a bit leg weary here as the number 3 Rachel Rock is making a big run at her, but Starship Defiant already had won the race by this point.
Yeah, it's drawing towards the outside. Starship Defiant had an advantageous position to be outside of the speed in the 4 It Takes Heart. I don't think that was changing the outcome, but it certainly is a more comfortable position that allows you to be to dictate a little bit more what's going to happen rather than being dictated to.
Yeah, and Willow Bend, if you go back to watch the head-on, he didn't get squeezed in. He just broke slow, Rajiv, and he come running for third. It's just like he got back to his old ways where he's been sort of a bad gate horse, but he just got away from there slow.
Yeah, that changed the complexion of the race because now he's in chase mode and having to work hard to get there. Irad Ortiz aboard the second place finisher. He was very conservative, kind of taking this filly off the pace. Think they just wanted to try to rate her today, and it might have made him move a bit too late at the leader.
She was crowded a little bit there,
and
heading up the backstretch.
She got squeezed between down the backstretch, while Starship Defiant just had no straw in her path the entire way around there. The advantageous outside post in these sprint races can make a big difference between winning and losing.
Quietly, Paul, you touched on this yesterday. Ramon Vasquez, he's not a Rod Ortiz, he's not Tyler Gaffleone, he's not Flavien Prat, but having a solid meet here at Saratoga.
He really is. He's been riding for David. He's ridden a couple of horses home for Michael Maker. Very, very good. And when he made the move from here, from Oakland to here, I give him a ton of credit. A lot of guys don't want to come up here and challenge these guys. He's already got about 8 wins in the bank, and he's holding his own.
Riding well, riding with confidence, and delivers on Starship Defiant at 9-2, 6-3, 5-4. In the third at Saratoga, as we march ahead, looking ahead to the FanDuel Fourstar Dave, and there he is, Carl Spackler, looking for that first career Grade 1 victory and first Fourstar Dave for his trainer, Chad Brown. Get that straw out of his hair.
Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire to wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire to wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 4th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, August 15th.
We're back on Saratoga Live as we just saw race number 3 in the books, and it went to Starship Defiant on the drop-in class, ridden to victory by Ramon Vasquez for his 8th win this meet, and Ramon standing by with me. Ramon, I feel like I've gotten to do quite a few interviews with you this summer up here, and I was joking with you. That's what happens when you win, but picking up another one with this mare who's very game.
Yeah, no, thank you, and thank you, God, for giving me the opportunity to be here, and all the trainer, David Jackson, doing good job. You know, the filly, you know, got a good position, and I just, the position helped me a lot, you know, to control the pace and the race. I was just sitting outside, and, you know, and she responded very well in the last quarter.
You touched on the post position, being drawn outside with speed. How much of an advantage is that? Because you can see the race play out to your inside.
Yeah, really the position helped me a lot because, you know, I just sitting outside and just waiting for the moment, you know, to ask the filly, and the filly, I got a lot of fillies, so, you know, and she win easy.
Yeah, she did, picking up the victory here today. And the guys on the set were just talking about you making the journey from Oaklawn here to New York, and taking that jump can always be tough for any rider in any different jurisdiction because things are different. How's it been riding here up at the spa for the summer full time?
Oh, no, being here, you know, that's amazing. You know, that's a different world. And, you know, be with a lot of good friends, a lot of good riders, you know, making me doing my 100 and 200%.
Love to hear it. Here's to many more, Ramon. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That hunger, that fire, that drive, that's what makes a good competitor, Lafitte.
Paying off. Talented rider.
What a good point there, right there. You know what? That was actually really cool what he said, because, okay, he's been riding in Monmouth. He took his tack to California, but what he said is, these guys are elevating my game. And that's actually a kudos to him, because he's elevating his game to come here to ride against all these future Hall of Famers.
Yeah, when you're open-minded and you think about the opportunity to learn from the best. I mean, the Saratoga Jockey Colony is the best of the best Hall of Famers and future Hall of Famers, and you know, to be able to learn from them, it definitely will elevate your game.
I forgot he won on one of your favorite horses. Like before there was Next, there was Lone Rock.
Yeah, no, I loved Lone Rock. Made a big wager in the Breeders' Cup betting challenge when he ran at Del Mar.
Yeah.
And so Ramon obviously came up here and rode Lone Rock as well. So, look, it's the most exciting part, you know, of this jockey situation is how talented all of these riders are. And when you get to see new guys come in and try to find their way, I think it says a lot about this room, how it's a welcoming room, although it's a competitive room, that guys feel like they can come here and try to help elevate their games to the next level.
I think psychologically, proving you belong, feeling like you belong, that, yeah, I can ride with the very best and have some success.
Winning any race here brings a different level of appreciation and gratitude, because you feel like you're doing it at the highest level there is. And you can go to different jurisdictions and win races, and yeah, every win is good, but it gives it's like icing on the cake or extra cherry when you do win at Saratoga, for your personal feeling.
We turn the page here. Race number 4, $20,000 maiden claimers, fillies and mares, 3 and up. Field corresponding odds. Save Us Melania 8-5. JK, how'd you see this one?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that there was a couple of horses in here that could win. I thought the 5 Bam Bam was interesting. A horse that had been running on the turf last time, but now drops in, gets some class relief, but switches surfaces. And then the 6 Coquito. Did I get that right?
That was perfect. That was really good. I was waiting to make fun of you, and you ruined my fun.
Thank you, Lafitte.
Do you know what a Coquito is?
Lafitte?
It's a
what is
Coquito. It's a Christmas drink.
A Coquito?
Yeah, it's like a coconut alcohol drink from. It's a Spanish drink.
He seems
Learn
like you're
something
down
every day. Learn something every day. We'll see what Coquito does. This upcoming 4th race here at Saratoga. Also, the brand new segment, so popular, Backstretch Heroes. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. graded stakes winning 3-year-old implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing. I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
American Revolution, and Plainsman appeared to bump there as they passed the 8th pole. It is Following C, who has come back again down at the rail. Here's American Revolution charging up on the outside. Fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile. American Revolution and Following C, and American Revolution, the New York bred, has won the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
American Revolution, Cigar Mile winner. 2019 New York bred yearling purchased $275,000. You can buy a lot of coquitos for $275,000 apparently. And Acacia's had them. She's like, yeah, I just got. You don't know what a coquito is? Acacia. Apparently everybody knows.
It's the Puerto Rican version of an eggnog. That's their Christmas drink.
Well, the mayor is troubles no more. So I think if you drink about 10 coquitos, you'll have no more trouble.
No more. Pays to own a New York bred. Basic Tipton New York bred yearling sale today and tomorrow. We focused on that all week when we discussed the sale. JK, and for New York breds, it's gotten to the point where, no, you are not surprised when a New York bred wins at the highest level, a graded stakes victory or an American Revolution winning at the highest level.
No, it's not a shock anymore, and these New York breds can compete in any of these races. Ask Tis the Law, Day at the Spa, Mind Your Biscuits, and the list goes on.
So many of them taking place over the next couple of days right across the street from Saratoga. Fasick Tipton New York bred yearling sale with about 16 minutes to post. This has become a very popular, terrific new segment. Backstretch Heroes, celebrating the workers on the backstretch that do the heavy lifting. Backstretch Heroes here, the people that actually spend the most time with the horses. Here's Acacia.
EJ Bowler riding over at Brad Cox's barn. And EJ, tell us a little bit about your journey coming here and how you ended up in Saratoga.
Well, Saratoga's always been somewhere that's on the radar for me for years. I've been lucky enough to come for a long time now. I'd started out in California, so it's a little ways from there, although I am English. But yeah, no, I've been coming for many years now, kind of made the circuit through Kentucky and headed up here and been coming ever since, really.
And riding at Brad's barn too, you know, top class horses, top class operation. What's it like being part of that team?
I mean, it is a team. It's awesome. The horses are great, but the help's so good. The guys are amazing. Blake, Brad, they're so sharp. I mean, that's why they're so successful, right? Yeah, no, it's really, I mean, very privileged to be here.
Was it always horses for you?
Yeah, I mean, I was around them as a child, but it became permanent once I hit the track.
Was there a horse maybe throughout your life or one that you ride right now that really left a big impact on you?
Maybe Catch-A-Guns from Matt Cassie's, yeah. And of course, Tepin. But, sorry, I get a bit emotional when I talk about I was around her for most of it, so lucky enough to be with Tepin, but...
Such top-class fillies.
Yeah.
They're just, like I said, I mean, class, you know, that's really the word you use, right?
Yeah, I mean, just athletes, you know? They go through it, and it's unbelievable.
And they do so much for us.
Oh.
They are so receptive, thoroughbreds, right?
Oh, they are. They really are. They're unbelievable.
That's amazing. Well, thanks for sharing your story.
Absolutely.
Love it.
Great stuff. And there she is, E.J. Bowler. Her journey, galloping for Brad Cox, and clearly the impression that Tepin left at mere mention becoming emotional. E.J. Bowler there, Bam Bam 4 trainer Brad Cox. We check in with Acacia.
Well, it's been so fun to have the opportunity to highlight some of the stories of some of the people that are closest to these horses. And like we touched on just in that short interview, just how much of an impact a horse can leave on you, even when you're around them for just a short amount of time. And I've really enjoyed getting a chance to kind of scour the backstretch. And one of the fun things, Lafitte, is that since we've been doing this, I've actually had a couple of horsemen or people in the backstretch text me about people that I need to go and talk to, need to go and highlight, which is awesome. So if you're watching and you know somebody on the backstretch that just has an amazing story to share and has been around some incredible horses throughout history, it's been really fun. And I think that these are some of the people that cannot be highlighted enough, because this is who Lafitte makes the biggest impact on the horse's journey.
Getting to know the people that are behind the scenes from that extent, that do the heavy lifting, getting to know their stories, Jonathan, and for, I think, our viewers, that attachment once you get to know them a little bit better and giving you another reason to care about the outcome of a horse race.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of my favorite things at the end of a race, especially when I'm frustrated maybe after I lost, to watch the horse that beat me, watch that horse and their groom go into the winner's circle and see how happy the groom might be, and how many smiles you see on the faces of those around the exercise riders who are often in those pictures as well. And it kind of puts everything into perspective. And the care that these horses get, I always tell people that ask about horse racing when I'm stuck in an Uber or on an airplane or whatever, these horses are treated better than your dog is at home. And I think this is a great illustration.
And the connection, Paul, you heard it. At mere mention of Tepin, E.J. Bowler became emotional.
Of course. I mean, when you have a mare specialist, Tepin was, I mean, and some of the other horses, Catch a Glimpse was no joke either. But yeah, I mean, I will tell you this. If you are wanting a tip from the racetrack, don't ask the jockey, don't ask the trainer, ask her, because she's the one that knows.
I mean, but these people are the unsung heroes behind the scenes. And what's interesting is they spend so much time with these animals. You know, like, even when you use a dog reference, your dog is a bit more independent than a horse. The horse needs you day in and day out, hours upon hours to care for them, bathe them. This is things that they go through a daily routine. So they're spending hours hands-on with these animals, riding them, caring for them. And so it makes that connection with them and the horse so much more.
Perhaps another trip to the winner's circle for E.J. Brad Cox trained Bam Bam. Pick 6 time here at Saratoga. Right back to Acacia for this Paddock report. And Acacia, about text after text, I'm never living down this coquito thing.
Well, I did have a good friend in college whose family was Puerto Rican, and her mom would make coquito for us, so I have had the opportunity to sample. But we'll talk about the equine version of coquito in a moment. But first, wanted to give a quick mention to the number 7 in Negra Gata, who was, you might have seen, really acting up, and it's just been really tough to get the tack on. They've brought the pony over, and it looks like they've been able to saddle her now, but she has been really revved up since coming back off the layoff and coming here into the paddock. And so looking like bringing over the lead pony to try and keep her settled has done the trick, as they were really struggling. She tried to rear up, but great job by her handlers to hold on to her and try to keep her as settled as possible. So I'll keep my eye on her. But checking in on the favorite, the number 9, Savas Melania, as Safi Joseph will look for his 2nd win today. This is a horse also coming in off a little bit of a layoff, finished 2nd to Palmetto Fury, who we saw winning earlier on the card, as this filly will try to break her maiden in here. She looks great coming in, just dappled from head to toe. I have no problems with your favorite. The front wraps are on much as they were last time out, off of a little bit of that freshening since May. She's very fit. She's done everything right here in the paddock, so we'll see if this is the day that she can break her maiden. But as far as the aforementioned Coquito, she is dropping in class on the dirt, as Negra Gata acting up yet again here in the paddock, but Coquito dropping in class as far as her dirt form is concerned, as it was an off-the-turf race last time out where she was able to run and will now cut back in distance. And I really think that that will help her. She was wide last time. Just looking at the way that she ran, she looked like she just needed a little bit less ground to navigate. She's smaller, she's compact. She was a little bit sharp getting the tack on, but once they did so, she has settled beautifully, and I think just could be in the right spot in here today, Lafitte.
Coquito. Paul, what do you think? The cutback in distance and a barn after a slow start, starting to heat up trainer Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, and they've teamed up a couple of times with Flavian Pratt. And this one for Jumping Jack stable. Yeah, I mean, listen, this horse was an off-the-turf event. Was 14-1. 8 horses stayed in and kind of had a lot to do and came from way out of it, but made up some ground. And I would think that mile race got some fitness into this horse. Now cutting back to 6 furlongs probably is going to enhance her kick.
Here's what I think about Coquito. I think we should go down to Caroline Street and Broadway tonight and hunt a Coquito, a Saratoga version of a Coquito. Think we'll be able to find one?
In August? I mean, now that I know what it is.
It's Christmas somewhere, isn't it? No?
A little warm for now understanding what a Coquito is.
You want to go drink a milk alcohol drink.
It's not
80 degrees outside.
It's not Christmas somewhere, but someone is drinking a Coquito somewhere.
And the Ron Burgundy line. Milk was a bad choice?
Yes, it was.
Milk in August would be a bad choice. Coquito. Heavily backed is Sabas Melania. The 6-5 was is a little too short here, JK?
Feels a little short. I mean, obviously a likely winner here, but hasn't run since May, has that race last time since switching to Safi Joseph. I wouldn't be shocked. I just feel like there's some others. I prefer the 5 and the 6 is a little bit more value types. The 5 will be my choice here.
Okay, we just received some scary news. Jockey Lane Luzzy, scheduled to ride Wicked Rhea. He's been kicked in the paddock. Lane Luzzy kicked in the paddock. We don't know how serious it is. It just happened. Right behind us, and all we can see is jockeys huddled around, surrounding Lane Luzzy. Jockey Lane Luzzy, who is sitting up, at least from what we can see on our vantage point. Now our viewers are seeing what we were seeing. Raj, this is head on a swivel in the paddock, and it can be dangerous and a lot of activity going on. And I imagine about one of the most dangerous and certainly scary aspects of what happens or what can happen in the paddock, a rider getting kicked.
He is sitting up now, which is good news.
Go
ahead, Raj.
Being kicked, that force that a horse kicks with, it's just akin to a gunshot. I mean, they're very powerful, and it depends on where you get. Hopefully, he got kicked in the muscle, where it could absorb some of the pressure. And he's sitting up, which is great.
Yeah, he is sitting up. A good sign. Acacia, what can you tell us?
Yeah, he has been sitting up throughout, which is very good. I actually saw him kind of making the motions to the EMS team saying, I'm okay. But when you have that happen, they want you to sit still so that they are able to check and inspect, especially going through concussion protocol. But from what I understand, the 2 Wicked Rhea did kick Jockey Lane Luzzy in the mouth-nose area. So his fellow jockeys coming over to check in on him. We'll get an update on exactly how he's doing as soon as I can. But great to see he's alert, sitting up, and is being attended to here in the paddock, Lafitte.
Acacia, thanks so much. The fact that he's sitting up after hearing her describe that he was kicked in the nose, mouth, head area, you pray a glancing blow of how serious that could be. We're just relieved. We don't know anything other than what we can see. The fact that he's at least sitting up.
I can't imagine what it would be like being kicked in the face. I mean, for him to be sitting up, it must have just been hopefully a minor
getting
impact.
up.
Yeah, getting up, yeah.
And he's a little woozy, but you know what? Rudy Rodriguez over there. I see Rich Schosberg over there. Just a lot of people helping Lane up, and he's walking away from this, maybe a little shaken, but my goodness, thank God.
That's his biggest win of the meet right there.
You're not lying. And everybody just kind of propped in hearing where he was kicked, what that could lead to, how serious that could be. The fact that Lane Luzzy is up. I don't see, I think, and I would assume, yeah, as you mentioned, Raj, now for evaluation moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, in any sport nowadays, you know, it's so important when you think about the mental health and all that, and to make sure that everyone is okay, concussion protocols and all that in place.
Okay, so Lane Luzzy will keep you posted with any updates. The 2-horse is scratched. Wicked Rhea is scratched out of this 4th race coming up at Saratoga. We'll be right back.
Marchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Fillies and mares still in the paddock before this 4th race at Saratoga. A delay here as Lane Luzzy, jockey, was kicked in the head area. He did get up, and we saw him under his own power. Lane Luzzy, and then that's Akea, who works for Randy Persaud, an exercise rider. She was actually walking Wicked Rhea right before Lane Luzzy would have gotten a leg up. There's Lane Luzzy, and she was kicked as well.
Yeah, and you know, they both kind of got up, and when you get a head blow, and Rajiv and I have been there before, you don't want to get up too quick because everything obviously rushes to the brain, and I think that she went back down and wanted to get a little bit of water, but thank God they're both on there. And Lane Luzzy, you could see, he has a nice little dart on his lip there, but my goodness, thank God they are both okay.
I mean, to walk away from an incident like this is just a great news.
How fast can that happen, Raj?
I mean, it's a sudden movement. I mean, these horses are agile, they're nimble, quick on their feet. They're sometimes cat-like. And, you have to always approach with caution. And sometimes, they just catch you off guard. There's so many things going on and your mind might be elsewhere. And all of a sudden, you're kicked. You don't even know it.
And I'm sorry to bring it up, but you've been kicked in the head as well.
Well, my incident was I ended up falling off in a race and in front of the whole entire field, and I got kicked in the head. And I had a severe concussion for 2 weeks. And one of the toughest things with concussions is you're actually trying not to. They don't want you to go to sleep. Yep. We're talking about this, Paulie. You get a concussion, you're completely out of it, and the doctors and everyone saying, don't fall asleep, try to stay awake, and all your body is telling you to do is just sleep. You go lost from this planet, So
especially when you got to get on an airplane. I remember I got run over to home plate by Brian Giles. And I don't remember. I remember waking up 2 days later, and we had flown back, and they had said, just don't fall asleep. And what do you mean? I was asleep for like 24 hours. I woke up. They said, we lost the game 8-7. But, the doctors were telling you not to fall asleep. You got all these things going through your head. It's serious, and what's crazy, you need to take it serious.
What's crazy about it is we might see Lane Luzie here, and he's get kicked in the face, and he seems to be coherent and talking with people. But if he does have a concussion, he might not remember anything that happened today. So that's why they have to go through all these different protocols to examine him and don't just take his word for it, because he might not be in the right mindset.
He'll go through those protocols. Any update we'll provide regarding Lane Luzie's condition. We've told this story. Mike Luzie, his father, now his agent, father and son working together. Lane Luzie kicked here. Again, any update we'll provide. Makaya. We don't have a last name just yet. Exercise rider. She was walking. Wicked Rhea struck as well. And fingers crossed, thoughts and prayers that everything is okay with both Makaya and Lane Luzie. This fourth race here at Saratoga. Riders up. The pick 6 to get underway here. The crowd. A couple of Grade 1 events a little bit later on this evening. FanDuel Fourstar Dave and Saratoga Derby, both rescheduled as a result of weather. The Saratoga Derby supposed to take place last Saturday, the Fourstar Dave yesterday, both to take place this evening. You can see it all right here on Saratoga Live. This fourth race, a $40,000 claiming sprint. And 4 to 5, JK, as we try to refocus here on the racing, the price continues to plummet. Save Us Melania now odds on.
Yeah, she makes sense, but I just think there's some other more interesting horses at that price. I would be looking elsewhere.
With the run of Palmetto Fury that beat her in her most recent start, Palmetto Fury won very impressively earlier in our first race.
Right.
That's what validated it for me. I hate to try to pick a big favorite, but this is the one that I'm going to lean on and say, here's a favorite that I think is just going to be too tough for her opponents today.
Doesn't have to deal with her stablemate this afternoon. Palmetto Fury, Save Us Melania, Gaff Leone and Safi Joseph looking for a second win together. Post parade, there's Dreaming of Carly drawn inside.
Yeah, doesn't have a lot of early speed from that inside post.
Disappointing in her latest. That looks like the 3 here. Yingle Bells. Jose Gomez aboard.
Yeah, this one does have a little early speed, and Jose Gomez breaking away from the pony, warming him up. Might suggest that he's going to go to the front.
Romero Mirage, that's the fact, Jack.
Yeah, going to go from turf to dirt. And the last dirt start wasn't that bad.
Bam Bam, we know who E.J. Bowler's pulling for.
I'm just going to look to this horse as the class of this race dropping in for a tag.
Coquito, the cutback in distance, 7-1 if you like her.
Yeah, it needs to be a little bit more forwardly priced, but you get Flavian Pratt aboard here at 7-1.
Negra Gata, who Acacia mentioned, it was difficult in the paddock, looks settled on track.
Those last 2 efforts for maiden claiming have not been great, but does get some time off.
The dream continues. Gerardo Ortiz takes over, and you're getting 9-1.
This horse did actually show some speed in debut, but needs to improve.
There she is, Gerardo Ortiz. And then on the outside, the heavy favorite. Even money now, Save Us Melania.
Yeah, look, this horse has nice numbers. Does exit that race with Palmetto Fury was in there. I just feel like a little overbet in this spot.
Graduation day for one of these $20,000 maiden claimers. Filly and Mare Sprint. Pick 6 starts here. Field of 8. That late scratch of number 2 horse out of this 4th race, Wicked Rhea. Paul, if there is one in here poised for the upset to defeat Save Us Melania and company, who might that be?
I'm with JK. I like the 5 Bam Bam. If I'm going outside, Bam Bam and the 9 Save Us Melania, my goodness. That's a tough
Prices
one.
all around
If
you on
I'm
those
going
two.
outside of those two, I think number 4, That's the Fact Jack, with Romero on. I think this horse could run a good race. If you throw out the last race, it was on the turf. Doesn't want the grass. The 2 dirt races was a 2nd place finish at long odds, first time trying the dirt, going 7/8, and then a 3rd place finish against a runaway winner. So the horse hasn't been too bad on the dirt, and in a race like this, it's one that I think could run into the.
You know, at 29-1, the longest shot on the board, the 1 could outrun her odds.
Are we checking with Acacia?
I wanted to touch on the 5, Bam Bam, who does go turf to dirt in her 2nd start. And this is one who debuted when sprinting on the grass and just really looked like just needed a race for fitness and maybe not necessarily much horse altogether. So she drops in her 2nd start, and I just think this is the right spot for her. She definitely looks much more fit, much better put together, and I don't mind her on the main track. Could be a logical alternative to your favorite, Lafitte.
Pick 6 starts here. It's post time for the 4th, live from Saratoga. Frank Miramonti standing by.
Save Us Melania going in. That's the Fact Jack. Bam Bam. They're in the gate. A little bit of movement inside. And they're off. Dreaming of Carly is very quick away from the gate. Negragata in the middle, and Save Us Melania flashing sharp early foot to Jingle Bells is up and on the pace, taking 3rd. Dreaming of Carly now 4th. The dream continues, 5 off the pace in 5th, followed by Bam Bam. Then it's a pretty big distance to Coquito, and that's the Fact Jack. Negragata goes through the opening quarter mile in 22 seconds flat, prompted by Save Us Melania, who's pressing the issue, and Save Us Melania is now on even terms and in fact up to take the lead. Jingle Bells is 3 off the pace in 3rd. Dreaming of Carly is next. The dream continues, 6 lengths off the leader. Another 2 back to Bam Bam and Coquito. They're at the top of the stretch. Save Us Melania has a 3-length lead. Jingle Bells is in 2nd. And now Save Us Melania has opened up 7 lengths. Coquito is trying to get into 2nd, but no one is close to Save Us Melania. Save Us Melania by a block over Coquito. Another for Tyler Gaffleone and Safi Joseph. Save Us Melania reports home 6 clear. Coquito was 2nd. The dream continues 3rd. Jingle Bells 4th.
Save Us Melania. Much the best. Daylight win here in a 2nd on the afternoon for this combination. Tyler Gaffleone and Safi Joseph.
Pretty straightforward, just a blowout win.
Yeah.
Broke well, always looked like the horse that was traveling the best. Just dominating performance. And we have to touch on Safi Joseph, man. 22 starters, 9 winners.
Incredible.
He was 35% winning coming into this today. He's had 2 starters and they both won today. I mean, that's extraordinary to say the least.
Those numbers here at Saratoga, no joke. He's also had the stakes victories, Queens MG opening day, Schuylerville, and in the Adirondack as well. Save Us Melania rolls. Saying goodbye to our viewers on SNY. For everyone else, staying right here. Coverage continuing from Saratoga.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse, is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the Storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
A gorgeous shot. Picture perfect afternoon at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale, Atalapa. Not much to go back and dissect this race, Raj. The easiest of winners. Save Us Melania, and the second time we've seen that image was Safi Joseph and Tyler Gaffleone entering the winner's circle this afternoon.
You know, and I think Rajiv made a great point. The way Safi Joseph is placing his horses, he's placing them in the right spot. He had a horse yesterday, first time on dirt, won, and you made a good point, Rajiv.
Hot hand, hot connections. They're just steamrolling at the meet.
Another one for Tyler, making this thing a little bit more interesting.
To Acacia in the winner's circle, not just yet. Have to stretch a little bit. Tyler Gaffleone could just be getting started. Yeah, the 2 wins thus far in the date with Carl Spackler in the Fourstar Dave.
Right, and look, it's you want to see the ball go through the hoop, and I think when the ball goes through the hoop, it just that third one, that fourth one just goes down a little bit easier, and I think that's what's gone on so far with Tyler. Let's see if that big 3-pointer a little bit later will go through.
Like drilling 2 doubles in your first at bat, Paulie.
Listen, he's been hot all meet. He's been Mr. Consistent. He really has. Dylan Davis has been good all meet. But when you're riding against arguably what everybody thinks are the 2 best riders in North America, with Irad Ortiz Jr. and Flavian Pratt, and you're right in the middle of that mix, you're doing something special.
You want that confidence riding highest when it comes for the biggest moment. For example, a Grade 1 event.
Yeah, makes everything else comes easily, and he's got a big smile on his face there. That win puts him in second place. He just was in a tie with Flavian. Now he's ahead of Flavian.
The stats you mentioned with Safi Joseph, incredible. Safi standing by with Acacia in the winner's circle.
A good day for the barn, indeed. 2 winners thus far as Safi Save Us Melania finished second last time to Palmetto Fury. These 2 both winning today, so seems to be a live race.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they weren't even supposed to run on the same day, and it worked out that the races weren't going, and finally they went on the same day. And Palmetto Fury won the first race, which was kind of like she needed to step up big, and after she won, it gave us confidence because this filly was doing well, but you didn't know what beat her first time, and it obviously worked out today.
After a little bit of a freshening too, Save Us Melania, I mean, she really just seemed like she was touting herself, like she was doing so well coming into this.
Yeah, she was. I mean, from a weight standpoint, was carrying great weight. She is a nervous filly, but today she handled it with like a queen. She behaved well even with a delay, and she ran like that.
She certainly did, pulling away in the stretch. It has to be nice, obviously, winning a race at Saratoga, but especially by open lengths like that.
Most definitely. I mean, Saratoga is a pinnacle of racing, and we thank God for all the success we're having. We've been here where we haven't had success, so you try to learn, and you enjoy it when you can, and when you're not, you try to keep fighting, moving forward.
Bringing the right horses up this summer so far. Congratulations on 2-win day, Safi.
Thank you very much.
Choosing the horses of which could be effective at Saratoga can be just as challenging as winning the race, Lafitte, and Safi making all the right choices this summer.
Those stats that you mentioned, Raj, that is next level, especially here at Saratoga. Incredible.
I mean, the 35% that he was batting coming into today was extraordinary. It's probably the highest of all of the top trainers, and he added 2 wins from 2 more starters. So even improving on that, I mean, that's insane.
Very popular was Sebas Melania, chalk player zeroing in, and she delivered in a big way, not to suggest that she's amongst some of the most popular horses that have ever competed here at Saratoga. Segue to Fourstar Dave. The history of Saratoga is littered with some of the very best that have ever performed here. Superstar after superstar, champions, etc. For Fourstar Dave, the legacy he left is a little bit different. No, he's not amongst the very best that have raced at Saratoga. His legacy is very different. It's about the fans here and how they felt about the beloved Fourstar Dave in the late 80s.
I think Fourstar Dave really started to become a fan favorite in Saratoga the 3rd year he won up here as a 4-year-old. He started getting that moniker like horse for a course, Saratoga horse. And then by the 4th year, Fourstar Dave mania was starting to take place, and people who were starting with t-shirts and hats, and it just kept going. I mean, 5th year, and people were going, well, how many horses run 5 years in a row in Saratoga, let alone win? And hard to imagine that he would ultimately win 8 years in a row up here. The thing about him too, besides the fact that he would win every year in Saratoga, was he was very charismatic, and people would go to take pictures of him. He'd actually stop and pose, and he kind of really thrived on the attention. The '93 Saratoga meet was bittersweet. He got his win in Saratoga, keep the streak alive. And then he got taken down, and to me was one of the top 5 worst DQs I've ever seen, let alone been a part of.
Fourstar Dave was disqualified from first.
He shifted out a half a path when I went to go to my left-handed whip, and we barely brushed with a horse that wound up, I think, 5th. In one stride, it was back in my right hand, and I had him corrected. And then on top of that, the horse fell down at the break of the race. I mean, I was off of him. I don't know how. Somehow, with his head, he kind of put me back in the saddle. His last win in Saratoga in '94 was the most pressure I ever felt riding him. Maybe the only time I ever felt pressure riding him. The only way I thought he could lose is if I made a mistake.
Migliore makes his move with the old boy. There goes Fourstar Dave, and he sweeps to a short lead.
But I felt the weight of Saratoga anyway on my shoulders that day.
Fourstar Dave is 1 furlong away from 8 years worth of Saratoga victories. Here's the old boy coming down to the line. He's making a runaway of it. The legend lives on. Fourstar Dave wins again at the Spa.
He delivered, just a tremendous performance. And I remember I started, patting on him and telling him what a good guy he was, what a good boy. And the crowd was amazing that day. They just went bonkers when we turned for home. Normally as a jockey, you don't hear the crowd. And that day I heard Saratoga react to Fourstar Dave. The day Dave got injured up here, he was chasing War and Paradise Creek, 2 world-class turf horses. And he was beaten about 7 lengths that day, and the outpouring of affection from the crowd, from the people of Saratoga, was pretty eye-opening. And I think, to me, that showed more than ever just how much he had gotten into people's hearts. They had a great retirement ceremony for Dave. They named the street by Ciro's after him, Fourstar Dave Way. The mayor of the city gave him the key to the city, albeit it was a big oatmeal cookie key. And I got on him over there at Ciro's, and it was a really fun celebration, and another way for people to basically say thank you to Dave for all he had given them over the years. You can come to Saratoga in the off-season. It could be October, November. Go to his gravesite at Clare Court, and people leave tributes to him, flowers or a bobblehead. There's always some memento of his success up here, and I just think it's great that it lives on how many years later.
The Sultan of Saratoga, Fourstar Dave. JK, these are the horses that actually create new fans.
Oh, I can only imagine if you were here for that run of 8 consecutive years, the amount of impact that had on you in your life. And I mean, I saw Casa Creed win 3 times here, and it meant a lot to me, let alone something like this.
Yeah, it's amazing, 8 in a year. And I always asking Mig, you know, he won 21 times, but like I think 10 times here, but 8 years in a row. I said, what was it? He said he just perked up when he came up here. He was just a different racehorse. And like 8 years in a row, think about that. We're not going to see that again, to be honest with you.
The kind of horse that really captivates your heart. Easy to get connected with a horse like that, and it's rightful that he's a staple here. It's synonymous, his name, to Saratoga, Fourstar Dave.
A street, a bar, and indeed a Grade 1 event. And that'll take place later on this evening. The Grade 1 Fourstar Dave, as our coverage continues, and we'll have an update on Lane Luzzy and Micaiah Carpenter when we come back.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Time now to introduce the Miller highlight of the week. 2-year-old on the rise yesterday. Showcase. Sensational in the Saratoga Special.
Are you sure was? He sat right in behind those leaders. Was comfortable down in there for as a young horse. And then once he found his seam, Irad put him in there, and he exploded through it. Showcase. Get you a case of Miller Lite, huh? You see what I did there?
That was pretty good. Maybe a coquito performance of the week at some point. Tastes like Miller time. The Miller highlight performance of the week, and it wasn't just the win, that he's a graded stakes winner now, Paulie, but the way he did it in overcoming some adversity.
Yeah, you know, in his first start, he hopped at the start and came over from adversity, but yesterday he was able to sit on the rail and was very professional as a 2-year-old, created his own space a little bit, and then just went on with it. His stride at the end looked like his father, Uncle Mo.
Yeah, I mean, and the way he can adapt to different scenarios. You know, the first time when he raced, he broke a little slow, but he went wire to wire. This time, a complete different. He's behind a wall of horses and navigating through like the ultimate pro and sprinting away at the end. I mean, this is the real deal. I think it might not be a fancy race on speed figures, but the way he did it, it was visually impressive.
We'll see. Hopeful, maybe. Not quite sure just yet. A second for Todd Pletcher and third for Rod Ortiz, showcasing yesterday's Saratoga Special. Acacia is with us. What is the very latest, Acacia? What do we know? Lane Luzzy, Micaiah Carpenter involved in that incident in the paddock about 20 minutes ago.
A scary incident, Lafitte, with Wicked Rhea kicking both rider and exercise rider. And after speaking to NYRA's Director of Communication, Keith McCalmont, Lane Luzzy was taken to first aid after being kicked and miraculously has been cleared to ride. So he is named aboard the number 6 coming up here. So some excellent news to share there. Exercise rider Micaiah Carpenter also kicked in that incident. She has been taken to first aid as well. Still waiting on a follow-up on how she's doing. So thoughts with her, but again, some terrific news to share as far as how Lane is doing after that scary incident, Lafitte.
Acacia, thanks so much. And after hearing of what had just happened, that Lane had just been kicked, and then hearing where he had been kicked, Raj, like in the face, I did not expect to see him riding in this upcoming 5th race at Saratoga.
I mean, this is amazing. He was kicked in the facial area. I mean, nose, mouth, kicked in the face. I can't imagine what that feels like. And to hear that he can ride one race later, it's just astounding. And it's just great. If he was to win, he hasn't won a race this meet yet. If he was to even win another race, win a race this meet, this will still be his biggest win, to be able to walk away from that incident.
Well said. Well said. And any further update regarding Micaiah Carpenter, we'll pass that along. But for Lane Luzzy, back and riding in this upcoming 5th race after that incident that took place just moments ago here at Saratoga in that very paddock with the 5th race, these New York breds coming up shortly. $40,000 maiden claimer on grass, post time 16 minutes, marching steadily towards the Grade 1 Fourstar Dave and Grade 1 Saratoga Derby this evening on Saratoga Live.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NYRA Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NYRA Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NYRABets.com.
And clear off at the NYRA Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home, Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Live look in the Saratoga paddock. Welcome back, Saratoga Live. New York breds, $40,000 maiden claimers, mile and a 16th inner turf course. And we will be switching over to Fox Sports 1 at the bottom of the hour. Just a heads up, switching over to Fox Sports 1 at the bottom of the hour. There's the field and updated odds. Raj?
Oh, man, I like a long shot in here. I like the number 3 in here, within view. That's my top pick. With a race that the favorites, they don't do much for me, a wide open race, I will.
Look at that. Lane Luzzy on his way into the paddock. And no hitch in his giddy up. He's ready to ride after getting kicked in the face before the 4th race not 30 minutes ago.
My goodness. He should get together with Chelsea Bailey, and they should get in the UFC cage and get together. Taking a punch like that, my goodness.
Chewing gum.
I can't believe what we're looking at.
I wouldn't be able to ride a horse. I wouldn't be able to sit on a couch after getting kicked in the face.
That's amazing. These guys are just so tough.
I can picture you getting kicked in the face and G sitting there pampering you with a little ice towel on the couch.
I'd be on my own. She told me to figure it out.
He looks like a man on a mission. Lane Luzzy, shortly after being kicked in the head area and clearing concussion protocol. Didn't ride in the 4th race, obviously. I'm sure he was probably wanting to, seeing how he entered the paddock in this moment. The last thing I thought we'd be describing is that image right there after what took place half an hour ago. Lane Luzzy walking into the paddock, getting ready to ride in this 5th race. Incredible.
Yeah, it's not as if I needed this last 30 minutes to recognize how tough these guys and girls are that ride these horses, but here's some more evidence if you needed it.
Incredible. Over to Acacia.
I just got a chance to catch up with Lane as he was walking into the paddock, and I asked him how he was doing, and he said, maybe I've been a bit better. He said, but I'm okay, and his smile was a mile wide, Lafitte. So great to see, and so glad that Lane is okay and will be aboard the number 6 Sweet Tone in here. But taking a look in the paddock at a couple of the contenders, starting off with the 8 Katani, who's just lightly raced for Michelle Nevin, just making the 3rd start of his career, and he is coming in off a layoff as well, and there is a big gap in between his 2 races. I have not actually been in the paddock for any of his efforts before, so I don't know if this is typical for him, but he was completely washed out from the second he came here into the paddock. He's been really sharp on his toes. He's been accompanied by a lead pony just to try and keep him settled, but for a horse that comes in off a layoff and is expending this much energy before the race even begins, that's something I'm going to watch carefully, because it's not something that I like to see. He looks very fit coming back off the layoff. Just hoping he can keep a lid on things, because he is really revved up off the bench. The number 10, Mazet, is taking the blinkers off and will break to the outside as he also stretches out in distance, and not an uncommon thing to see blinkers, which you often will see kind of inject a little bit more speed sometimes in horses when horses are stretching out and you want them to settle a bit more. He's wearing that hood where the ears are fully covered, muffle out sound. Horse is very noise reactive, and once again another tactic to help a horse settle. I don't mind longer for him. He also takes a drop in class as well. Looks terrific coming in here, dappled from head to toe, and all of those changes are working. He's been very calm and relaxed throughout the preliminaries, Lafitte.
Paddock Report, sponsored by McMahon Thoroughbreds. Acacia, thanks so much. And yeah, we saw Katani, and Acacia pointed it out, a little disconcerting on paper, the one to beat, the 2-1 favorite, but washed out pre-race.
When I handicap races, you look at the past performances, tell you what a horse is really capable of. But when they show up in the paddock, it kind of tells you what version of the horse is going to show up today. And that version of the horse is not the version that I want to take at a short price.
Unraced since last fall, October, a solid effort, JK, in his turf debut, Katani.
Yeah, I mean, look, until I heard that, this is the horse I was going to pick. Just because I felt like coming in off of that break, this horse probably had some of the best numbers. But the question is are they ready to run off the break? And the behavior in the paddock and looking a little bit washy, and you can see it there, a little bit of the glisten. It makes it, at a short price, one that I'll probably look elsewhere for. So between now and the post-parade, I'm going to make a decision between the 2 and the 6. Something about me really wants to pick the 6, just because my man Lane Luzzy, but I don't want to get too hunch played. I'm likely going to pick the 2. But I do think the 6 is also live.
One of the things that makes horses, the most common thing that makes horses get overly washy is nerves and anxiety. When a horse gets anxious and nervous, and that's one of the things that they stop breeding optimally.
Lane Luzzy doesn't look nervous. Ready to go back to work aboard Sweet Tone. We'll see him again in the post parade. We start with triple word score, 26-1 outsider, 9 race maiden.
People who play me in Words with Friends, they get mad at me. That's all I do. Triple word score, baby.
Judge rules in the money in 5 of 9.
Yeah, good effort, 2 back, and I think that puts that horse right in the mix.
Contender, yeah. Number 3 within view, make the rider Katie Davis.
Yeah, the race 2 back and the 3 back actually fit a little bit from a figure standpoint. The last one was just so bad.
Can't stand Disco. 28-1 turf debut.
Oh, well, he hasn't been dancing much.
Number 5, Waffler. David Donk Barn starting to gather some momentum.
Heck yeah, multiple wins for Dave Donk so far for the meet. This one just a little bit too slow for me.
Could be one of the best stories of the meet. Already is. Lane Luzzy aboard Sweet Tone.
You know, this San Antonio's got blinkers the last time, and it helped a lot. And, you know, I'm kind of with JK. I think this horse has an outside shot.
Tony O, number 7, 13 race maiden.
Much prefer this Dave Donk runner to the other one, Tony O. Was trying to close into a slow pace last time.
Katani, look at this. Handicappers, you have a decision to make.
Yeah, it's tough. You got Flavian aboard, and, you know, when I was looking at that replay, I wanted to see if he was washed out when he won, and he kind of wasn't, so we'll see what happens here.
Charming Jim, 8 race maiden.
Yeah, I mean, he ran okay last time, got a nice number, but I think there's some others in here that are a little bit faster.
Mazzi on the outside, Joel Rosario aboard at 4-1 for the Bonds.
Yeah, this is the gelding that I like. I just think that, you know, the Bond stable across the street, the horse looks amazing on the racetrack, stretching out. I think Joel could be aggressive from the gate here.
That's the field. New York bred $40,000 claimers. On grass and another look. All right, so on paper, Lane Luzzy in the saddle, good to go. If Sweet Tone is going to be effective, can you make a case for him on paper here to pull off an upset at 13-1?
I absolutely can. That July 26th race, the Royal Brown won. That pace of that race was slow. And so if you're new to the game, if the pace is slow, meaning the horses that are forward are going to have some energy when they turn for home, making it hard for the horses that are coming from off the pace to close that distance and to win. So Sweet Tone was far back trying to close into a slow pace. So although Sweet Tone was third, it's probably better than it looks on paper because the horses in front of him had a lot of energy left.
I was on set for that race. He was my top pick at 20-1, and he ran a very good third place finish for exactly what you said. The pace didn't materialize in front, and he still overcome that and made a good run. His 2-back race was dirtied up. He had a terrible start. Ultimately, I'm not picking him today because I felt like he still needs to step it up a notch to be able to win a race like this.
Acacia, what we're looking at on screen, Katani, who is soaked, and this is your area of expertise, but seemingly agitated.
He definitely is, Lafitte. That is not something I like to see, especially in off of the layoff. And you touched on it in the post parade. Like I said, I don't know if this is normal for him. Like Paul said, watching replays, I didn't notice him looking totally washed out. But oftentimes you will see horses off a layoff get very hot, which sometimes can speak to them just kind of needing a race. But it's just the fact that he's washed out. He's expending energy before the race even begins. Flavien Prat has decided to keep him with the pony. He's using all the tricks in the book, stroking his mane, feet out of the irons, trying to keep him relaxed. Just at a short price, the way that he's acting, not for me in this spot. The number 2, Judge Rules, had a lovely warm-up away from the pony under Manny Franco. He's a horse that I think certainly fits here. It's just that he's had quite a few chances on both surfaces already. Ran pretty well 2 starts back coming from off of it. Do like that he had a good warm-up given the fact that he is one that tends to just kind of drop back and be pretty far off the pace. Looks like he's doing well. Maybe he found the right spot today. And the 6, Sweet Tone. I know this is the emotional pick that we're all rooting for to see Lane Luzzy back in the saddle, but I genuinely do think that he fits in this spot. He's one too that also comes from pretty far off of it, but I noted in my notes last time out that he just looked coming up here to Saratoga like he just could be a little bit more fit, it could be a little bit more awake, and he still ran pretty well at a big price. He's much more defined today and much more alert out on the track. So at a big price and maybe a little bit of a hunch bet as well, potentially he could outrun his odds of fate.
Would be one of these stories of the meet, and something beyond miraculous, something we don't see in thoroughbred racing when a riders fall, riders get banged up. We know it's a dangerous, dangerous sport, but I can't remember hearing of a rider getting kicked in the head area, in this case, getting kicked in the face. Lane Luzzy back in the saddle to ride his next mount, and should he pull off this upset, wow.
Well, the thing about it is, too, for those that are at home, if you're not tuning in often, Lane Luzzy doesn't win a lot of races. Hasn't won yet this meet. And so for him he's not going to pass up on an opportunity, especially when he's trying to establish himself in this colony. So, you know, bloody nose, bloody lip. If he can get the clearance from the doctors, he's going to get on this mount and give this horse the best chance to win.
Yeah, real quick. Yeah, I was just going to mention the 3 got on the racetrack and Katie Davis jumped off, and I think they're settling the saddle there to the feet.
Saddle adjustment there, Rajiv. You want it to be just right.
Yeah, it's better to adjust it now behind the gates and make sure it's right. And when you come out the gate, your saddle isn't in the place you want to be in. You're not balanced.
Katie Davis, the pickup mount, within view. Again, coverage moving over to Fox Sports 1 in about 18 seconds. Coverage to Fox Sports 1, where we have the Fourstar Dave coming up. Saratoga Derby as well. Pick 5 here. The 5th race, again, we'll see it over on Fox Sports 1, the live running of the 5th at Saratoga. We'll see you there as our coverage continues on this Sunday from the Spa.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to our viewers on Fox Sports 1. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon in upstate New York. Live look, Saratoga Racecourse. You're just in time for the 5th race. I mean, just in time. We're less than a minute to post. He's Rajiv Mirage. He's Paul LaDuca, Jonathan Kinchin. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. The story of the day is the 2 Grade 1s coming your way. The Fourstar Dave, Saratoga Derby. The story of the moment is what is about to happen in this 5th race. Jockey Lane Luzzy was kicked in the face in the paddock not 30-40 minutes ago, kicked in the face by a thoroughbred racehorse, and there he is going to ride in the 5th aboard Sweet Tone at 12-1. Rajiv, can you lend perspective to viewers watching not as familiar with the sport of thoroughbred racing how incredibly unusual these circumstances are?
I mean, it's almost like taking a right hook to the face from Mike Tyson, standing there and getting right back up and jumping on a racehorse.
I'd rather get hit by Tyson.
That would be, it's an understatement, right? These horses, they have powerful, those hind legs, they have metal shoes on them, and getting smashed in the face. I can't imagine what that feels like. I've got kicked before. I was knocked out for 2 weeks. This guy is tougher than nails, and we hope he gets the win to validate him taking that kick to the face.
And Paulie, I've seen, like, you're an athlete, you're game face. We saw his game face when he was entering the paddock like a man on a mission.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things, like, he wants to be part of the party, and a kick in the face is not going to stop him. I mean, it's amazing that he's on this horse, and I also think he's got a big shot here, too, with this horse.
This is the other part of the story. You're looking at the favorite in Katani, a 7-5 heavy favorite, ready to kick off this pick 5. Acacia earlier, for our viewers just joining us, in the paddock, observed wet, sweating. You can see it. He's soaked. In his behavior, JK, he has been agitated throughout, not what you want to see, the behavior of a 7-5 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, horses can run through that from time to time. Sometimes just that's just who they are. But I don't know if that's who he is. And I'm a little bit concerned at such a short price. He was going to be my choice in here, but after Acacia let us know how he was behaving in the paddock and the washiness that he was exhibiting, I decided to go elsewhere and landed on the 2.
Katani, the 7-5 favorite. Lane Luzzy in the starting gate with Sweet Tone. It is post time. Time for this late pick 5, this pick 5, 5th race. New York bred, $40,000 maiden claimers up to Frank Miramati for the load and call.
All right, Lafitte, we've got a few left to load. Can't Stand Disco coming up. Here's Charming Jim. Next will be Waffler. Mozzie to complete the line. The blue Bond colors. They're in the gate. And they're off. Judge Rules and Within View are both out very alertly. Mozzie on the far outside, Sweet Tone one from the outside. Katani will settle just behind the battle up top. Then comes Waffler in mid-pack, racing on the inside of Tony O, who's 8 lengths off the lead. Can't Stand Disco, Charming Jim, and Triple Word Score is at the back of the field. It will be Mozzie to set the pace. Leads it by 1.5 lengths now. Sweet Tone moves clearly into second. They're followed by Judge Rules, who gets a good spot at the rail in third. Same can be said for Katani in fourth. The opening quarter mile went in 24 2/5 seconds. It's another 3 lengths back to Within View as they straighten up for the run down the backstretch. Tony O in the green is just outside of him. Waffler pushed along in between those two. A couple in front of Can't Stand Disco, Charming Jim, and Triple Word Score at the back. Less than a half mile to go. Mozzie has been the speed, 49 2 for that half mile, with Sweet Tone second the whole way. Judge Rules along the rail, a joint third still, with Katani now taking that third spot on the outside. Tony O has 5 lengths to make up midway on the far turn as the field gets to quarters in 1:14 3. Can't Stand Disco is trying to launch a bit on the outside. It's still Mozzie clinging to the lead by 2 lengths with a furlong left to go. Here's Judge Rules now set down in second. In the center of the course, Charming Jim in the pink is coming alive with those white blinkers, and he's closing stoutly too. Here comes Charming Jim and Judge Rules after Mozzie. It's a driving 4-way battle that includes Within View. Within View burst through and beat them all. Photo for second there between Judge Rules and Charming Jim. Mozzie weak and late.
Guess they adjusted the saddle just right. Katie Davis not slated to ride this colt, a pickup mount, and she delivers Within View in the 5th at Saratoga to kick off the pick 5.
This is a short list of ride of the week. I mean, this might have got it. We'll see what happens today, but what a perfect ride. Katie saved every inch of ground, was able to get through at the right time. It splitting horses here. I mean, what a difference-making ride. Versus the number 9, Charming Jim, who made a big move, but he had to go wide. The difference in trips made it, and like top pick 13-1.
13-1, well done in a wild finish. Acacia, the smiling assassin, strikes an upset. Within View in the 5th here at Saratoga.
And as Rajiv mentioned, a terrific ride by Katie Davis, saving that ground. And you could see that Within View, in tight between horses and fighting, flipping back to that left lead late, trying so hard, horse and rider, making all of the right moves late. The pace was set by Mozzie, who got very comfortable on the front end. And Katani, the 8, your favorite, just as we discussed before the race, he was right there in striking distance. If good enough, theoretically should have been able to kick on at this point, but nothing left in the stretch after expending so much energy before the race even began. But it was the 3 Within View and Katie Davis to get the victory here. Ran a good race, 2 starts back, coming from off of it after a tough start last time out, taken out of contention and able to break his maiden today. Pickup mount for Katie Davis, victorious here in race number 5, 3-2-9, 10, 13-1 upset winner. A great call with Raj's top pick in here as well, as we see Within View making his way back to the winner's circle. We'll get his picture taken and we'll welcome in a new crew on the desk after this. A lot more to come here on Saratoga Live.
In the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
They're off at Saratoga.
It's a special Sunday at horse racing's most historic racecourse with a race named after one of the all-time fan favorites here, the Sultan of Saratoga, Fourstar Dave. Ottoman Fleet enters on a high note with back-to-back graded stakes wins. Today he gets another opportunity to earn his first ever Grade 1 victory. Carl Spackler is far from a Cinderella story. He's won 4 of his last 5 starts, including here last summer. But his trainer, who's won seemingly every major turf race there is, has never won the Fourstar Dave. In today's Saratoga Derby Invitational, there's extra incentive, with a berth on the line to Australia's best race, the Cox Plate, in late October. A one-time Kentucky Derby hopeful, Deterministic showed promise in his turf debut. Can he take the next step and book a trip down under? It's all next on Saratoga Live. Great to have you with us here at Saratoga Springs in upstate New York, to hallowed grounds in horse racing, and the sun shining down on a special Sunday where 2 Grade 1s will close out this card, rescheduled to keep them on their intended surface. Hi everyone, I'm Greg Wolf. Great to have you with us on our Fox Sports 1 coverage, with not only coverage of a very prestigious race in its own right, but one named after one of the most popular horses to ever run here. A horse who for 8 straight years won at least one race here each summer, becoming a Saratoga legend in the process. Let's take a look at the field for this year's Grade 1 Fourstar Dave. It centers really around 3 main contenders in here. Carl Spackler, Ottoman Fleet, and More Than Looks, who's going to be coming back for the first time since the Breeders' Cup Mile in late November last year. This is a look at the group that will line up for a purse of $500,000. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, champion jockey Richie Migliori, who knows plenty about the horse this race is named after. We'll get into just a little bit.
This is plan B for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. No master of the season here. Last year's Breeders' Cup Mile winner with a foot bruise. Pretty good plan B, though, with Autumn and Fleet.
Though I'll tell you, everybody in this race is going to look around the paddock and go, oh, I'm glad that Master of the Seas is not here because he'd be very hard to beat. Autumn and Fleet is a good horse. He's not as good as Master of the Seas, last year's Breeders' Cup Mile winner. He's been sort of, he's a adaptable horse. He can rate, he can go to the front if he needs to, and he's probably the horse to beat in this race. He is the one horse in this race, Richie, that's been effective running in Grade 1 races.
Yeah, he may not have won a Grade 1. Nobody in this field has at this point, but that'll be rectified by the end of the day today. But I think that his versatility, that, you know, how tactical he is, really bodes well for him. He's a horse that can make the pace if it presented, or he can come from well back or stock. You know, that's a jockey's dream when you can go into the gate with a clear head.
Meanwhile, Carl Spackler for trainer Chad Brown. It's amazing to think with all his success as a trainer in this game that he has not won this race. Carl Spackler could change that today. This is a look at his Grade 3 Kelso win here at Saratoga early in the meet.
I think Carl Spackler was more effective in conquering the Gopher than Chad Brown is in trying to conquer the Fourstar Dave. He's had a lot of live horses in here and not able to get it done. Carl Spackler also can be forwardly placed, and the one strong quality, look at the speed, Richie, but if you're riding him, aren't you looking to be forwardly placed with Carl Spackler?
Oh, absolutely. I don't want to be in a position where I've got to try to run down Autumn and Fleet. I would rather have him have to try to run me down.
By the way, the Gopher made it out alive, Andy.
That's what I was trying to sort of get there. I couldn't remember.
15
like
starters in this race for Chad Brown. 6 seconds, 2/3, and in 2020 actually had half the field, and he ran 5th through 8th that year. But a big chance certainly to win it this year. You could play it all by getting signed up with the official betting app of Saratoga. Naira Bets, get that offer there, that $250 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code for new members, spot 250 at sign-up. Again at nairabets.com. It will be the 4-year-old return for a horse who was last seen in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Let's go to the barn of Cherie DeVoe with Maggie Wolfendale.
Today, More Than Looks will go to Plan B. The 4-year-old meant to make his return to the races last week in the Lure, but that race rained off, in which it featured softer company as well. So today, taking on Grade 1 caliber horses, his trainer, Cherie DeVoe, says that he's absolutely capable of handling them. It's just the question of the layoff. A horse in which he is coming off a significant tendon injury, and Cherie saying that he's probably only 80 to 85% fit. But they'll take this race in stride and point him towards the Breeders' Cup Mile yet again, as he looks to give Cherie her first Grade 1 here up at the spa. More on her story a bit later in the show.
Yeah, Maggie, thank you. We'll have much more on Cherie DeVoe coming up in the program, who has just had an incredible start to this meet here at Saratoga as we take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 6 is 17 minutes away. We have the Mahoney still to come. We'll get into the history of what that race is and who it's named after in just a little bit. We have another Grade 1 as well that's going to close things out on this Sunday program. Rescheduled Grade 1 Saratoga Derby Invitational with a berth on the line to the Cox Plate worth $5 million down under.
Yeah, and field of 6 lining up. Now, both horses outside that were scratched were relatively short prices, which will make Legend of Time even shorter price. And I don't know about you, Richie. I have not seen enough from this horse to think he's worth taking a short price.
No, I would agree with that. It feels like he has to run a bit faster. You know, there's a lot of horses in here that run very similar kind of figures. He did have to wait a little bit last time, but he saved all the ground.
He did, and I understand the pace was slow and they sort of ran around like a pack together, but it's not like that race lives in isolation. His prior races, while they're okay, they're not exactly stellar, so I think there are horses that may have some upside that can beat him. Christophe Clement is a strong hand with 2 in this race.
Yeah, not just Deterministic, too. His other horse who was so precocious as a 2-year-old, Carson's Run, it's a big comeback race for him in Monmouth last night.
I liked his last race a lot and like him today.
Last race, for those who did not see it, it was a New York-bred $40,000 maiden claiming event at 1 16th on the turf. And Katie Davis, pickup mount on Within View for trainer Rachel Sells with the big upset at 13-1.
Yeah, getting a great trip down the inside and able to split horses late to pull the upset.
We move on to race 6, and it is a good one. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. And a look at the current odds trading strategy for the meet's leading trainer, Chad Brown. Debuting filly by Quality Road, 5-2 on the board right now.
Yeah, and like all of these horses, especially the firsters, when you have a firster, Richie, going 7 furlongs in their first start, they're usually horses that will probably excel over time in more distance.
And a very tough debut distance.
There she is, making her debut. Flavian Pratt. He'll be aboard for the first start, traveling 7/8 of a mile. Much more on the 6th when we come back.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner who posted 7 triple-digit buyers with $5.6 million in earnings, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road. Multiple black type winners, including Grade 3 winner Mimi Kikuchi and champion 2-year-old Grade 1 Breeders' Cup juvenile winner, Fierceness.
Running away! Fierceness! A powerhouse win!
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lanes End Farm.
FanDuel has something for everyone every day. Score bigger winnings at any inning with Profit Boosts. Take home bonus bets for home runs every Tuesday. And beat the heat with no sweat bets. Make the most out of this summer with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. All customers get a boost or a bonus every day, all summer long. Plus, new customers can bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets if you win.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Head back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good! He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile!
Corniche.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 Sunday coverage on Fourstar Dave. Sunday afternoon rescheduled to keep that race on the lawn. Saratoga Derby to come as well. And there's a look at our colleague who's going to join us shortly. He's busy right now, as you can see. Going to send out an expensive first-time starter of filly by a mom who he trained, who was pretty successful and has produced some good ones on the racetrack. Let's get more with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And of course, this race brought to you by Spendthrift Farm. This is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. But while there's some pretty attractive looking first-time starters that bring pedigrees to the table, let's talk about a horse who could be saying, catch me if you can. And that goes out for Mark Cassie, a trainer who's having an exceptional Saratoga meeting. And LaCara, she has 1 good race and 2 not so good races. But that good race came 2 back at Churchill Downs, in which she attained the lead that day and fought quite gamely to the wire. So Connection's kind of citing that this is a horse that when she gets in front, it emboldens her. So looking at her, I will say this relative to her last start up here on opening week is that she's a lot more relaxed, and I always think that bodes well for a horse trying to get a longer distance for the first time. She's really strong, really fit, and I do think she could be formidable in here, as she's the one that brings a lot of experience to the table. Now on to those first-time starters. Number 4, Trading Strategy, who is currently your favorite. I've loved what I've seen from this filly in her morning workouts. Now 2 back from the gate, she broke well outside of an unraced mate. She easily pulled ahead and galloped out beautifully with Flavian Pratt aboard. This is one that has some go-back pedigree, some second-generational pedigree. Daughter of Quality Road. The Dam is a 3/4 sister to Dixie Chatter, a multiple Greatest Stakes winner, and also have to another Greatest Stakes winner sprinting on the dirt. And she looks well spotted here going the 7 furlongs. Eventually, she will want more ground. There's no doubt about it, but she looks fit and ready to go here. And I just think that she should have the talent to get the job done going the 7/8. Now, another horse that's taking some attention that has a fairly precocious pedigree is number 7, Tehanita for Shug McGahee. Now, not that Shug's necessarily known to have them cranked up and ready to fire. It's more a building process when horses come out of this barn. Tehanita, a daughter of Tappet, who strikes at 13% with his 2-year-old first-time starters. The Dam won her first 2 starts as a 2-year-old. She would go on to be Greatest Stakes placed, and then a half-sibling won her first 2 starts as well. So some pedigree to say that winning early is certainly doable. Now, she is sharp in here. She's very forward and in the bridle, and she's also very fit. You know, a lot of times Shug's horses look as though they need that start mentally and physically. She's quite racy looking and looks ready to go. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. We're going to get to the post parade here coming up in just a little bit. We're 10 minutes away from the start of this 6th for these 2-year-old fillies. Of course, next weekend, Fox Saratoga Saturday continues with one of the major events there is in the sport for 3-year-old fillies, that Grade 1 Alabama at 1.25 miles.
I thought it was kind of cool. We were showing the ad for the Alabama while showing a statue of a horse that won the Travers. We need a statue for Alabama.
It does tie in because the leading 3-year-old filly in the game right now will be headed to the Travers, and as a result of that, it's going to become a much better and fuller field.
Well, the Alabama's going to be a better race because everybody's going to say, oh, the witch is gone. I don't have to worry about her. And they should come en masse for it. I totally agree. We're drawing that race now, but it's also going to make the Travers. Oh, listen, the Travers is a great race anyway, but now it becomes an even bigger story.
Yeah, right. That's a whole nother layer to it, right, Greg?
No question. See who shows up. That's going to be a full entry box, you would think, for the Alabama with no torpedo, Anna. Races like this, we talk about 7/8 of a mile. For first-time starters, it could be a challenging distance. So do you give an extra look to someone like the 2 Lacara, who already has 3 starts under her belt?
No question about it. And I also think, and Richie, feel free to disagree, though I doubt you do, that, and we're talking the 4 we'll get to in a second, they're going to be aggressive with her. Unless there's a fast horse early, she's going to be in front.
Oh, I would have to think so. And they're going to Ricardo Santana here. Jose Ortiz is not riding, and he's aggressive by nature anyway. He's a rider that wants to get his position going forward.
Look there at Shug McGahee's Tehanita, expensive filly as well, daughter of Tappet. And Arad Ortiz Jr. will show up, and Arad's starting to pile up some wins here.
He is, and we should get back to the 4, by the way, who is the favorite. But absolutely, and he's going to be off the next 3 days with a suspension, which he may or may not deserve, depending on who you asked. I would disagree with it, but he will be off. But he is building up a hefty lead here. And Maggie had nice things to say about this horse.
And take a look at the standings here. He's got 33 wins, 3-win day yesterday for the man trying to win a 3rd consecutive jockey title here at Saratoga. And yeah, he'll miss next week, Mig, the 14th through the 16th. So a chance, certainly for Pratt and Gaffleone to try and make up some ground.
Yeah, they're going to pick up some of his mounts as well. So there could be, you know, some swings here. I read losing a winner, one of them picking up a winner. Tyler Gaffleone has really heated up over the last 4 or 5 days.
You know, he really has. And it reminds me, you know, I was thinking about last year where he missed a bunch of days and he had a slow beginning and he just had a remarkable second half of the season. And Tyler has made it very clear he belongs at the very highest levels of riders in this game.
Here's a look at Tom Amos's filly. He's going to join us after this race. And $550,000 spent on this filly. Tom did the bidding. He was at the auction. And, of course, he knows his family very well.
Well, this is a producer, this mare. Not only was she a stakes winner herself, but she's produced Seymour Dini, stakes winners Cala Star, Delightful Joy. And this filly's been working extremely well. I like when you have a sprinkling of those fast works in with those like maintenance moves. You know, you get a 59 and then you go back to like a 49 and then another 59. It shows horse's ability.
And this is probably a horse that will want a little ground. The McKinseys, there's good reports of the McKinseys, but they're probably horses that aren't going to win as many of these early races when they're running 5.5s and 6 and 7 might suit her well. We'll see. I mean, you know, you have to imagine they like some horses here. I'm surprised to see the 5 at 7-1, who's the second choice in doubles. See if she takes some money for Bill Mott. But the heavy favorite right now is the 4 training strategy.
There's Dylan Davis. He's had the best start to any Saratoga summer ever for him. He just saw his sister win the last race, 13-1 upset, but what a terrific start for Dylan Davis.
He's really matured as a rider, and with that maturity has come that consistency that you look for from a top rider.
For more on our colleague, he'll join us after this race and his debuting filly. Let's go back to Maggie.
And a filly in which the pedigree, Tom, I'm sure is very familiar with, training the Dam Graham 6. She was quite a good runner for you. Tom, I know you said you bought this filly. What did you like most about her?
Well, I was actually surprised when I saw her. Graham 6 was a very small horse, maybe a little over 14 hands, really small. And she's been such a proficient broodmare. And when I saw this filly, you know, I loved her size, I loved her scope, had a great walk, and she shows it on the racetrack. She's got a big stride on the racetrack.
What did you think about her here in the paddock today? How'd she handle herself?
She's a real pro. I thought she handled everything really well. It's her first start. This is her initial test. This isn't a final grade, but we'd like her to learn a lot in the race and show us a little something as well. And I think she'll do that.
Well, Tom, thank you so much for your time. Look forward to hearing you later and seeing you on the show.
Same here. I look forward to hearing you.
It's all about teamwork here, Greg.
Tom, come back here. We need you quickly, hopefully with a W. And, you know, a lot of times you talk about intention with trainers, but some of that has to do with the horses themselves, and while ultimately they might be better going a little bit longer. So for this filly, maybe this is just an education.
Well, yeah, listen, it's Saratoga, and you want to win. And you know, no, everybody wants to win here, but right. I mean, they're looking, when they're debuting at 7 furlongs, they're usually going to be horses whose trainers feel they're better with more distance. So they want to see a good effort by them, a win if they can get it, but still a good effort.
Kick off our post parade with Mia's mom for Robert Medina.
Yeah, we'll see. With have to Skippy Longstocking and a couple other horses that could run a little bit. They paid a lot of money for this one.
As well, started her career 3 for 3. Lacara, the one with experience here with 3 starts.
3 starts, a lot of foundation to get this 7/8, homebred for Tracy Farmer.
Second-time
starter for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, going steady.
Listen, you always reticent. Wayne's horse sometimes prove from one race to the next, but she needs to improve a lot.
Leading trainer at the meet, Chad Brown with a first-time starter trading strategy.
Yeah, half to winner McVeigh and by Quality Road. Chad Brown, you know, taking money, you got to respect.
Hall of Famer Bill Mott, first-time starter, table flirt.
I expect this horse to get bet down from the 7-1, considering how much money she took in doubles, and should be paid attention to.
Tom Amos joining us after this race. This is Philly Quick Kick.
Really good work pattern coming into this out of a mare that has been a prolific kind of producer.
Hall of Famer Shug McGahee with a first-time starter, Tehanita.
Another horse who has the pedigree to be a runner, and Maggie has some good things to say.
And the other Chad Brown, first-time starter on the outside, Trango Tower.
Yeah, another homebred. This one for Alpha Delta Stable. Lewis Bay, a multiple graded stakes winner, earner of over $1.1 million. That Chad trained, so there's familiarity with the family there.
So here's the most experienced filly in the race. This is going to be start number 4 coming up for a barn who's had a tremendous start here to this meet, Mark Casse. This is back on June 21st, 2 starts back, the best race she's run. Second, beat less than 2 lengths.
And Richie, I don't think it's random that this was the best race she ran, because this was a race she was able to get the lead. And given these horses probably aren't the types that have a ton of early speed, she might be in a position where she may not be the best horse ultimately in the race, but she may be the best horse today.
Yeah, with that experience, with the fitness foundation she has, and the fact that she should make the lead here, and again, particularly getting Ricardo Santana aboard here, she would not be a surprise.
I think we should talk a little about the first-time star of the 4 who's taking this money. Now, I have talked to Chad Brown about this horse, and he's high on her as a racehorse, but he did say to me the same thing we're sort of talking about, which is I think she's going to be a horse that's ultimately better with more distance. That doesn't mean she's not going to win today. In no way is suggesting she couldn't, but he thinks she may need more distance. And I think what that usually means is don't expect her to be, you know, too aggressive early. Not that his horses usually are. And he's got 2 in here. And the other one, as you mentioned, Trango Tower. Lewis Bay won over $1 million a dam. I won't be shocked if that horse runs well in here. I remember a race a few years ago where Chad had 2 in there, and they ran 1-2. And in fact, the horse who won went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, and the other one was highly motivated, who ended up being a very solid graded stakes horse.
He quite frequently wins races with his other horse in a race.
Well, you know, I think sometimes that's a little, people notice it more when they win with the one that's a bigger price. But right, I don't think because the other horse doesn't take much money means that horse can't run. And because one is for Klarovich or something doesn't mean the other horse in here just to fill the race.
No, he's running quality horses, you know, so if he's got 2 or 3 in a race, they're all potentially able to win.
He would like to win with every single horse he runs. If he could have a dead heat here, he'd be very happy.
Look at Tyler Gaffleone there on that one horse, Mia's Mom. He's already won a couple on this card this afternoon. With more on the other Chad Brown runner, who's the big price. Let's go back to Maggie.
The other. I always feel like we have that situation often with these big stables, but Trango Tower, well, I haven't been as impressed with what I've seen from her in the mornings when it comes to workouts and viewing them on XBTV. I will say this, as you guys discussed her pedigree, which is lovely. She's a lovely put together filly by Curlin. Yes, with the pedigree too, she'll probably want to go a bit further. And from this barn, could look just a little bit more fit and defined. But like I said, she's balanced, she's an athlete, everything's where it needs to be. So I find her intriguing, kind of taking the wait and see approach, but definitely think there could be some quality in there. As I do want to mention another long shot, in fact, the longest shot on the board who has experience in number 3, Going Steady, Daughter of Constitution. She took a lot of kickback down the lane just throughout the running of that race, in which it was wired by Tom Amos's Kimchi Cat. Nobody really changing that much position in there. I thought she definitely needed longer. So she gets an extra furlong and a half to work with today, and she's sharper for this second start and fitter. So experience goes a long way, and I do think maybe LaCara possibly being dismissed at 9-2 on the board, guys.
Maggie, thanks. Again, Ricardo Santana Jr. on the 2, LaCara. This 3-horse, though, for Dwayne Lucas with a race under their belt. As we take a look at Tom Amos, left-hand side of your screen, his debuting filly. And Tom, early on at this meet, got off to a very good start. We'll see if he can keep things going here.
You know, he won a few races early, and obviously things have been slower, but it's just very hard to win here, and you have to appreciate every win. I don't care who you are.
This is my top selection, Tom's horse here, Quick Kick. I love the pedigree. I love the fact that the mare's a producer. I like those fast works sprinkled in with a bunch of maintenance works. I just like a pattern like that. He talked about the dam who he trained, Graham 6. She was by Graham Hall, who was out of Windcrafty Lady, who was tiny as well, but I think this filly gets her side and scope from McKinsey.
Again, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion, General Sire Into Mischief. We're just about set. It will start at pick 4. And the 9-5 favorite, that first-time starter for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. Always formidable connections with Trading Strategy.
We'll see, taking the money. And interesting, like nobody else is taking much money. The 5 never really got bet that much, despite the fact that she's bet in doubles. We'll see if she runs better than her 7-1 odds.
So the 1 to beat. First-time starter for the leading trainer at the meet, the 4 Trading Strategy. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
One more going in. Trango Towers in. And they're off. LaCara is very quick away from the gate, tries to clear away. Going Steady came away in good order, as did Mia's Mom, who comes through now to be second. It's already 4 lengths back to Trading Strategy, who's in 4th and 8 or 9 lengths off the lead. Tejanita is next, followed by Table Flirt. Trango Tower is second to last, and Quick Kick behind them. The opening quarter in 22-2 for LaCara. LaCara with a 4-length advantage on Mia's Mom in second as they go to the half-mile pole. Then Going Steady inching up on the outside to take second. Now it's 8 more lengths to Trading Strategy. This is a very strung out field. Trango Tower is next. Tejanita behind that group, followed by Table Flirt and Quick Kick trying to launch a bid from behind. LaCara went 45-2 for a half mile. Going Steady closing in from second within 2 lengths of the pacemaker. Trango Tower takes third on the outside of Trading Strategy. 3/16 of a mile to go. And LaCara has another gear, spurts away again to lead it by 3. Going Steady took a shot, but is no match late for LaCara, who turns on the afterburners. LaCara will pummel this group. LaCara spreading them out, wins by 8 lengths. Second to Going Steady. Quick Kick with some good energy third. Trading Strategy was 4th.
One of the hottest barns at the meet keeps things going. Mark Casse Lacara, and we talked about experience, especially at this distance. It can mean a lot, and looked like it did here.
Experience was the exacta. This horse went fast early, ran away from the field, and never stopped running, Richie. They made it basically a 1 and 1.5 horse race. The only horse that made any run was Tom's horse, who had a big gallop out and was flying at the end, quick kick. The others, no factor.
Yeah, but again, it underscores how important it is, especially going 7 furlongs, to have not only that experience from a mental standpoint, but from the fitness standpoint. This being her 4th start, she had a lot of foundation, going steady, improved, and which we see quite a bit with Dwayne Lucas's horses with a race or 2 under their belt. And quick kick, very useful first effort, something to build on.
And I think, you watch the gallop out as they went to the turn, as they're finishing after the race, gallop out, referring to what horses do after the race is over. And she was really getting her legs under, and she caught up the leader by the time they hit the turn. So I imagine Tom, while disappointed in win, has to be very, very happy with the result there for his horse. She ran a good race to be 3rd and closing at the end, but the winner, she never gave anyone else a chance. You kept waiting for her to stop. She was moving, 22-2, 45-2, and she just kept extending.
Big separation early on from Lacara and going steady. For a moment, it looked like that 18-1 shot for Dwayne Lucas really was going to pose a threat, but Lacara, as you heard from Frank Miramonti, did find another gear and wins at 9-2.
Yeah,
just kept finding, and Mark Cassidy continuing a very strong Saratoga meeting.
Prices from this 6th when we return. It's Lacara. Picture time still ahead. More Than Looks may have finished 6th in the Breeders' Cup Mile, but he gained in reputation in that effort. He'll make his 4-year-old debut in the Fourstar Dave. And will the dude come up with the goods? Major Dude returns to Graded Stakes Company off a career best effort in his last outing.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
The best bet for your dollar is Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeding Program.
I honestly believe it's the best program in the country, and it's probably the best kept secret.
The incentives in this program are awarded to any mass bred running anywhere in the country. Bonuses for owners, breeders, developers, stallion owners. You get those percentages no matter where that horse is running.
This is a great program. Everything about it.
Back with you on Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, so much to love and enjoy around here, not just the racetrack. After the last race finishes, everyone heads over to Broadway fun for fans, families, and all great food, entertainment. Really a throwback city.
You take the kids to G. Willikers, right? It's a great store for kids, great toy store.
I need to do that. I've not done it yet, but I will. Good suggestion.
It's a good start.
La Cara in the 6th for Mark Casse. Came into today winning at 30% at the meet. Gets his 10th winner of this Saratoga summer season.
Yeah, he's having a great meet, and a lot of it's been 2-year-olds, but not only 2-year-olds. And this one, a much better plan to be aggressive this time. Lost to a Tom Amos horse last time. They beat Tom today.
This was our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Again, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. La Cara and some firsters maybe to keep your eyes on going forward coming out of that race. We move on to race 7. 6.5 furlongs, lower level claiming race, all for sale in this race for $12,500. And Beach Boy Al, with the scratch of the 4, who probably would have been favored in here, becomes the de facto favorite right now.
It's a funny favorite, I guess, a horse who can win this race. He certainly doesn't have much speed, so they better hope that this race comes back. He and Mr. JT, the 7, will vie for favoritism, and it feels like there is some speed between the 5, 7, and 9. See what plays out. I like the 2 and 9. Oh, I got a bankroll bet in this race.
We will get to that coming up in a moment. Time for our Dunkin' Dash of the week. And we go back to Looms Boldly for Brad Cox. 3 1/4 length score in the John Morrissey just a few days ago.
Yeah, he's really improved, and he's done it in Saratoga. He was involved in the fast race with Subrogate last time, but he kind of needed to prove it was real, and he did. Now, he got away with a very, 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 very soft early fraction here when Rotney, the favorite, didn't get into the race at all, and the other speed rated, but he got a nice win.
Yeah, Rotney not a good beginning, and then he got to get to the front and get very comfortable. And he's a horse that showed last time he'll fight for it. I mean, he'll go down there and he wants it. Big effort here.
He is quick early and gets that big win in the Morrissey. Our Dunkin' Dash of the week. Keep things cool this summer with a nice beverage from Dunkin'. Beat the heat with your favorite Dunkin' Refresher, a delicious cold brew. Sparked Energy by Dunkin' and more. America runs on Dunkin'. I love the Morrissey, mainly just because we get to talk about a guy who was a bare-knuckle brawler and created this racetrack, became a congressman.
It was probably fun.
Tremendous
probably a lot
story.
of fun guy to be around, is my guess. You're getting ready for your bare-knuckle days. I hear you're working on it a little bit.
No, not me. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
He's retired these days. Big one still to come later today. Grade 1 Fourstar Dave. Let's go by the numbers. Named after the Sultan of Saratoga. Won a race here 8 straight years. Became a fan favorite. The fastest ever run by a filly. Got Stormy. She beat the boys after winning the Della Rose just a week earlier. Recently retired Casa Creed, part of a foursome to win it twice. He won up here 4 years in his racing career. Hall of Famer Bill Mott, 6 wins in this race. His first with Hap all the way back in 2000. John Velasquez, 9 victories in this race. Not here today, though, including 3 straight from 2011 to 2013. 8 owners have won it twice, including Leon Seidler with the aforementioned Casa Creed, back-to-back years. 7 have gone on to win the Breeders' Cup Mile, including Ward Approval for Mark Casse. Won 3 straight Grade 1s the end of his 5-year-old campaign. 4 have been crowned champion, including 11-time Grade 1 winner Wise Dan, a 2-time champion. 2 in the Hall of Fame, including Laura, won back-to-back runnings of the Breeders' Cup Mile for Shug McGahee and Claiborne Farm. One of the all-time great fan favorites up in these parts. Fourstar Dave, buried in Clare Court. It's our ABR race of the week, and this is the field that will line up in this year's edition. Autumn and Fleet, the 8-5 morning line favorite. We'll get to him in a moment. We start with a man we just saw win the last race, Mark Casse. He'll send out strong quality, who is quick early.
You got to think they're going to send him the lead and hope he can get it done. While he's competed at some higher levels, he's going to have to run his very best race to win here.
Well, we mentioned John Velasquez out of town today, so Joel Rosario, he will fill in on Major Dude. And that was a big effort last time for this Todd Pletcher trainee.
It was, but it was also a very, very soft trip against Lesser. He's going to have to step it up.
No question. This will be a class test for Major Dude this afternoon. Carl Spackler, he is 5 for 8 on the turf as Chad Brown tries to get his first ever Fourstar Dave.
Yeah, 3 for 4 here in Saratoga. A horse that runs turns very well. He's very tactical, should put himself in a good forward position.
Money Supply taking quite a big shot in here. First turf effort came last start at Horseshoe Indy. Won the race, but this is a different level of company.
Right, he's the rank outsider in here, but no apologies. Claimed this horse for $35,000 and appeared to have made well over $500,000 with him in under a year, and he did show he can run on the turf, but this is a shot.
Charlie Appleby already has won 3 graded stakes on the grass at this meet. He'll send out Autumn and Fleet.
Very hard-knocking, consistent sort, Autumn and Fleet. He's very versatile. If there's no pace on, he can make the running. If they go very quick, he can come from far back.
Well, if there's no pace on, that's trouble for this horse. More than looks. Very talented. Comes from far out of it, though, for Cherie DeVaux.
Yeah, he puts in his run, though, depending without pace sometimes. He's very, very good, but it's a tall order coming off a long layoff.
And for a horse, More Than Looks, that wanted a spot earlier in the meet, in the lure, and doesn't get that setup race to get here, how tough is this going to be for someone?
Well, it's going to be hard. I mean, he wouldn't have run in both, and I know you're not implying that. The lure was scheduled for last week. We took it off the turf, and obviously he didn't run. But it's tough. It's a big ask. That's why Cherie DeVaux opted for the lure. An easier field, an easier spot to get started. At this point, she's left without a lot of options because even if he loses today, she wants to get that race into him, and I'm guessing is pointing towards the mile turf race at Keeneland to hope to use that to get to the Breeders' Cup mile.
The target, obviously, yeah, Breeders' Cup mile, get there, and they got to use some race
right
to get started.
I mean, listen, everybody wants to win. We can keep having that conversation. But when you're bringing a horse like this back, even a good second by him, while disappointing you don't win, they'll be happy.
Do you think it'd be fair, and obviously time will tell, though, that ultimately he may turn out to be the best horse coming out of this race, just might not be today?
If he's able to build on his last year's form, and we'll see if he can come back and do it, he is the best horse in this race. He was good last year.
At 6th in the Breeders' Cup mile, watch his finish. He comes flying late. That's the horse and the Silks of Lee Einsiedler won it back-to-back years. Casa Creed recently retired to Millridge Farm in Lexington. Christophe Clement trying to kickstart his summer season in today's Grade 1s on the grass. A one-time Kentucky Derby hopeful, Deterministic, showed big promise in his turf debut. Will today be his day in the Saratoga Derby? Or will his stablemate upstage him? Carson's Run was big in his comeback in Monmouth.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head. It is Robin Sparkles who leads through a half and 44-1. Super Sensationals coming on the outside. And Miss J. McKay is gaining along with Lady Edith, all chasing Robin Sparkles as they come for the finish. It is Robin Sparkles holding on.
Robin Sparkles purchased right across the street on a sale that happens tonight and tomorrow. in that Basic tipped in the York bred yearling sale. She went on to earn over $500,000 and become a graded stakes winner in her career.
No, she did really, really well. Trainer Bruce Brown had a lot of success with her. She was incredibly fast early and just kept on rolling. She had some nice races, and there's Bruce right there.
$30,000 purchase, earned over $530,000. You can find some great bargains there and horses that go on to do some great things. Tom Amoss back with us. What'd you think of that debut from your filly?
Well, I thought it was really good. When we debut a horse for the first time, it's a learning experience, not only for the horse, but for the trainer and his staff. You're going to watch her turn from home here. She's well back. She actually came from last. The best part of her race is the end of the race, her last eighth of a mile. She's not going to pick up the two horses that are experienced that ran 1-2. They've already run before, but she's there. That's her with the white blaze on the outside. But pay attention to what happens when they cross the wire. When they pan to the winner, you're going to see my horse about 6 or 7 lengths in front of the winner. She's just getting started, Richie.
She really galloped out. How encouraging is it, too, Tom, when they take kickback the way she did and then still go on and finish?
Yeah, look, what's the term we like to use? You might have lost the battle, but you're not going to win the war. You're going to win the war with one like her. She knows she gained so much from that one race. It's almost like a preseason game in football. We're ready for the season opener.
Nice.
See what happens at start number 2, but exciting debut and certainly promise to come from one with a nice pedigree. This 7th race coming up next. Let's get more from Maggie in the paddock.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at the horse who is taking the most money, at least as of now, and that's her trainer Rob Atras in number 7 in here. That is Mr. JT. 2 disappointing efforts that he comes in off of at Monmouth Park, in which last time I thought he was very wide throughout. Was flattered when the second place finisher came back and won with a 79, but the thing that this race is missing is a clear-cut speed, and I just thought that he could be quite forward in here. Now, he's a horse that does struggle to carry his weight, and that's usually something that Rob Atras and his team are really well versed at doing. They often put a good bit of conditioning on their horses. He probably looks a bit better than what I saw from him last time, but again, just wish to feel really confident about him that he was carrying a bit more weight. Now, moving on to number 6, Beach Boy Al comes in here off of a voided claim when dropping precipitously for 16,000. It didn't really show up that day behind Poppy's Pride, in which that race dominated towards the front end, and he is a come from behind type, generally speaking. There was a point in his career, mainly at Finger Lakes, when he could be closer. So maybe with the lack of apparent speed, this will draw this horse into the race a bit more, one would hope. But as he does come off that voided claim, the front wraps are on here. He is a horse that wears that breastplate, kind of has those really slopey withers. What I mean is they're really high pitched, and so a saddle will just go whoop straight back his back because of how high and angular those withers are. So that's why he wears that breastplate. But otherwise, this horse looks phenomenal. I mean, if I was blindly picking horses upon appearances, it would be Beach Boy Al. As we'll move on to a horse that I know Andy's interested in, and that's number 2, Joking Way. He'll go out for lower profile connections, Jesus Romero, but I will say this about Jesus. Every time he brings his horses over, they do look a picture physically. I mean, they're well taken care of, they're very healthy, and Joking Way, he's a horse that is pretty devoid of any early speed, and he shows it here in the paddock. He walks around with his head on the ground. He's so quiet, so docile, and kind of demure in his demeanor, in that he just touts himself as a horse that isn't going to be very quick, but otherwise physically matches up really well against the rest of his foes here, as he does take that drop back down in class today, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. So, Joking Way, that 2. We're going to have more on this horse right now with Andy Serling. He's going to put together a bankroll play.
Yeah, I thought this was a fun race to fool around a little bit in, and I'm interested in a couple horses here. I like the number 2, Joking Way. I'm going to bet $60 to win on him. He's a horse that was compromised last time in a race where the pace held together against Tougher. We saw the second horse come back to win. Was wide against a rail when the rail was very strong 2 races back. So he's had excuses. And you go 3 and 4 and 5 races back. He ran fast enough to compete here, and he's a square price. So I'll bet him to win, and I'm going to box him in the exacta with the 9 Charging Arrow. And the reason I think to like the number 9 Charging Arrow is that Charging Arrow was wide in his last start, and that was on August 1st, a day where the inside was a distinct advantage, as strong as any day I've seen all year. And you want to bet horses back that were wide that day. So I like both of these horses, but I'll bet the 2 to win and box 2-9 in the exacta, $20.
Well, you can
total.
play along with Andy or come up with your own by playing with the official betting app of Saratoga. Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. Get that $250 deposit match sign up new customer bonus with that promo code right there, SPA250. Play with us all summer long and beyond here at Saratoga, right there at NairaBets.com. Current favorite is also Tom's selection in here. That's Mr. JT. Rob Atras with this one back now, a 6-time winner, Tom.
Yeah, we're going to watch a backtrack on him, and the interesting thing about that backtrack is not only does he run well, but the horse he runs second to that day is Pintrack, who we watched win yesterday. So here we go right here. She's going to lay off the pace. He's going to swing outside. He can't run down that leader Pintrack, but Pintrack showed his class yesterday by winning, and Mr. JT is, I think, a formidable opponent in this spot. He's been bet down pretty strongly. He was 6-1 morning line. He's down to 2-1, Rich.
Well, I want to mention something about the morning line. There was a 7-5 shot in the morning line in Ryder's Special, and he scratched. So you can't really use this morning line to judge the odds. All these horses would be around 40% or 50% lower if their horse hadn't been entered.
Yeah, that's fair.
We'll see if Mr. JT has certainly faced some of the toughest company of anyone in here. Republican making the 9-5 favorites. Some of that, though, maybe a little has come down even a little more because of who's on board.
Well, it's Irad Ortiz, right? I agree, and he's riding. I mean, he's coming off of 2 abysmal efforts. Now, they were against better races, but, I mean, last time he chased 3 wide, well, that was a day at Monmouth Park where you didn't want to be on the rail. The rail was a bad place to be. So he had the right trip, and better horse or not, he really didn't do much running. So Irad obviously can help. He can be forward in here, and I won't shock if he does well, but is he the kind of horse you want to take 9-5 on?
I don't know. I was with you on Joking Way, the 2 horse. I thought there was a little bit of value there at 5-1, but I didn't anticipate less than 2-1 on the 7 horse, Mr. JT.
Tough race.
It is
to
a tough
really
race.
sink your teeth into and feel good, have a strong conviction about anyone.
What about, where's the pace, you guys?
Well, I think the pace belongs to the 5 Ribbons and Medals, potentially the 7 Mr. JT, and I think the 9 Charging Arrow. I don't think it's going to be a blistering pace, but I think any of those horses can be forward in here.
Here's Notable Bob. We'll kick off the post parade for Nick Zito first off the claim.
Yeah, nice to see Nick claiming some horses, and I wish him good luck.
2-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer, legend. Joking Way, Andy's bankroll play.
Yeah, horse dropping down in class. Class means running at a higher level, and coming down to a lower level should improve based on that.
Source player here with some good form at Finger Lakes, not away.
Yeah, is taking some money in here. Not my cup of tea, but we'll see if we can bring that form from Finger Lakes and if it's good enough.
0 for 8 this year, Ribbons and Medals, 20-1.
Yeah, is obviously going to have to let a lot better, and has been running in some lower level race, including last time at Finger Lakes.
Beach Boy Al off since early May.
Off since early May, shows only 3 works. Those are required if you've been off more than 90 days by the New York Racing Association. No more than that, the minimum requirement.
Meets leading rider, and Mr. JT.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand him having a chance. I think he's too short a price.
And long shot Charging Arrow at 6-1.
Well, Charging Arrow is dangerous on the outside. Another horse, I said, was against a bias last time.
5 minutes of post here in this 7th race on our Sunday card with a Grade 1 Fourstar Dave and Grade 1 Saratoga Derby Invitational. Still to come, that has that berth on the line to the Cox Plate fans, taking in the sunshine, taking in this tremendous action at this historic racetrack here in upstate New York on a glorious Sunday afternoon. We'll be back with the 7th right after this.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Hey, I'm Nick Zito, and welcome back to Saratoga Live. If you're not watching that, you're not watching anything. So get yourself some popcorn or whatever and hang out and bet a few horses. You know what? It'll change your life.
Best advice I've heard in a long time. Thank you, Nick Zito, two-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer, career Triple Crown, great ambassador for the game.
Great.
And a fan of our show.
Great man all around, rooting for Nick.
That's his horse, Notable Bob. Blinkers going on, just claimed this horse last time out. Meanwhile, there's Charging Arrow. Mig, what do you like here?
Well, this horse has races in his past that are certainly good enough, and I thought he was just caught in a position he couldn't win from last time when Chateau, a good version of Chateau, got loose on the lead on the inside, the best portion of the track that day. I think the race is actually a little better than it looks last time.
Continuing this 9-horse to slide down this class ladder. For more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, Charging Arrow's last few leave little to be desired, in my opinion, because he's having trouble getting out of the gate. And he's a horse that I wrote in my notes a few back that he just looked a bit kind of crampy behind, just not extending and pushing himself off, at least in the paddock and out in the warm-up. I will say that he's moving at least a bit better today. He still could look stronger behind, but my real reservation, and it could actually help him, lies within the equipment that he's sporting today. He's actually wearing, well, a homemade extension blinker covering his right outside eye. You see it there. It's actually just a cheater cut blinker that has some electrical tape over it. And on the inside, it's left as the regular cheater blinker. He also wears that Houghton bit. And there have been on occasions this horse has bared out. So we'll see. I mean, it's better that he's drawn to the outside with that extension blinker, so at least he can see the other horses. But sometimes this also leads to tardy breaks for a horse that has already shown the propensity of just leaving there a bit slow, because I think he struggles a little bit behind. So he's one I have reservations about, but otherwise he looks great physically and probably better than what I've seen from him, at least in some of his more recent starts, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. About to load for this 7th on the cards. 9-5 favorite has remained. This 7-horse here, Mr. JT, Rob Atras, and the meet's leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr., Mig.
Yeah, listen, Rob Atras does good work. This horse is, dropping in company, and you're getting Irad Ortiz. That's going to command respect right there.
Yeah, but you're getting a short price because of Irad Ortiz on a horse that's coming off 2 bad races, albeit against much tougher. I don't think he's any bargain at 8-5. He could win, but that price seems a little low to me.
Lower level claiming race, though, and not tremendous form with most of these.
And not a lot of pace up front. So if you're betting on a closer in this race, a deep closer, I think you're at a disadvantage. I think the pace is going to be mild, you guys. I think you have to be in position early to take advantage of that slow pace and make the others behind you chase you because you make the first move.
It's taken 6 years for Tom Amoss to figure out the paces are often not fast here. They figure to be blazing up front here.
5.
No, I agree with
5
you.
years. There's the meet's leading rider, and there's the favorite. 3-1 day yesterday for Arad Ortiz Jr. He's going to miss 3 days next week, so needs to add to that tally while he can. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the 7th from Saratoga.
Charging Arrow going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Ribbons and medals, Mr. JT, Charging Arrow on the extreme outside, and down at the rail, not away, is a close-up 4th through the opening stages. A gap of 4 back to Notable Bob, inside Joking Way, and 4 more to Beach Boy Al, who trails. It's Ribbons and medals taking them to the half-mile pole with Mr. JT 3/4 back 2nd. Not away, Charging Arrows stride for stride 3rd and 4th. With Joking Way 5th, 5 lengths off the lead. The quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Another 2 lengths back to Notable Bob. Beach Boy Al continues the distant trailer. 3-way battle on the front end. Charging Arrow makes that 3-wide bid. He and Mr. JT go on with it as Ribbons and Medals is now back to 3rd. They are followed by Joking Way, launching a bid with the turquoise cap on the outside there at the top of the stretch, and Charging Arrow is the leader, chased intently by Joking Way on the outside, who continues to eat up ground. Mr. JT is inside of them. From the back of the field, Beach Boy Al has surfaced. Lady starting to close, but running out of time. 16th pole, Charging Arrow, Mr. JT. Charging Arrow is just in front, and Charging Arrow and Louis Rivera Jr. beat Mr. JT. Then it was Joking Way, and Beach Boy Al was finishing best of all late.
Charging Arrow, Luis Rivera Jr. out-dueling the meet's leading rider, Rad Ortiz Jr., on the favorite for the win.
Interestingly enough, I think this is the first horse to come back that had a wide trip on August 1st. Today the rail was very, very strong, and he got the money at 6-1, and Richie, you were on him.
Well, and you know, he broke very well from the outside post, and I think a horse like this that is a bit problematic, wanting to get out, it allows the rider to ride him a bit more freely. Tom, he's not having to constantly correct him. He let him run down towards the outside down the backstretch, but having that forward position was critical.
Yeah, the pace held up really well, really nicely here. For our winner, Charging Arrow, who wears that scoop blinker on the outside, he can't see what's happening to his right, but he sure as heck can see what's happening to his left, and he knows he's got a battle on his hands. I thought the best part of the race was at the top of the stretch. Rivera decides he's going to go. And Irad actually takes a little bit of time before he thinks he might have moved a little bit too soon, but he actually did very well.
With my 2 getting a perfect trip, I thought I was Gin to hit my exacta, and in 2 just couldn't get there.
So take a look here, head on into the stretch.
Yeah, now he's going to come in just a little bit in here. I mean, making sure his horse.
Well, Irad actually came out into him a little
first.
Yeah,
it might have turned him in a little bit and actually put him on his right lead. He was hanging on his left lead till that little bit of contact, and it kind of made him step onto his right lead. Might have done him a little favor.
Yeah, well, he gave him a little kiss, but I mean, for our winner, you know, he ran with a lot of class today and dug in when he saw that horse to his inside.
9-7-2-6. Charging Arrow at 6-1 here in the 7th. One more look down the stretch, and yeah, it did look like a Rad Ortiz Jr. blue cap on the inside. Does initiate a little contact.
Yeah,
here.
watch, he's on his left lead. Now watch when this contact
happens. It happens when he hits some lefty, right?
And it put him on his right lead, and that might have got him home. Nice to see Louis Rivera get a win. It's so hard to get live mounts up here. There's just only so many live mounts to go around, and the depth of this colony. And he's been working hard. I've been seeing him out every morning, and I like to see hard work rewarded.
I like him as a rider. It's just, as you say, it's tough to even get the mounts to have a chance to win, and he'll do just fine. He's got a good agent, and he's a good kid and a good rider.
And you watch that stretch duel between those 2 riders, you're looking at the nation's leading rider in Irad Ortiz, and Rivera is looking every bit as good on his horse as Irad did on his going to the wire.
We're going to take a break. Still to come. Grade 1 Fourstar Dave. The bad news for Carl Spackler. This turf course not comprised of Kentucky Bluegrass, Featherbed Bent, Northern California Sensimilla. The good news, you guys got it. Thank you. He's got Tyler Gaffleone riding for the fam. Mick sits down with Tyler. When we come back, stay with us.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. Poppy Flower with the momentum.
The highest honor in any sport is to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Those who enter these hallowed halls bear witness to greatness, as the horses enshrined within are known as the Great Ones, the Immortals. With just 4 crops to race, Horse of the Year Gunrunner has sired 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 millionaires, which has him poised to etch his name alongside the greatest stallions of the modern era. Gunrunner.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Saratoga Live is brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon here in horse racing heaven, and the fans enjoying every second of it. Hopefully rooting home a winner at those coveted picnic tables. Got to get in line early to get those hot spots. And I think we got a winner here. A lot of people on Charging Arrow. Why didn't more of us have this one? Luis Rivera Jr., how good does that feel, Mig, too? Not just to get a win, because opportunity's hard to come by here for a rider who's still young in the game, but to beat the nation's leading rider doing it.
It's huge. It gives you a little swagger, man. You just took on the Eclipse Award, the reigning champion in Irad Ortiz, and got the best of him. And listen, even if you're on the best horse, when you beat a top rider, you'll take some credit for it. Why not?
Same with the training. I mean, when you win a race up here, you feel like you belong. It's a good feeling.
$15 for the win.
For you, Tom? Feeling like you
Well,
belong?
Andy.
You belong up here.
Trained by Fernando Abreu. Batter Pop Racing and Luis Rivera Jr. One more look down the stretch and that little contact. And Mig, you thought the contact maybe an inadvertent assist here.
Yeah, because watch, it pushed him over to his right lead, and it looked like he might be hanging just a tough on that left lead, not wanting to go by. And this made him, I think, gave him a little bit more energy, let him kick on and get it done. And, we have to say, too, Fernando Abreu, longtime assistant trainer to Alan Jerkins, and he learned his lessons well. His horses always look good.
They run well, too. He's a good trainer.
Up next, it's the Mahoney, 5.5 furlongs on the turf, named after New York Racing Association's former senior vice president of mutuals, Pat Mahoney, retired back in 2016, and his family, grandfather Mort, father Riggs, and the first family of mutuals they're known as. They helped build the modern pari-mutuel system for horse racing in the United States, and by Pat's own estimation, watched over 130,000 races, spent 14,000 days at the racetrack, Andy.
No, and obviously, I mean, it speaks for himself, what you've just said, and the impact that family, grandfather, father, and son, had on pari-mutuel wagering, the wagering we all use every day. I also feel privileged to have worked with Pat at NYRA before Pat retired a few years ago. His office was right by mine at Aqueduct, and really one of my favorite people, and a person with incredible knowledge about the game, the history, but also knowledge about the game itself, and just a terrific guy. And I really missed him when he retired, and look forward to seeing him when he comes up every year for this race. Unfortunately, not able to join us, but I know we all send our best wishes to Pat. Hope he's feeling okay, and we look forward to seeing him next year.
I did the math. That's 35 years of spending your life at the racetrack. That's a lot of years.
It's a life well spent.
More than $20 billion going through the betting windows during his time. Just incredible. Look at the field for this FanDuel Fourstar Dave still to come. Part of back-to-back grade ones to close out this Sunday action. And the man we're going to tell you more about now, he'll be on Carl Spackler. It has been quite a year for Tyler Gaffalione. He was inches away from a career-defining win in the Kentucky Derby if just that horse could have stayed straight down the stretch. Got fined for that ride, got replaced on that horse in the Belmont Stakes. But as Mig explains in a sit-down with Tyler Gaffalione, he has continued to smile, stay positive, and of course continue to win a lot of races.
Tyler, you've had some terrific, tremendous Saratoga meetings in the past, but I think it's fair to say that this is the best first half of a meeting you've ever had here.
Most definitely. Like you said, we've had our fair share of success in the past, but never gotten off to this kind of start. I think a lot of it had to do with the hard work my agent putting in, prepping for this meet. Just horses fell into good spots, and we got lucky when we needed to.
Sierra Leone is coming. These three coming down to the wire. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's the photo of the Derby.
Kentucky Derby, beating the nose. As a former rider, I took the lead one year in the stretch in the Derby, and it was a little hard for me to put it behind me because you're right there for the Holy Grail. You were close enough to touch it. Is that how you approach that, though? Like, I've got to put it behind me, what's meant to be is going to be, but also that you kind of had a blueprint on how to win the Derby now.
You know, there's a few things that I took away from the Derby. Obviously, very disappointing. It's the one race as a rider we all want to win. To come that close and not get it done, it is heartbreaking, and it was tough to swallow. But more time passed by, things got a little bit easier. I was able to kind of break down the race and take away all the positives that actually came from it. I thought that we had a pretty good trip. It gives me confidence moving forward.
You and your wife were actually married right here in Saratoga, so a very special place for you beyond the professional side of it, from a personal point of view.
Most definitely, you know, it kind of worked out timing-wise. So we had, I think, 4 or 5 days off, so we were able to fit it in. Most of our family's from up here originally, up here in Saratoga, so made traveling a lot easier. But you know, it was amazing. I feel so blessed to have met them through racing and to be able to develop that together, and now we get to share all this. It's pretty spectacular.
You get to ride some horses for your father-in-law as well, most notably recently, Carl Spackler. Do you feel extra pressure when you're riding for, like, your father-in-law?
To be honest, Bob's the easiest guy to ride for. He's just happy to be part of the game. He loves the excitement, loves everything about it. He's just a fan of the sport, so he takes losing very well, and he's a businessman. He understands things happen and the way it plays out.
Tyler, you're riding, competing in the deepest jockey colony I can remember in a long time here in Saratoga, but what's it like coming up here and having to compete with these guys on a daily basis?
It's such an honor to be in this position. I worked my whole career to be able to get to these spots and to ride with these caliber of riders.
It's pretty remarkable to get to live your dream, isn't it?
It is. I get that every day. It's special.
2 wins already this afternoon for Tyler Gaffalione, tied for second in the standings. Best Saratoga meet by a mile he has ever started off at here in upstate New York. Mig, you sat down with him. You get to watch him quite a bit. What stands out to you about Tyler as a rider?
It's just how much he continues to improve. He's always honing his craft. Every year it's gotten a little better up here, and he's proven that he belongs at this level. You know, for me, it's complacency is the enemy of greatness, and he is not complacent. He is continually trying to learn and get better, and that's what not only how you'll get to the top, but how you'll stay at the top.
You use him quite a bit as well.
Yeah, he's won 3 races for me this meet, Andy, and and I like how well he positions out the gate. I think he does a great job positioning out the gate. And look, you could take like one of those wins, Browdy Ferries. He came from well back, but he still is able to position her in a spot where you know you have a chance to pick up the horses at the end of the race. I think he's very good out the gate and understanding what's happening in the pace of a race.
And I think anybody that's been paying attention to his career, nobody's going, geez, I can't believe Tyler Gaffalione. Where did he come from? I mean, he's had very good meets here in the past, and he's just gotten better and better. And as I said, this year, he's had a more consistent meet. He's been winning throughout the meet where he struggled a little early. And once again, he missed a lot of days last year for riding out of town and such where he had more winners. So he's having a great meet this year, but I don't think any of us mean to imply it's the first time.
And he's a dominant rider at Churchill Downs.
He's
the dominant
just
rider
won his
there.
12th Churchill Downs riding title coming into this meet at Saratoga. But yeah, keep in mind too, he's not New York based.
Right.
And to compete with guys who are here year round, we have all this business. That is saying something. This is the Horse Hill Ride in the Grade 1 Fourstar Dave. Tyler Gaffalione will be back aboard Carl Spackler. He's been the regular pilot riding for the fam, and this is the one he'll ride in the upcoming race here in the Mahoney. Reef Runner, the 9, 8-1 right now, coming off a win last time out at Gulfstream. We'll have more on the Mahoney sprinting on the grass when we come back.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
As the field turns for home, they're at the top of the stretch. Fourstar Dave coming a bit wide. Final Sunrise is there. Landep is in between them, and Fourstar Dave is 1 furlong away from 8 years worth of Saratoga victories. Here's the old boy coming down to the line. He's making a runaway of it. The legend lives on. Fourstar Dave wins again at the Spa. And a hand-pat of victory from Richard Migliore. The old boy did it again.
One of the all-time fan favorites here. 8 summers in a row, Mig. And you were on for quite a few of them. He won a race up here at Saratoga.
Yeah, it was really cool to ride him. He's such an honest horse. And this is the most nervous I ever was riding a race, Tom, because he looked like the best horse. The only way he was going to get beat if I got him in a jackpot or I did something dumb. And the weight of Saratoga felt like it was upon me because everybody was expecting and looking forward to the 8th win. And I'm a little happy there, huh? But at least I was showing him love.
I get that totally. Did you take any offense to him calling you the old boy?
This was the best ride, I think, of any of Mig's on Fourstar Dave. The ride into Ciro's to get the key to the city.
It was great. But you know what? He was such an intelligent horse that he was the kind of horse you could do, you know, a ceremony like this with. Nothing bothered him. He liked the attention. And when we decided to ride him up into the bar, he stepped up in there like he was going to order a Guinness.
You should order one for him.
He used to have one every night. Yeah, I wish I was the old boy already.
What a career. And just year by year, just the legend started to grow. And to do that 8 summers in a row, people don't understand.
That's
maybe
amazing.
don't watch this game on a daily basis. The longevity to be able to do that. Take a look back here, the 1993 West Point handicap.
What's
and
the break?
Look at this beginning.
Yeah, I mean, well, I nearly came out of the saddle.
What are you thinking right at that moment? Are you thinking I'm done, or are you thinking this guy's this good that maybe I can make it happen?
Nah, I was just going to drop him in and see how it went. Next thing I know, by the half-mile pole, I was in position. I had horse. I was trying to nurse him along. They took me down for this, Tom. Watch this, right? I asked him a little bit here. I'm going to go to my left hand, but I never did hit him because he did take a step out. I correct him right there, and they took me down for that.
I'd have to see the head on, but I will say this. I guarantee you went back to the room and you were not a happy camper.
No, that wasn't a good day.
He's still upset about it.
Well, you can set up shop at the Miller Time Fourstar Dave Sports Bar with food vendors, full bar, tons of TVs, handicap the races in the bar. Then head back trackside for action. Reserve your table at 844-NYRA-TIX or visit Gate A box office. You get a race named after you, it's special. Get a bar named after you here. You're seriously big time. Casa Creed, he was becoming sort of the mini-me Fourstar Dave. He won here 4 summers. 2 other years he was grade 1 place, and he won this Fourstar Dave race back-to-back years.
And he's named after a drink, so think about it. All came full circle. He's been retired. He's going to be standing at Mill Ridge Farm in Kentucky, which also stands Oscar Performance, and he just had a tremendous run, winning grade 1s at 6 furlongs in a mile. That's a feat you just don't see.
Yeah. He was a modern-day Fourstar Dave, but no one's going to break that record of eight years in a row.
Lee Einsiedler, who owned him, said Casa Creed, gave me some of the best memories of my life. And what a ride it was with this. So really a throwback horse. 36 starts in his career.
He was incredibly versatile.
Here's a look at the man who trained him for Lee Einsiedler. The Hall of Famer Bill Mott. He's going to send out the one to beat in this race coming up. Mansa Musa, 3-2 favorite right now. Let's go to Maggie.
We see Mansa Musa. He's actually right over my right shoulder. And typically when Bill Mott likes one, he tends to keep them in the stall for a bit and not bring them out. So I haven't got the greatest look at your current heavy favorite, but on form, he's definitely the horse to beat. I do want to start, though, with the horse that finished 3rd to him last time in that grade 3 quick call. That's Fandom, as he'll have the blinkers here for Brad Cox, second off of that trainer change. And watching this horse's last 2 breezes. Now, the former on his preferred surface on the turf, he did not wear the blinkers, but the last one on the main track, he did have blinkers on, I should say, on the Oklahoma track. And what I noticed was his head carriage. With the blinkers on, he actually leveled off and brought his head down a bit. Watching the turf breeze, his head's kind of up in the air, and maybe they're trying to get this horse to just leave their running and kind of run through the bridle a little bit more. He looks spectacular here. Honestly, this is a group full of very good-looking turf sprinters. But I think the addition of those shortcut blinkers might work very well for Fandom. As we'll move on to 2 new shooters, as far as the NYRA circuit's concerned, number 3, Yellow Card. He dominated a field sprinting on the turf for the first time, going the 5/8 at Churchill. He sat back, he saved ground, but when he was set down by Gerardo Corrales, he really kicked away. The turn of foot that this horse displayed was really eye-catching. Now, watching him here in the paddock, he is definitely a turf sprinter. I mean, that was not a fluke by my estimation. He has a massive turf hoof to him. He's built like an out-out sprinter, and he's really striding out and very eager and somewhat aggressive in the paddock. So we'll see, does he lay a little bit closer kind of second time around, going the 5.5 on the turf? Jumping towards the outside, trainer Dave Fox ships Reef Runner in here from Southern Florida. And I remember when I first started coming here to New York, to Saratoga, so many people told me, pay attention to the horses that ship here from South Florida, because it's a little bit cooler. It's a lot cooler during the night and the mornings, and they just appreciate it. They love cooler weather, horses in general. And this guy looks as though he's thriving. His weight looks spectacular. He's a little bull of a thing. I mean, he's just as round as he is tall. And he too, looks like your out-and-out turf sprinter. And if you isolate his turf sprints down there at Gulfstream, 2 are wins with 90 buyers, and the other one in a turf stake was behind Crimson Advocate, who, yes, is a filly, but she won at Royal Ascot. So she's very, very talented. I do like what I'm seeing from this horse, who offers a decent price on the board at 8-1, Greg.
Yeah, that company kept, couple starts back, really stands out quite a bit. As we look at the favorite, though, Mansa Musa, company kept, stand out here for this one as well. One of the best turf sprinters in the country, male or female, was runner-up to Star of Mystery, the filly, last start.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad she's not running in this race because it leads to a more competitive race. But I tell you what, guys, Mansa Musa gave her all she could handle in there, running a very good second.
Got great position, Mansa Musa did. Just got beat by a better horse and a girl at that. But, I mean, Star of Mystery is, I think, the best 3-year-old sprinter in the country.
She took on the likes of Cogburn. Like she ran against older males
third to him.
and ran extremely well. So then she dropped back to her own age, but took on the boys. And that was a nice effort, though, from Mansa Musa. But again, you said it, Tom, really good position from the start.
That was grade 3 company last time out. This is an ungraded stake, so easier group here. There's no Star of Mysteries in this spot. So 3-2 Mansa Musa. Yellow card, meanwhile. Aran Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. And this was the turf debut. It was a win at Churchill.
Not only was it a win, Greg, it was a different style of running. Yellow card decided to lay back and make a late run. That horse had not been doing that, and the result was just as Maggie described. This horse explodes down the lane the last eighth of a mile. That race was 5/8 of a mile. Today's race is 5.5 furlongs, so he's going to get a football field more ground to cover at the end of the race. Look for this horse to show big, big improvement with extra distance.
Love the way he finished, and I love the way he's reaching for ground, his head out and forward. And listen, all good horses have speed. It's how they learn to use that speed.
Here's our post-parade. We start with Fandom for Brad Cox. Dylan Davis rides.
Nothing wrong with his 2 efforts in the turf. It's just a very competitive field, but he's a player.
Put blinkers on today. Here's Howard Wolowitz for Jose D'Angelo.
Never been on the turf, but on the poly, which everybody relates to the turf, this horse's figures are very, very good at 10-1.
I'm the only one here who watches Big Bang Theory.
We have a meeting, Andy. Show up. 4-1 yellow card.
Wolowitz. Yellow card. I agree with everything that's been said about that horse so far.
15-1 on Apollo 10.
Another horse that I think is competitive in what I think is a very, very tough race. 3 of 4 on the turf has won.
Here's Joel Rosario on American Rascal for Steve Asmussen.
Well, this one has to improve a little bit, in my opinion. It was kind of had a little bit of run at the end, but these horses seem to be a little bit better.
Favorite, and the winner chased Star of Mystery, gave her a little bit of fight down the stretch, Mansa Musa.
As much as I think there are other tough horses in here, if this horse runs his last, they're probably all running for second.
Works for me. That last turf start, 2 back. It's a very big figure.
But this is a big step up in class, so it may work for you, but it doesn't work for me.
That was against New York bred company as well.
Shut up.
Wow, Tom shutting me down. Reef runner, David Fox, and here's Tyler Gaffleone.
He's my top choice in here. You know, much like the 3, I thought he was really running at the end of his last race, and he showed he could run well 2 back without Lasix, which I think is relevant. And this horse is a very, very talented turf sprinter. He needs a little more pace, though, than he may get.
And Maggie, in talking about this one, said who he had faced, a filly, but a very talented filly. He won at Royal Ascot. That's saying something. And Crimson Advocate was second beat a length to that filly 2 starts back. And here's Ron Carson, Ricardo Santana Jr., coming off a win last start.
Coming off a win where they added blinkers for the first time. He wears them again today. 1 for 1 with those blinkers on the grass.
5 minutes to post in the Mahoney. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the turf. Get signed up, started, play along with the official betting app of Saratoga. Get that offer right there, that $250 deposit match. New customer bonus. New members punch in that code to take advantage. Spot 250. Again, right there at NyraBets.com. Play with us all summer long and beyond. As we get back to Reef Runner. Lightly raced, Andy, on the grass, but has shown some real talent.
I picked this horse thinking he'd be a square enough price, and he had a real chance to win. He was very impressive, the 4-horse, and coming up the rail, and a good ride, a good trip, but it's not as though this race was falling apart. And he makes a serious run to just sort of blow by the field.
After 3/8 of a mile of the race, which is about half the race, you gave this horse no chance to get to the line in front. And yet he does. It's a big, big finish, and just like Yellow Card, he's doing it at 5/8 of a mile. He's going to get more distance today. It should help his late kick.
So Tyler Gaffleone will hop aboard for the first time. Looks like getting back to grass has certainly benefited this 3-year-old. 9-1 right now. It's been 7-5 favoritism, though, throughout on Mansa Musa. As we look at Apollo 10 for Christophe Clement, it's been a bit of a struggle this meet, but Christophe Clement with some big chances to turn things around today.
And he's had some bad luck. He's got 14 or 15 seconds and thirds, and they'll turn into wins eventually. With the scratch of the 5 no-name Mets, the pace becomes a little murkier here. Now, we'll see if Howard Wolowitz can transfer his synthetic speed to the turf. If he does, he's a foe up front for Apollo 10. If not, this horse, who might be a little bit light in talent, but not that much, could be in a very good forward position.
Won 2 of his last 3. He hangs on here. And again, this is at the distance we're running today on the turf. Andy, exactly right. Apollo 10 speed. What is the 2-horse going to do on his first time on the turf? Can he show speed as well?
He was fast on synthetic, but, that just doesn't always transfer. If it does, I think these 2 end up hitting, Richie.
The other thing we got to, I think, start to think about, and this race will tell us more, the course. It's labeled good, but we did get a lot of water, a lot of rain. I wonder how much give is in the ground.
Yeah, I did not notice the time of the 5th race today. That was on the inner turf course. This is on the Mellon, the main, the outside turf course. Now, the inner turf is where the Fourstar Dave will be run. This course is what they'll run for the Saratoga Derby. And I think you're right. Oh, so if the turf were sort of fair, firm, 101 and 3 to 102, somewhere in there. So, 103 means there's some real give. Anything in that range, then we have a fairly firm turf. It's good, but we've had some nice days to dry it out a little bit.
Meanwhile, here's Fandom. Got bumped at the break a little bit, was far back early on, and blinkers on. See if that can get this horse engaged a little quicker from that inside post, Tom.
I didn't see a lot out of the gate with Fandom in his last start as far as being bumped, but he was in a bad position. Brad is putting those blinkers on because he wants him, and generally it works, to show a little bit more speed out of the gate, make him feel like he's in his own world. Blinkers will keep you from having a lot of peripheral vision. So I think that can help him a lot today. But a horse with big-time talent.
And he did finish in front of the favorite 2 races back at Keeneland. So it's not
that
as
race
though,
at Keeneland wins here.
Yeah,
that was a big race.
Well, a horse who last 2 times on the turf was a winner. 12 to 1 on the board right now. That's a 4 Apollo 10 with more. Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, as you guys said, I think, the talent has yet to be fully displayed if it's there. And that's why we're seeing that bigger price on Apollo 10 than many of the others in here. But what I can say is this is the first time I'm laying eyes on him now as a 3-year-old. He was always a massive 2-year-old, but now he's become just a bit more athletic. He is feisty. I mean, he was double barreling horses back in the paddock, and it's continued out on the track. So he has gotten a bit hot, kind of expending some of that energy. But again, with these 5.5 turf sprints, it doesn't bother me as much as as if we were going a mile and a 16th or a mile and an 1/8 on the turf course. So you want them to be eager and revved up, and that he is. We'll see. I still want to take the wait and see approach with him, but I do like the progression that he's shown me from 2 to 3. Moving on to a horse that is trying the turf for the first time, Howard Wolowitz. I do like Munning sprinting on the turf. It's just that there isn't much turf pedigree on the bottom side, and I don't necessarily see turf. That's not to say he can't handle it, because he did handle the synthetic obviously very, very nicely, and I know that connections are incredibly high on this horse, who does look like a coiled spring out on the racetrack. So you would have to think that reading his body language is telling you that he's going to be forward in here, especially with Ramon Vasquez, and hopefully he is aggressive with this horse. He's a beautiful animal. If I didn't know this race was on the turf, then I would say have at it with Howard Wolowitz. I'm just not convinced he's a turf horse. So wait and see approach. I landed on Mansa Musa in here, Greg, but I do think the 3 and 9 are really, really interesting.
Meanwhile, thank you, Maggie. There's the 3, yellow card. So back to this horse who's, turf debut, a win at Churchill for the Michael McCarthy barn. And Mig, you like this one?
I like him a lot. I love that race at Churchill Downs. I love the way he finished. They finished the last 1/8 of a mile in 11 and 4, and he made up at least 1.5 lengths to 2 lengths in that final furlong.
Andy talks about intent out of the gate. Did you happen to notice with Corrales, who rode yellow card in his last start, they were intent on taking him off the pace.
Yes.
He literally stood up so high in the saddle to get him back. I was like, what's he doing? And then he changed his style completely. He's a horse that's been prominent in all 3 of his races before that, laid back, and he really kicked clear.
Learned to use his speed in a different manner.
Right.
And he really finished the turn of foot, and it was definitely by design. I agree 100%.
For people not familiar with his trainer, Michael McCarthy, is based in the West Coast, former assistant to Todd Pletcher. He trained City of Light, who could have been Horse of the Year a few years ago, but obviously a tremendously talented racehorse. And Michael's an excellent, excellent trainer.
Welcome to those who just joined us on Bally Sports SoCal and San Diego. Loading up for the Mahoney 3-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the turf. 2 Grade 1 still to come in the Fourstar Dave and Saratoga Derby Invitational with a berth on the line to the Cox Plate in Australia. When we get set for this 8th, it's Mansa Musa, the 7, the favorite for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Reef Runner coming up. Apollo 10 just loaded. And here's Run Carson to the outside. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Mahoney. Apollo 10 is one of the first out of the gate. Fandom coming through along the inside, flashing sharp speed, and Run Carson is up and on the pace too. Mansa Musa comes away in fourth. Howard Wolowitz is down on the inside. Yellow Card was in tight shortly after the start. In traffic now, 5 lengths off the lead, having to steady just a touch. On the outside comes Reef Runner. American Rascal is second to last, and Works For Me is close to 15 lengths off the pace being set by Fandom, who's pressed by Run Carson through a quarter in 21 and 2/5 seconds. Apollo 10, 3 lengths back in third. Mansa Musa, Howard Wolowitz racing in between those two. Reef Runner on the outside of Yellow Card. They're at the top of the stretch, and Fandom has a 1.5 length lead. Apollo 10 is chasing with determination in second. On the outside of them, Run Carson still fighting on bravely. Coming to the 16th pole at the rail, Fandom, Apollo 10, Run Carson right across the course. Howard Wolowitz just behind them. Run Carson with a final try at Fandom. Fandom fought them all off under Dylan Davis. Run Carson certainly ran lights out. Behind them, it was among Howard Wolowitz, Apollo 10, and on the scene late was Works For Me.
Dylan Davis, pickup mount on Fandom. Blinkers go on for trainer Brad Cox, and now 2 wins in the last 3 starts.
Go ahead, Andy. I'm sorry.
Just saying, didn't expect to be on the lead, Tom.
Well, I mean, they wanted to. They wanted to be close. And when Dylan saw it opening along the rail after the break, he certainly sent to do that. The whole last eighth of a mile, you expected Fandom to get past, but he is so game. Pay close attention to the 2-horse, Howard Wolowitz, who gets stopped mid-stretch. That horse was full of run and literally could have made a race of it if he got through.
Yeah, it looked like the potentially the 10 Run Carson might have drifted over, and he also hampered Manny Franco's mount a little bit as well, Apollo 10.
This does feel like a race full of trips. 3 wide is the 10. Between horses is the number 4, Apollo 10, with the winner on the rail. Howard Wolowitz right in behind those horses there. Did seem to get in some traffic, but we saw the 3 steady in the backstretch. There seemed to be a lot of trips here.
He's got nowhere to go right there. He's checked hard there. Wow, I Fandom, what a game win, because I'm telling you, I mean, he was out of horse, I thought, the last eighth of a mile. That's what good riders do to the wire, you know?
Yeah.
They can keep them going, Rich.
They persevere, find more. They added blinkers. Obviously, they wanted this horse probably to show more speed. And with that post, Dylan Davis has been riding extremely well. And part of that, he's been aggressive.
He had the rail, and I guess they realized we need to go. And that 21:53 first quarter is very solid because 102.87 final time means there is some give in the ground here. It's an exceptional effort by him. Others may be a little unlucky, but that takes nothing away from how well the winner ran.
Mentioned this horse had beat the favorite, Mansa Musa, at Keeneland. This was a horse, too, that, out of the gate was very, very good. Actually went to Royal Ascot. They had some big expectations for this horse when he was with Wesley Ward. Starting to live up to those now.
Getting back to what Tom talked about, too, with the 2 Howard Wolowitz, he did get stopped. He did have run. He may have been best when you watch the replay. I mean, it's conjecture. But I think it's important to distinguish what's a bad ride and an unlucky ride. I think Ramon Vasquez, was riding a really good race. He just got unlucky. It didn't open up.
Objection on the board now. The 1 and 4 flashing, 110.42 unofficially.
One thing I would also say about this race is horses did not make up ground for whatever it's worth. And it wasn't honest enough pace. So the 8 was really running at the end, just missed 3rd, actually finishing 5th. Works For Me, but all of the horses that were at the end pretty much were forward the whole way around the track.
Yeah, I would really think that Manny Franco might be claiming foul on the wrong horse here. I think it was definitely more on the 10 horse trying to drift over on top of him that caused the problem. Run Carson. Dylan stays pretty straight here. He may deviate a few inches, but watch as we come down closer to the wire. It's the horse with the yellow-purple. To me, I thought he was the one trying to lug in more. I don't think Dylan deviated much from his path.
I think Dylan drifted a little bit.
I
wouldn't take him down.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take him down, but I think that if I disagree. I would say the 10 kept more of a straight path. If anybody interfered with the 4, I would say it was the 1. I wouldn't say it's enough to take him down.
Yellow cap between horses. This is the one lodging the objection. Was there a little hep check from the 1?
Well, you see it on the head-on. Unfortunately, we're looking at the pan right now, but the head-on gives you the best view, which is what the stewards are looking at. Remember, an objection means that the rider is saying, I think this race was not run in a fair fashion. A steward's inquiry is different. That means the stewards are involved in saying, hey, we think something happened here.
Again,
so this
yellow
is,
cap, green silks,
there
and
we
that's
go.
Manny Franco on the 4.
So Manny comes in here from about the 3 of the 2 path or so, right?
Right.
Now Dylan's right on the rail. Now Manny's coming a little more. Now Dylan's going to come out a little bit here. That's not anything to take him down, right? Would you say, Tom?
Well,
the
well,
10 is
I mean,
making it tight by holding his ground, don't you
the
think?
stewards have to take into consideration that the riders are using their crops. Our inside horse and our winners go to the crop
There was more
left-handed,
after that.
and the 4 is going right-handed. It does tend to bring those horses together. Horses will tend to shy a little bit from the crop.
From where they started to where they finished, I do think the 10 came in more.
I do too, but I don't think he made the contact. I think the contact happened because if we can show the entire stretch from the top until the finish on the head-on, but my point is, yeah, you're right, the 10 came in a bit, but don't forget, and that's blocking it, so we can't see it at all with that. It is that the 4 came in more. The only reason it's the 1 tightens it up here. The 10's established position he already owned, I think.
I don't
But
think
I couldn't see it with that
I
box.
don't think
so
much
I
of
don't know.
anything happened, honestly. He maybe drifted slightly from the inside. The other horse had already kind of put that moving block on.
I don't
wouldn't
think there'll be a
change
change.
If I trained the 4 and my rider didn't claim objection in this race right here, I'd be upset with my
Right,
rider
you're trying to
afterwards.
take a shot, though, but
no, I mean,
So
I
he
think there's
should
enough
claim.
there that he should
claim. I agree,
foul.
and the stewards should look at it, and the fans should look at it as well. I don't think there'll be a change, though.
I
Do you
don't think there'll be a change,
Tom?
but I think if you're going to claim foul on both of them.
I don't
then.
think it's cut and dry. I will say that.
Well, there's Dylan Davis waiting to see if he'll get held up. Let's go to Maggie.
It's no change.
Well, they just announced no change here, and I think that's absolutely the right call. And I spoke to Dylan Davis after he talked to the stewards, and he felt as though he really did maintain a straight path all the way to the wire. I think everybody was getting a little bit tired over this turf course, and especially, sprinting over it. You could see them kicking up quite a bit. So definitely had some give in it, and I think we're just dealing with some leg-weary horses towards the wire, guys.
So win number 17 of the meet for Dylan Davis will hold up here as the objection's taken off the board here. 110-4-2. And
you always have to be on good horses to win races. But I think this is another case where Dylan won a race by giving an exceptionally good ride.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's been really riding well, and he's gotten consistent. That was always my one complaint. And I would talk to Dylan about it, that some days I just didn't feel like he was consistent in his approach. I think he's matured, and I think he's consistent with it.
And let me say one more thing we show that hat on. I think the biggest problem was at the end of the race, the 4 ran out of horse. I think that was the biggest problem. I don't think he was ever pushed out of his position. Is that
so
fair?
Maggie said it. Maggie said they're getting tired. But how about the pace that they went? I mean, they went quick
And nobody
early in
closed.
this race, and the winner held on. I mean, it was very, very impressive.
Good race.
goes to Fandom, who wins last 3 starts now, and the equipment change helping out. We see a lot more aggressive horse this afternoon.
No, and to your point, Richie, 3-4 years ago, Dylan wouldn't have been so aggressive with this horse.
Yeah, I don't think he would have taken charge of the race the way he did. But you know what? That comes with confidence. When you have confidence in yourself, you start reacting instead of overthinking
He
it.
probably wouldn't have gotten this mount in the first place, right? With Saratoga he's having, then Brad Cox is starting to go to Dylan Davis.
Yeah, success breeds success.
$10 for the win. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Dylan Davis. And Dylan, as you told me aboard this horse here, Fandom, that you never deviated path. He was so much more handy for you with those blinkers on today.
Yes, he was, Maggie. Happy to become available with the scratch and for the Brad Cox team. He did a great job. Blinkers on today with the 1 hole. Just wanted to break well and get position. I thought there was a couple that would show more speed, but just helping him out there. He really wanted to take control early, and he was very handy going into the turn. And turn it for home. He responded well. Waited for his switch those leads, and the both challengers, the 10 and the outside horse there, he was able to fight off, and he was helping me out there, and he was nice and strong to the wire.
Later on, we'll see you in the Saratoga Derby aboard Carson's Run, a horse that last time you were on him did bolt with you. It got a little erratic, but he came back with such a dominant win down at Monmouth. What do you think happened that day, two back?
Yeah, it's a big question. If horses could talk, we know the truth. But I thought it was because it was his first race back. I thought he was very eager. He was very, amped up that day. He knows what he was coming back into. He kind of maybe got himself worked up too much. And, I've been working with him a lot in the mornings and, covering him up and biding his time. And, getting him to focus back on what we need him to do, what he wants from us. And I'm very excited for his run today. I think he's going to put on a good performance.
Dylan, best of luck with him. Congrats. Oh, what a way to kick off these stakes.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Dylan Davis and Fandom in the Mahoney, guys.
We've seen Dylan Davis really grow right before our eyes the last few years, Mig, but this is a different version of Dylan Davis I think we've ever seen at this meet.
Well, I agree. You know, and I just think coming in here, winning right away, not having to make that adjustment from riding at Belmont to Saratoga. We were running at Aqueduct, a 1.125 racetrack. This is a 1.125 track. And Dylan always needed a week or two to kind of adjust because you do ride this track different than you would Belmont Park.
17th win of the meet for Dylan Davis. Pick up Mount Victory here on Fandom for Brad Cox. We're going to take a timeout. Cherie DeVoe took a little while to get things going after going out on her own as a trainer, but it is all starting to come together, including training one of the top female sprinters in the country. We'll have her story when we come back.
Game winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage here on FS1. Pretty good one right there. The Gray Ghost, statue of native dancer. Only loss in his 22 career starts was a big one. Kentucky Derby.
Beaten by Dark Star in the Kentucky Derby. Mr. Vanderbilt always felt like, well, I'll get back there. He never got back there and won a Derby. And 19 for 20 lifetime native dancer. Incredible.
Our Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the New York Bred Yearling Sale, showcasing New York's finest yearlings tonight and tomorrow. Where will you be? Fandom with the win in the Mahoney. Dylan Davis for trainer Brad Cox in Stone Street Stables. We move on to race 9. And a look at the current odds for this non-winners of 3 lifetime claiming race. They're all for sale for $25,000, and you're going 7/8 of a mile. JJ's Joker, currently favored for Joe Sharp. Meanwhile, our ABR race of the week, we're a race away from the Grade 1 FanDuel Fourstar Dave handicap, $500,000 purse. And that is the field that will line up, including More Than Looks, who will return for his 4-year-old debut for the barn you're about to meet. Success did not come easy initially for trainer Cherie DeVoe after going out on her own back in 2018. It took almost an entire year to get the first win. But things are starting to turn around, including 3 stakes wins on Friday of Preakness weekend in Baltimore. And what about the start to this meet? 8 of her first 18 starters have run first or second.
So I was born in Saratoga. Everyone wants to say you're from New York. I don't claim that. I like to say my formidable years were spent in Southwest Florida. My dad was a harness trainer, so I grew up in the harness racing industry. I used to be involved in bodybuilding and competing, and I got into thoroughbreds kind of by happenstance. I just needed a job and got a job as a hot walker, and then I thought I can ride them, so I wanted to be an exercise rider, so I started galloping at a farm. I got my first job for Chuck Simon, whose full circle first job was for my father on the harness track. He took me under his wing and gave me guidance and direction and really gave me the foundation. And when I outgrew the job, that's when I started working for Chad, and I worked for him for 8 years. Lady Eli and the situation she went through with the laminitis was something that was a really profound experience in my life. You just had to be patient and listen to her. I'd have to say that's one of the most special bonds I've had with a horse that I've worked with. My main takeaway from working with Chad was just a really big bank of knowledge to pursue the career that I have now. There's never going to be an opportune moment to say, this is when I'm going to go out on my own. And the one thing when I worked for Chad, that was my life, and I was happy to make it so, but really my personal life is what drove the change. I'd met my husband. My last day was on a Sunday. We got married on a Friday. And then I had announced that I was starting my business the same week. So there was a lot of change. Success did not come easy, and it took us quite a bit of time to gain traction. I started in 2018, and we got a little bit going, and then COVID hit. So it was 11 months. We had gotten really close a couple times, but that'll definitely test your character. The first graded stakes win was a filly named Gam's Mission. And then the first grade 1 that we won with She Feels Pretty, I had went to Churchill to saddle a horse, and I was sitting by myself with my earbuds and watching my iPad.
But She Feels Pretty careering away in the Johnny Wagner Dalma Stakes. She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
But when she ranged up and went on by everyone, I just had to say, I just won my grade 1. I just won my first grade 1, and just didn't quite know what to do with myself. I can say that I'm really proud of how things have grown. I just don't have it in me to say, well, I'm successful, because I just still feel like there's so much more to do and so much I would like to achieve, but also trying to really enjoy where we're at now.
Year by year, just enjoying more and more success, and that is the runner she will send out. And the Grade 1 Fourstar Dave, more than looks. Only beat 2 lengths in the Breeders' Cup Mile. That's the last time we saw him. His 4-year-old debut is coming up, Andy.
And if you didn't know that Cherie was a force to be reckoned with when he started Saratoga, you certainly know now. And I think we're all looking forward to seeing this horse. This is his first start back, but he could be the best turf miler in the country.
Ryan Ortiz Jr. will be aboard as he gets set for a Grade 1 moment in our feature coming out. We're going to take a timeout. Ken McPeak, he announced on this show his super filly, the queen of the 3-year-old filly division, Torpedo Anna, will be tackling the boys in the Travers. We'll have more on what awaits the queen when we come back.
$1 million, did I hear? $1 million, $1,000,000 a fee, your mama, $1,400,000 a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage Sunday on Saratoga Live with the Grade 1 Fourstar Dave and Grade 1 Saratoga Derby Invitational to come with a berth on the line to the Cox Plate in Australia. This 9th race, 7 furlongs, race preceding the Fourstar Dave. Claiming race, all for sale for $25,000 in this claiming event. Horses who've not won 3 lifetime, and there's JJ's Joker. For trainer Joe Sharp, Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard. We'll have more on this field coming up in a moment. Next Saturday, Fox Saratoga Saturday continues with one of the premier races in the 3-year-old filly division, the Alabama Stakes, at 1.25 miles.
There's no more historic race in this one. Richie, I think this one's about 140-something running, 150 runnings. Crazy, crazy how long this race has been run.
Yeah, and some of the greats that have won it in the past. And with Torpedo Adler opting for the Travers, we were talking about it off camera, guys. Just made that Alabama that much more interesting, that much more competitive, and obviously a bigger field.
Yeah, that's much bigger field.
The big omission, obviously, on that field. The absolute star of that 3-year-old filly division, not going to be in the Alabama because she's going to wait. She's going to face the boys in the DraftKings Travers August 24th. And she has been just sensational for Ken McPeak, who seems to think in her most recent workout she's getting better.
Well, I mean, they are supposed to improve with time. We'll see. She's certainly been terrific. And I think having the filly like this is getting a lot of attention, running against the boys in any race, it draws a lot of attention.
Oh, absolutely. I've been hearing the buzz about it, people talking about it. And, wow, it's novel, right? A filly taking on the boys in our premier race.
Filly's not won this race, Tom, since 1915.
But it's not a publicity stunt. I mean, this isn't Billie Jean King going against Bobby Riggs in a tennis match, okay?
Didn't she beat him?
Yeah, she beat him. That's my point. Exactly. This is for real. She is the best of her division by a country mile against the girls, and she's going to try the boys. I love it.
Well, who's she going to face? Among others, the Belmont Stakes and Haskell winner, Dornick.
And you have to admire the grit of this horse. I mean, he looked hopelessly beaten in the Haskell, and he fought to the wire. He obviously had a nice race to win the Travers as well, and he is the leader of this division at this point.
The Belmont. He hasn't won the Travers yet.
Belmont, excuse me.
Yeah. I love correcting you. My day is made. Yeah.
You can leave now.
But he's got 2 grade 1s on the resume.
Right.
And to Andy's point, he is right. He's the leader right now with those 2 grade 1s.
And get it all wrong. Some of it.
He loves a fight. We know that, Mig.
He does not want to be passed. When they get to him, he bears down. He likes to be in this position that he's working in here. He's the one inside, gets a horse outside of him, keeps him interested. He is a street fighter. He's the last guy standing in the barroom brawl.
So for a trainer, when your horses are working and you're designing a certain work, it's all about the rider's hands, how much they're asking or not asking of the horse to really get a design on how good the work is. Those hands are so quiet on Dornick from that exercise rider. Just a very, very easy work there. He's fit. He doesn't need a lot.
Owned in part by World Series champion Jason Worth, who we expect to be on hand for the big one in the Travers. Meanwhile, Sierra Leone, runner-up in the Kentucky Derby. 3 straight starts, has made equipment changes, trying to figure things out to not duck in down the stretch, and got a convenient post position to have that not happen in the Jim Dandy.
Yeah, we've seen that drawing inside is pretty good for him, and I thought he ran extremely well in the Jim Dandy. There's an argument the Jim Dandy was his best race. He just ran to a horse that ran a little better.
By the way, this morning on the Oklahoma training track.
He looks good, but Tom, did you see through the stretch? He still has his head cocked to the outside. The rider's having to keep him straight.
It's slight, but it is cocked to the outside. And on top of that, you're looking at a horse that's not in the heat of battle in the deep stretch. Right. So it's a lot easier for a horse to not show his bad habit in a workout than it is when he's in the heat of battle in a race.
Absolutely. How big was this return, Andy, in the Jim Dandy for the 2-year-old champion Fierce?
It was huge because it showed he's still capable of running a very effective race. I mean, he had a solid trip in there. It's not like, he was chasing an overmatched rival, but he showed that he can still dig in and win a big race. And we'll see what happens going towards the Travers.
Was recently on the track working Thursday, 4 furlongs, 49-2. He's on the outside here.
Again, watch the hands of the rider. They're perfectly still. Look at the way the body is positioned on the exercise rider on the outside on Fierceness. It's tilted back. Just still as a statue. They are not letting this horse run one bit. These horses that we're watching, whether it's Dornick, whether it's Fierceness, they are well fit. These maintenance drills, we do them about once a week. they're as much about just keeping them sharp as they are about not letting them get overly aggressive in their mind. They need these works to kind of settle down a little bit once a week. They don't need a lot.
No, maintenance move, like you said, and the posture of the riders was so evident there. They weren't looking for anything fancy. Just keep them where they're at.
So much star power going to line up in that DraftKings Travers. Here's our post parade for the 9th, JJ's Joker.
A very live horse. I don't love horses that were claimed away from Chris Hartman, but the last dirt race this horse ran was a good one.
Street Swag went by for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. Here's Bobby the Tank.
He's the speed.
Junior Alvarado for Nick Zito there. Dad's good runner, 10-1.
10-1, comes off a win, but steps up in a level in claiming after that win.
Lane Luzzy still running, got kicked in the face by a horse earlier today. He's come back to ride, just amazing. Anthracite at 8-1.
He is a good live long shot in here off the claim for Linda Rice.
12th man, big number with Romero Mirage.
Claimed at this level last time. We'll go switch trainers and see what he does.
First off the claim, this is Badlands Ruler, almost 30-1.
Yeah, he's a big price for a reason.
Ski Country, another one who is a big price, has Joel Rosario.
Yeah, he's a big price for a reason.
Hey.
That was my Andy imitation.
Everyone, you can probably say that about everyone until we get to the 10. We'll see what happens with him. Eric Ridge, Jimmy Ryerson has Dylan Davis.
He's been running okay at Finger Lakes. I'm not a big fan. I think he's overbet right now.
And Todd Pletcher with the class dropper. That's money, 2-1.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is a horse that is the class of the field. He's faced better, and that's why he is our favorite. But you got to question the drop as to why he's doing it. He's put him in for sale price for the first time.
Short price. We knew he'd be favored. He is. Maggie's with his trainer.
Yeah, here with Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. And Todd, Tom Amos just asking why the drop. We've seen you, though, be very potent at Saratoga with these types of drop-down runners.
Yeah, you know, he's a New York bred too, other than the 3 and up category is very difficult at that level. So we're just trying to find the right level where he can be competitive, and we think this is it.
He's faced some good company. But speaking of good company, a Major Dude in the Fourstar Dave coming up next. Cutting back a little bit in distance, as you said, you were a little concerned about turf condition. With watching 2 turf races, not the easiest thing to gauge, but what did you think of what you saw from the turf course?
I think it's in as good as condition as we could have hoped for. We got a really good drying out day yesterday and most of today, so I know they've been rolling it and trying to get it as good as they possibly can. So yeah, he ran on a good turf course at Gulfstream. It's hard to say how really soft that was at Gulfstream, but it gives us some encouragement.
Absolutely. It's a horse that's really come around, I think, as a 4-year-old. Talk a little bit about fierceness, though. Winning the Jam Dandy, showing who he really was. How is he doing leading up to it, the Travers?
He's doing great. Yeah, he came out of the Jim Dandy really well. I love the way he's been showing us energy in the mornings. His appetite's been excellent. I think his weight is really, really good. All the things that we were worried about coming out of the Kentucky Derby, seems like he's turned around.
And ideally, is he a horse that needs to be out in the clear? Can he take kickback, Todd?
I don't know. That's a good question. I think he's got enough tactical speed. He can put himself in a good spot. He showed that he doesn't need to be on the lead. So we have some options. I don't think we're going to be looking to cover him up a whole lot, but yeah, I think he's professional enough to do that.
Awesome. Looking forward to it in 2 weeks, but best of luck a little later on and right now.
All right, thank you.
All right, Todd Pletcher setting out. That's money dropping class, but I'll have Major Dude coming up next, guys.
Yeah, looking forward, thank you, Maggie, to seeing Major Dude. But for fierceness, it was so great to see the 2-year-old champ, the Derby favorite, come back as we take a look at what Pletcher is trying to do in this race, Andy.
First time for a tag, which means first time in a claiming race. Todd Pletcher's done it 22 times over the last 5 years in Saratoga and dirt races, with 10 wins, 45%, and 20 of the 22 horses finished in the money. And he's got an ROI of over $3, which suggests he's doing it with horses that are not 3 to 5 shots, but they're actually an average price of around $6.50. And obviously they drop for a reason, Tom, but that doesn't mean they don't win often. In this case with Todd, they do.
It's a sign of a good trainer. We're watching That's Money right there, finishing up. It's a 1-turn mile at Aqueduct, I believe. That's your circuit, Andy, but I think that was. Makes the lead, hangs on.
Beating a pretty good horse here, too.
Yeah.
He beat a very good horse, the Big Torpedo, as well as Liberty Central is a factor in a race he's entered in on Friday's card, actually. And obviously, running for $25,000, a New York bred. He still has for an hours of 2 at Lifetime in New York breds, and then conditions against opens. It's not a positive. And I can understand somebody has some trepidation, but Todd's numbers in the past suggest he does well when he makes this move.
And what I mean by it's the sign of a good trainer is that Todd is able to recognize what he thinks the horse is worth and takes advantage of it early before, running so many races that he's not attractive to be bought out of the race. This horse, that's money, the 10, is going to be bought out of this race. There's no question about it. The over and under and how many claims are in for him will probably be anywhere from 8 to 10, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's going to be a crowded claim box.
It'll be very crowded. But you rarely see Pletcher have a situation where those horses come back to haunt him.
Meanwhile, Tom, you like the one on our screen now. That's JJ's Joker for Joe Sharp. What'd you like here?
Well, I throw out the last race, which was a turf race. And I look at, we talk about class, which Todd's horse favorite is doing, the 10. But with the 1, we see the same thing, a horse that's dropping in class. And can you get a guy that's riding any better than Tyler Gaffleone?
Rider off, that's Dad's good runner, Lane Luzzy. Already has had, we told you, a tough afternoon.
Oh, he's taking his tack off. This one's going to be a
Kicked
scratch.
in the face prior to a race in the paddock and came back to ride. Now this horse is going to go back to the barn. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, that's right. Dad's good runner will be a late scratch in here. Upon advice of the attending veterinarians, the stewards have taken him out. And yes, a bit of a tough afternoon for Lane Luzzy and Randy Prasad. But taking a look at your favorite in here, That's Money. The last time we saw him was on the Sunday in which we saw that New York Showcase Day. And he was in the Mike Lee. I will say, obviously that was a sloppy racetrack, so maybe didn't love that. Had to come off Lasix as well. And on top, in 2, coming off the Lasix, he was really, really aggressive and almost too wound up, too over the top. Well, now he's back to being the usual That's Money, a little bit more relaxed, and a lot of times that addition of Lasix will take the edge off of a horse. I have no problems with him here. I picked him. Yes, I understand that there's a little bit of trepidation, but I'd almost take the over on people claiming this horse. I know it's tough to claim off Todd, but he is a New York bred with that second level condition with Aqueduct coming up soon. To his inside is Iric Ridge. I'm sure Frank will correct me if I'm wrong in saying that way, but goes out for Jimmy Ryerson here. And a lot of times I think these Finger Lake shippers are kind of interesting, and Jimmy's done well with taking over the training on some of them shipping in here. I think of a horse like Maggie's Palace, who won back Belmont at Aqueduct. This guy really fit, great coat to him, and while he's turning back in distance, he is built more downhill despite being a lanky type of runner. So I do like the turn back, and last time, he completely blew the brake, was distanced early on, and that race wired by Mo Trump that day, and he made up a lot of ground. So I think Iric Ridge might be a little bit better than the form would suggest, Greg.
6-1 on the 9. Thank you, Maggie. Dylan Davis. He'll try and add another as we take a look here at the 5 Anthracite. Linda Rice, first off the claim. Claimed this one off of David Donk last start.
Yeah, and sometimes they're changing scenery, right? Just, sometimes it perks a horse up. I think this horse could be well placed, and I think the 7/8 for this Son of Arrogate suits well. I think at an 8-1, I wish I could lock in right there.
It's kind of funny. I mean, when you, as a trainer, when you claim a horse, you want to test drive that horse out on the track. You want to see him breeze. You want to see what he can do under your tutelage. No workouts since the claim on July the 24th. Leads me to believe that they're putting this one back in because they think this is where he belongs, and they're not looking to do anything more with him.
My knock on the 1, who I pick second, so I'm not saying I'm really against him, Tom, is I worry about horses claimed from trainers, high percentage trainers, move-up trainers like Chris Hartman. And as good as Joe Sharp is, to be fair, the last dirt race, the horse ran well. But I worry about these horses, whether or not you can trust them to maintain their form. That's my biggest concern. And like I said, I still pick him second. I'm not against him, but that's a concern. Is that fair?
Hartman may not be known that well around here, but in the Midwest, that is well categorized.
What about with Dad's good runner coming out the 4, who was
That's
a horse
a great point.
who was forward last time out? What does that do to the pace?
So the pace, it takes away from it. I mean, I know Andy thinks Bobby the Tank is going to show the speed from the 3, but you're going to get it from the outside with That's Money as well.
I agree. The 3 is going, and the 10's going to be sitting second. I don't think that changed with the 4 out.
Huge favorite, class dropper for Todd Pletcher. That's Money, as Andy showed us, 45% with this maneuver the last 5 years. Well, let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
That's Money walking up. Going in. they're off. Bobby the Tank is sent out of the gate. That's Money, flashing good speed too. In between them, Anthracite is third through the opening furlong, moving up between rivals along with Badlands Ruler, who now takes that second spot. Then JJ's Joker fifth, 4 lengths off the lead, followed by Street Swag, a length and a half clear of 12th man, and Ski Country. The distant trailer is Iric Ridge. 22-4 for Bobby the Tank, who struts his stuff by 3 lengths over Badlands Ruler to the half-mile pole. At the rail, Anthracite inching up a closer third. That's Money is 3 deep, 4 lengths off the pace as they move midway on the far turn. 12th man is next. 12th man is passing rivals in a hurry. There goes 12th man all the way up to second through a half in 45 and 3, and 12th man is up to take the lead with a quarter of a mile to go. Badlands Ruler in between horses. Bobby the Tank drops out of it down at the rail. A lot of work for That's Money, who is well behind with a furlong left to go as Anthracite has surfaced. They're in the final furlong. Also from behind, Ski Country is starting to pick it up with big and dangerous strides. Here's Ski Country and Joel Rosario surging by them all. Ski Country will win it going away. Anthracite second, 12th man after that big move settled for third. Iric Ridge from dead last to fourth.
25-1 Ski Country. Joel Rosario with the upset here in the ninth.
Will result in a pick 6 carryover over $100,000 into Wednesday's card. And this was the last move, was the right move. Maybe Romero Mirage might have moved a little soon with 12th man, and Richie Anthracite just doesn't want to win races. But credit Joel with that last move.
Anthracite had a really good trip. Joel said, let me remind you guys why they put me in the Hall of Fame a few weeks ago.
They rocked up front early in this race. They were smoking up front. It's set up for a close, and Joel, who probably understands pace as well as anybody in the business, knew just how to time it and made the last move.
And the favorite was never running, and the one never appeared in the race as well.
Ski Country, and takes advantage of that. Slight cut back from a mile to 7/8. A lot of cake on the face of Joel Rosario, but Meg, it's worth it when you get a win.
Yeah, people pay a lot of money to get those mud packs here. It's just a byproduct of the job.
Cake on the face, better than egg on the face.
Yes, it is. A look at Carl Spackler as he gears up for the Grade 1 Fourstar Dave. That is next, our ABR race of the week. Grade 3 Kelso winner. Back on July 13th at the meet. Try and get his 6th turf victory when we come back.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Recently inducted into the Hall of Fame just across the street, Joel Rosario. And he delivers quite a ride here on this 25-1 upset winner ski country. You can play all the action by getting signed up with NyraBet Spot 250. That code to use for new members at sign up to get that $250 deposit match sign up bonus right there at nyrabets.com. This is going to play huge. As Andy said, we have a pick 6 carryover into Wednesday, and the pick 5, one that ended here. If you put this together, well done, $81,192.
And $107,000 and change carryover into Wednesday.
This is next. It's our ABR race of the week, the FanDuel Fourstar Dave handicap, grade 1, and a big one. Rescheduled for today, so it could stay on the grass and early on in the wagering. Ottoman Fleet, Charlie Appleby, Godolphin opens up as the 8-5 favorite. There's a look at Carl Spackler coming off a win in the grade 3 Kelso and trying to deliver his trainer, Chad Brown, who's won so many big turf races, especially here on the East Coast, his first ever Fourstar Dave. We'll have it for you next.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. 10 Kentucky Derby winners, 6 Triple Crown winners, 17 Horses of the Year, 23 Hall of Famers, and over 300 champions. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
FanDuel has something for everyone every day. Score bigger winnings at any inning with profit boosts. Take home bonus bets for home runs every Tuesday. And beat the heat with no sweat bets. Make the most out of this summer with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. All customers get a boost or a bonus every day, all summer long. Plus, new customers can bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets if you win.
Saratoga.
Welcome to a Sunday edition of Saratoga Live at one of the most historic sporting venues in the country, Saratoga Racecourse. And a big one coming up, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile. The FanDuel Fourstar Dave handicap, grade 1 worth $500,000. And there is a look at our current favorite, Ottoman Fleet, for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. He's won 3 of his last 4 starts, all group or graded stakes victories, but looking for his first ever grade 1 win. I'm Greg Wolf, alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, one of the winningest trainers in the history of the sport, Tom Amos, and champion jockey Richie Migliore, who knows the horse this race was named after quite well. We'll talk more about that coming up. What about this year's edition, Andy, of this race, Ottoman Fleet?
Well, I mean, Ottoman Fleet is the one horse in here that has competed competitively in Grade 1s in the past. Everybody in here is trying to win their first career Grade 1. Ottoman Fleet hasn't won one, but Tommy's come close a couple of times.
He has, and as we all know, when we're talking about Grade 1s, we're talking about the highest level of races we run here in the United States. A very, very small percentage of those are Grade 1s. The Fourstar Dave, being a Grade 1, brings the best caliber horses, not only from around the country, but from around the world, as we see from Ottoman Fleet.
Yeah. Take a look at Ottoman Fleet, making his way to the paddock here, 20 minutes away from one of the biggest races there is in this division. A look at what he has done. 7 wins, 5 runner-up finishes, over $1 million in earnings on the grass.
And it used to be that people wished the Chad Brown turf runners would go away, but these days they're starting to wish that these Godolphin Charlie Appleby runners would go away. They have been dominant.
There's a new sheriff in town when it comes to turf racing, going 2 turns for older horses as well as younger horses on the grass. It's Charlie Appleby from overseas.
Well, and he identifies, obviously he has a large group of very good horses to choose from, but he's very good at identifying what horses will suit American-style racing. Ottoman Fleet, we're watching him win the Wise Stand, was able to show speed and go wire to wire, but he's a horse that's just as capable from off the pace.
And it's unusual for a European horse to be a horse that wants the front end.
Time for our John Deere track conditions. Fast on the main track, turf condition good. We got, for about a couple of hours on Friday, a lot of rain.
A couple of hours? It was about 20 minutes while I was here, there was a deluge.
Well, it came down very heavy for a while. That's why we moved this race to Sunday. Intended to be running on the grass. That's where it should be run, as we get set for one of the really big ones coming up. Let's look at Carl Spackler and what he did early in this meet in the Grade 3 Kelso.
And this is a win that's a little bit better than it looks, because Carl Spackler wants to sit and stalk a little bit, and his rider, Tyler Gaffalione, was sitting behind the horse he ends up running down, Talk of the Nation. That horse got a very smart, aggressive ride by Irad Ortiz, seizing the lead about a quarter mile into the race, which caused Tyler, Richie, to have to sort of alter his game plan.
Yeah, and sometimes that stretches the horse's run out and they'll hang a little bit. This horse was relentless. I mean, he just keeps coming at you. He's honest, and he runs the inner turf course so well, Tom.
There he is for Chad Brown, and Andy, his trainer said he can handle less than firm. We showed you it's listed as good. What do you think about the turf condition for him today?
I think from what we've seen of the earlier races, it's on the sort of firm side of good. So a little bit of give, but a very fair course. And Carl Spackler is going to try to win a Grade 1. Carl Spackler never got the gopher.
No, he did not. Well done, Andy. Andy's learned on this show.
You've been teaching me. You've been very sharp today.
For official Breeders' Cup merchandise, including the Peter Millar collection, go to breederscupshop.com. As we close in on a big one coming up. This is from social media. Don't forget to get behind the ears. Major Dude getting a major cleaning ahead of his run. And this win in your end for the Breeders' Cup Mile.
I think I know who posted that.
Relative?
My
yours?
daughter, Haley, perhaps.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Well done, Haley. She shows up for the big ones. There's a look at Major Dude, and it looks like they did get behind the ears. Shows up looking sharp. It's a big test, though, for Major Dude here. And the man we just saw deliver a 25-1 upset in the last race, Andy, will be aboard.
Yeah.
That is Joel Rosario.
Oh, excuse me. A little surprised at the odds right now with the 7th.
Saratoga Live. We'll get to that in just a second. Brought to you by the Keeneland September Yearling Sale. Visit theworldsyearlingsale.com for more. Yeah, 7 more than it looks. Opens up as the 8-5 favorite. And by Calumet Farm. We get set 16 minutes away from the Grade 1 FanDuel Fourstar Dave Handicap. We'll be back.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is God-Eye.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Complete package.
This is a Kentucky Thoroughbred. This is a Kentucky-built Powerfoil industrial fan. Like a Thoroughbred, it too delivers unrivaled performance. And while they both run with purpose and pride, this one also runs to keep your workforce feeling cool and comfortable. Powerfoil, our best-selling big fan hands down. BigFans.com. Comfort without compromise.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
So if you're happy and you know it, throw your hands up and show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. And if you love the life you're living, go ahead and dive right in and shake it like you mean it. Do a little dance. Show me what you got. Oh, 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 oh.
Find your happiness in San Diego.
Live is brought to you by FanDuel. Make every moment count. And by Claiborne Farm, for over 110 years doing the usual, unusually well.
They have to catch Lure as they turn for home. He spurts away from the field. Lure running a huge race this afternoon. He's in front by 4. Lure does it in front running style. What an effort by Lure. Lure looking for a repeat win in the mile, and it will be Lure once again.
It's the American, the Horse with the 2-length lead. The victory goes to the Horse in the mile. The Horse is game as they come, coming down to the line. The Horse comes back. Unbelievable. Oh my. This is the greatest comeback since Lazarus.
Those Breeders' Cup Mile moments are brought to you by Prevagen as we take a look at the current odds for this year's edition of the FanDuel Fourstar Dave Handicap. The big surprise, Andy, you alluded to it, More Than Looks. 4-year-old debut coming up, the 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, this is kind of shocking. I mean, not saying it's going to end up being the favorite, but it's that close. Now, I think we all agree that if we were confident that More Than Looks could run his very best race, maybe he should be favored. But, Tom, it's a big ask on the layoff.
Big ass off a layoff, and a horse, More Than Looks, that needs to have some pace up front, wants to close into a quick pace. Pace here is a little murky.
I agree with all that.
Well, let's take a look at him at his best. A win in the Jefferson Cup at Churchill Downs. He comes from way out of it. He has a very potent late kick.
And let's point out in this race, he didn't get any pace to run out in here, and it didn't matter. I mean, he is hopelessly beaten on the far outside here, and he wins this race by about 3 lengths. This is a remarkable performance.
And they ran a mile in 1:32 and change for him to finish. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the Jefferson Cup, 1:36. He came home in 24, though. So what did he come home in?
Yeah, so he came home quick. But on top of that, as a 3-year-old, he then took on the older horses in the Breeders' Cup Mile and ran fabulous that day. So, I mean, he's at a disadvantage. He's not a full-grown horse as a 3-year-old running against those older, really salty turf milers. So I can understand how they have big expectations as he's getting ready to debut in his 4-year-old year. Hadn't run since last November.
Yeah, and he was stuck very far outside in that Breeders' Cup Mile. What'd you think of that performance?
Well, I think if you watch the race, Joel Rosario decided, I'm going to lose some position early, and because I want to get to the fence. And to do that, you got to sort of take back and drop over. Now, it should be noted, the one horse in front of him when he was 13th was the winner of the race, Master of the Seas. So it's not as though the race didn't fall apart. And Master of the Seas, though, is a world-class Grade 1, Group 1 winner. Sure. And so it hurt him by having that outside post. Now, Master of the Seas had an outside post as well. I don't think he was best but I think he ran incredibly well that day, and he ran a race good enough to win here.
And I think could have been closer with a little better trip.
Sure, better post.
Yep.
Well, Autumn and Fleet, 9-5 right now for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. The man who'll ride Autumn and Fleet is with Acacia Clement right now.
That's right, Flavian Pratt here with me, Greg. Flavian, you wired the field last time out aboard Autumn and Fleet. Your speed to your inside, how do you expect it to play out today?
Yeah, we'll see how he breaks, but obviously, I'm a bit outside, so I want to get a clean break and, see where we land.
You've been riding a lot of nice horses here for Charlie Appleby. Can you talk a little bit just about the relationship you've gained with Charlie and the horses that he spotted here in New York?
Yeah, no, I'm very grateful to get those opportunities. Obviously, Charlie is one of the top trainers, and they always bring great horses, so it's a pleasure to ride for them.
Thanks for the time, Flavian. Good luck. But for how they look, let's check in the paddock with Maggie.
Yeah, Acacia, we'll start with Autumn and Fleet, who comes in here off of 2 wins at Churchill Downs. And last time, I think a bit of a merry-go-round race where he just dominated on the front end, going that mile to 16th. I don't know if he necessarily pulls the same trip here. Now, last time I saw him, I did think he looked fantastic coming off or coming into New York for the second bout of his States tour. I wish he looked a little bit better. I'll be honest. I've seen him look better in his coat. I've seen him look a little bit more tucked up, a little bit more comfortable here in the paddock. I get why he can win. He's just not making that sensational appearance that he did going 3 back, which was the last time I saw him, albeit. Now, number 7 is More Than Looks for Cherie DeVoe. I know she's been quoted as saying that More Than Looks is probably 80 to 85% fit. By my eye, and I don't know this horse like she does, he looks about 95% fit. He looks a lot more fit, and you'll see that a lot of times when horses come into a race. They kind of draw themselves up, and they just will look and appear a bit more tucked up than you perceive them to be in the mornings. He's such a good looker. I mean, that's why he has the name that he does, and also being a son of More Than Ready. But I love his demeanor. Sometimes he can get a little agitated, a little too over the top. And today, he's just nicely on the bridle, focused and attentive to his handlers. I think that's a really good sign for this horse coming back today, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. 9-5, co-favorite right now on More Than Looks. Meanwhile, standing by with the connections of Carl Spackler, let's go to Acacia.
Bob Edwards of E5 Racing joining me. As Bob, we've seen Carl Spackler be very consistent here at Saratoga in particular. And just talk a little bit about what a fun ride he's been for you and your team.
It's an amazing story, right? The whole family's involved. Tyler's on the horse. He's my son-in-law. The horse was out of the mare that we own, my first win with Chad. And it's a full circle. Back to Chad again here on the Fourstar Dave, and hopefully he gets to check that on his resume.
I'm glad you mentioned that was out of Zendaya, because I actually wanted to ask about her, because that was kind of the one that really got you started in this game. A lot of success early, but you've been able to continue it on, and really, like you said, a full circle moment.
Indeed, she was our first win. So our first win was the Intercontinental with her, and that's kind of sucked us in, and we've been here for 10 years now.
Well, we in the racing family are glad to have you involved. Best of luck today.
Thank you, Aisha.
Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Obviously an incredibly prestigious race in its own right, but more at stake than just the Fourstar Dave on your resume. It is a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile automatic entry into that big one, November 2nd at Del Mar. $60,000 in entry fees paid by the Breeders' Cup, that $10,000 award denominator as well. And that's where everyone will be, November 1st and 2nd on championship weekend out at Del Mar.
And the Classic gets so much of the talk, and for good reason. The Breeders' Cup Mile on the turf, to me, is my favorite race year in and year out.
Breeders' Cup World Championships returns to Del Mar for its 41st running, November 1st and 2nd. Tickets are on sale now. Head over to breederscup.com/tickets to secure your seats. And for more information, November 1st and 2nd. Here comes our field. Kick off the post parade with strong quality speed from the inside.
He is the speed. Now, whether or not he's good enough to carry it the whole way remains to be seen, but Mark Cassie has pulled an upset in this race before.
Class test for Major Dude. Rider change, Joel Rosario.
Yeah, listen, he ran very well last time with a good trip, but this is a much tougher spot.
Trainer Chad Brown has won just about every big turf race there is, except this one. He'll send out Carl Spackler.
Won 4 of his last 5. Done it under conditions that weren't ideal for him, meaning that the pace was kind of slow. He had to come from off the pace. a player in this spot.
Biggest price on the board. This is Money Supply. Won his turf debut.
Claimed away from Chad Brown for $35,000, made over $500,000, so he's a big price here, but they don't need to apologize for anything.
The 8-5 favorite for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin, Ottoman Fleet.
He's got the weapon that everybody in this race wants. Tactical speed. He can be placed anywhere he wants early in the race, depending upon the pace. That's why he's the favorite.
And the horse will be far back early. We know he'll be flying late. Here's More Than Looks.
This is a really, really exciting horse, and as a fan, I just hope he runs really well today. I've been looking forward to seeing him come back for quite some time.
Now, Ottoman Fleet, so comes in the way you want to. 3 wins his last 4 starts, all in group or graded stakes victories. And we'll take a look at a stat as we hear some raindrops starting to come down. And there is Ottoman Fleet with Flavian Pratt aboard.
I think that the Fourstar Dave car's coming, and the rain just, even not predicted, always comes here. And Charlie Appleby, that's why people wish he would leave, right, Richie?
Unreal. 37 starts, 16 wins, 43% win rate, 78% in the money. And these are, Mig, these are at the highest level usually, all these starts.
Yeah, at the highest level. And we're watching Ottoman Fleet warm up here. He's giving Flavian Pratt a really hard time here. You could see how the bit was kind of half pulled through his mouth, Tom, trying to keep him under control.
It still is. Yeah. You know, but for Ottoman Fleet, a lot of times these foreign horses that are, you know, they just act peculiar in the paddock or on the racetrack. They seem to always get quiet and do the things right in a race.
Race Lens, a product of Equibase, the Thoroughbred Industries official database. Let's look at one of the Keeneland sales grads we'll see in this Fourstar Dave. This is Money Supply. Seemingly a big ass, but he certainly liked moving to the grass, Andy.
I mean, he's run really well on the dirt, and he showed that he can perform as competitively on the turf as the dirt. He likes a little give in the ground. This is a big, big ask, but they're so far ahead of the game already, Tom. Why not take a shot?
Yeah, 1 for 1 on the grass. This will be his second attempt on it. He likes it.
The other Keeneland sales grad in the race, here he is, More Than Looks for Cherie DeVoe. Victory Racing Partners will have the meet's leading rider aboard, Narad Ortiz Jr.
Could have had him for $135,000 as a yearling. He's already made $500,000, and a horse like this, starting his 4-year-old season, looks to make a lot more.
A lot of people out there saying they were the underbidder.
Cheers to the breeders of today's FanDuel Fourstar Dave contenders from our friends at Three Chimneys Farm, where dreams are born. And here's a look at the breeders. Kinsman Farm, a strong quality.
People not familiar with Kinsman Farm, that's George Steinbrenner's old farm. Of course, the New York Yankees, the late George Steinbrenner.
I got fired from George Steinbrenner about a week after he fired Billy Martin after the Derby. So it was so much in the news that Johnny Carson actually talked about Steinbrenner now firing jockeys.
Well, let me guess, he hired you back.
And I did get hired back. I did.
He had a tendency to do that every once in a while. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I'm going to be landing on the number 7, More Than Looks, here in this race. Greg, initially coming in, I had been against him because this was not the first plan for Cherie DeVoe, wanting to run last week in the Lure, saying that he needed a little bit of a race for fitness. And maybe he does. Maybe that's true. But I have loved what I've seen from this horse in the preliminaries. And the last time he ran on a turf with some give in it, as we do have a little bit of rain coming down in the Hall of Fame last year, he was headstrong, but ran well. Hopefully this year, Maggie, he'll be a little bit more settled. What are you seeing out there on the track?
Yeah, More Than Looks throughout Acacia, a much different and more mature horse that I'm observing throughout these preliminaries. He's gotten on the muscle for Irad Ortiz, but really, as I said back in the paddock, he was attentive to the groom and to the hot walker on the other side of him, and he's doing the same with Irad aboard today. But a horse that looks to control from the inside is number 1 in here, strong quality. Dylan taking him away from the pony. He did get an aggressive warm-up. Now he's going to turn back in distance, and he's quite a versatile horse. I have some admiration for this guy, from trainer Mark Cassie, who's really enjoying a phenomenal Saratoga. Yes, physically, he's built more like a horse that wants to go further. But there isn't much other pace in here, and I hope Dylan seizes the bull by the horns, because I like speed on these inner turf course conditions, guys.
That looks like the speed of the speed. What are we going to see, though, from Ottoman Fleet? Ottoman Fleet and Flavian Pratt, who will be back aboard today, put this horse in front.
Flavian is a very aggressive rider, but Richie, we talked about this earlier, and you and I both think that one of Tyler Gaffleon's most important jobs is to try to be in front of Ottoman Fleet early, and I think he will be.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to put himself in a position where he's got to try to run him down. You know, he's a horse that's going to finish, and it's a tough task, especially with some give in the ground. And not the course in good shape, but now with this little bit more rain, and we saw speed hold up very well earlier in that turf sprint.
Carl Spackler will only be in front of Ottoman Fleet if Pratt doesn't want to have the lead. Ottoman Fleet is a faster horse early on than Carl Spackler.
I will respectfully disagree with you. I think it's very close, but I think Ottoman Fleet has been able to be in front.
The only advantage you have is that Carl Spackler's inside of him.
I just don't agree. I don't think Carl Spackler is slower. I think it's close, Tom.
I'm not saying he's slow. I'm just saying
no,
that
I think he's
faster.
See, I think he's faster. You and I will have to agree to disagree.
There is Carl Spackler.
We just always disagree.
Imagine that. These two not agreeing.
On pace, no less.
Interesting.
We have so many agreements on pace.
You look at Flavian Pratt and what he's done, especially at this meet. He is aggressive at any point and opportunity he can be.
He understands the value of position and getting your position going forward. And I think a lot of that stems from his time riding in California. You know, you want position there. You're going to grab it. He, to me, is the closest rider I've seen to Jerry Bailey tactically. He's that tactically sound.
Yeah, he's a rider that will often see a race when the pace scenario is murky, and he will become the speed. And what I've noticed is, and I think, Richie, you and I have talked about this, Irad Ortiz has gotten a little bit better at doing that, of being aggressive when you didn't expect him to be. And I wonder a little bit, it's because saw how effective it was for Flavian.
I think it's a very good point. And as a rider, if you're going to be a top rider, you've got to be a chameleon. You've got to be a little unpredictable, but you also got to be able to fit whatever situation and whatever kind of horse you're riding.
You don't want the other riders to always be confident they know where you're going to be.
Well, this is how paranoid I was with the time. I would always wear the same amount of goggles, whether I was on a closer or a speed horse, because I didn't want anybody looking at my goggles handicapping what I might do.
I like crazy or very close.
Birth to the Breeders' Cup Mile on the line in this win and you're in event. Grade 1, FanDuel. Fourstar Dave handicap. Ottoman Fleet, the 3-2 favorite for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you, Greg. We've got two more. Here is Ottoman Fleet and Flavian Pratt. And More Than Looks for Victory Racing Partners. The last will out. They're in the gate. They're off in the FanDuel Fourstar Dave. Money Supply leapt in the air and is far back early. Strong Quality broke alertly. Carl Spackler secures a good tracking spot right away. And Major Dude comes through along the inside. Then it's Ottoman Fleet fourth. 4 lengths off the early tempo. More Than Looks unhurried. 7 off the pace. And another 3 to Money Supply. Around the first turn, Strong Quality gets the easiest of leads, 24-3 for the opening quarter mile. Carl Spackler continues by himself in second. It's another 2 to Major Dude, who's eager to get closer in third, tugging pretty hard at this stage. And Ottoman Fleet is fourth, 5 lengths off the lead, coming to the half-mile pole. Irad Ortiz has a strong hold of More Than Looks, and it's another 5 back to Money Supply. The half in 49-1 for Strong Quality, who takes them into the far turn with a 3-length cushion on Carl Spackler in second. Major Dude. Ottoman Fleet yet to be asked in fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. Another 2 back to More Than Looks, who's 5 in front of Money Supply. Strong Quality. Carl Spackler makes the first move at him. And here comes Carl Spackler on the outside as they reach the top of the stretch. Strong Quality. Carl Spackler breezes on by. Ottoman Fleet with plenty of work to do, and More Than Looks is revving up in the center, but Carl Spackler has opened up. What a tremendous athlete Carl Spackler is as he dominates the FanDuel Fourstar Dave. Wins it by more than 4 lengths. More Than Looks was second. It's a photo for third between Strong Quality and Ottoman Fleet.
Carl Spackler emphatically for the first ever win in this race for trainer Chad Brown.
And if you're going to win your first Grade 1, you got to put in a Grade 1 in performance, and he did.
He did. I mean, the pace was light, and because the pace was so light, you had to have the proper position on the one horse who was setting the pace. Who can make the first move on the one horse? Carl Spackler, who's sitting second, makes that first move. Everybody's chasing Carl Spackler down the lane. They're not going to catch him. He's got plenty of gas in the tank.
Tyler put him in the right spot. He was getting over the ground perfect. You never saw any kind of dip or bobble. And this is the sire, Lope de Vegas, 22nd Grade 1 winner.
They're turning for home right here, you guys. Everybody knew who was going to win the race when they turned for home. Nobody for a second thought anybody but Carl Spackler was going to win.
I mean, honestly, one of the biggest concerns for him weren't the horses behind him. Was maybe the one going to get Brave on the lead, because when a horse like this is a couple lengths at a moderate pace against the other horses, and I'm telling you something else, this is the best race he's ever run. This was a powerhouse performance by him.
By far and away, and we would be remiss not to mention how well the 7, More Than Looks, ran, off the layoff, and he was very keen, very fresh early.
Let's go back to the start.
You're going to watch the 5 hop in the air. He's out of the race at that point. There's just too much to do from that point.
And at this point, and you wonder if a little bit Autumn and Fleet hesitated just a fraction because of the 5 jumping, because Carl was a length in front of him right away, and at that point, there's nothing Flavian could do. There's no way, but the sharp break by Carl Spackler enabled him to get that position.
Set up his entire trip, but he was always traveling. This was, to me, a breakout performance by him.
3-win day for Tyler Gaffleone, riding for the fam. Here, his father-in-law, Bob Edwards. There he is. Let's go to Maggie.
And the second one in this Grade 1 Fourstar Dave for Tyler Gaffleone, but this one has to be extra special, Tyler. It's a family affair.
Oh, absolutely. I'm so thrilled for Bob and his whole family. This is one of his first homebreds, and to win a Grade 1 with them is amazing. It's really hard to put this into words right now.
Tyler, he's a horse that is just such a dude, as you described him. He's laid back, but as you said, got a hold of this turf course really well today.
He loved it. The second he broke, I took a nice little hold of him, and he just toted me around there. I was just a passenger most of the way, and he really finished up nice. That was a huge performance from him.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but this is a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup. How cool would it be to be riding for your father-in-law at the Breeders' Cup in California?
It'd be a dream come true. I know he's probably getting excited over there with the family, so we'll just enjoy this one and see what the future has for us.
Acacia, how is that father-in-law acting? Your father-in-law and mother-in-law both very happy. Thrilled to be joined by Bob and Chris Edwards. Bob, we spoke earlier about how this is a full circle moment. Now a Grade 1 winner, Carl Spackler. How meaningful is it?
It is phenomenal. It's almost like Chris crushed methamphetamines and sprinkled them on my breakfast this morning as powdered sugar. I am so amped up right now. It's hard to tell you.
Chris, you're keeping him in line, I hope. But Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle for your son-in-law, the family all here. How much of a wonderful celebration is that?
The best. Our first Grade 1 with him on board and homebred, and it's amazing. Amazing. I'm shaking.
It's a special moment. And as Chris said,
he's worked so hard.
As Chris said, it's a homebred for you. Does that make it even more special?
Oh, it makes it way more special. The homebred was trained by this gentleman over here, Ian Brennan. He saw him early on and said he had, stakes potential, and he was correct at Stone Street. And, I'm happy for Chad. This is his first Fourstar Dave. And, obviously Tyler, our son-in-law, happy for him to get a Grade 1 here in Saratoga as well with us. It's just a great story for us.
It certainly is. Enjoy it, guys.
Thank you.
Greg.
This horse has shown talent, look, from day one. Mig, what kind of pressure is that, though, to ride in a big race like this for your in-laws?
Well, it could make it for an uncomfortable dinner time conversation if you weren't to get the trip that he got, but good horses make us look good, and Carl Spackler, that gopher never had a chance today.
And we should also mention it is the first Fourstar Dave win for Chad Brown, and not a lot of major turf race in New York, if any, for Chad Brown not to have his name on them, and he gets it today in a big way with Carl.
We know that a horse who was entered for this race, he had a foot bruise. He's out Master of the Seas for Godolphin. He won it last year, the Breeders' Cup Mile. They're thinking Woodbine Mile for him. You'd have to think this horse just punched his ticket to that race. Where does he fit in this division?
He keeps running like this.
Yeah.
He's a major player. Master of the Seas, I think that Charlie Appley's watching and thinking, I wish I ran Master of the Seas, but I'm not sure I would have beaten this guy today.
Not today.
Carl Spackler, now a Grade 1 winner, first ever win in this race for one of the dominant trainers in the game, Chad Brown. He now has a Fourstar Dave to add to the resume. What a performance, and Breeders' Cup Mile bound. after this performance. Tyler Gaffleone, 3-win afternoon. He's now alone in second in the jockey standings here at Saratoga, Mig.
He is riding as well as anybody the entire meet, but he's gotten really hot the last few days, and this is a fun jockey race. We're watching guys that are at the top of their game riding in great form.
5 wins over the last 2 days for Tyler Gaffleone, including this Grade 1 FanDuel Fourstar Dave handicap. What a moment as this one punches his ticket to the Breeders' Cup Mile with a authoritative victory in a Grade 1, his first Grade 1, 6th turf victory of his career.
At Calumet Farm, we're proud to offer proven stallions to fit every breeder's needs. With over 72 million in progeny winnings on dirt and turf, our diverse roster is producing the champions of today and tomorrow. Calumet Farm, a legacy reborn.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Calumet, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's shareholder to win the Northern.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
San Diego always seems like a good thing. La Jolla Cove, one of the most photographed beaches in Southern California. Visit Petco Park. See the Padres chasing NL West Division crown. Gaslamp District, that's the heart of the nightlife. Expect to stay out late. The other Belmont Park. How about a ride on the Giant Dipper? Balboa Park has museums, gardens, the famous San Diego Zoo, and tide pool's always a great day for the family. November, one of the best times for tide pooling. And that's right when the Breeders' Cup hits. One lucky fan has the chance to win a VIP trip to this year's Breeders' Cup. The prize includes round-trip airfare, hotel stay, VIP tickets, and more. Fans can enter the contest for free at breederscup.com/contest. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning trainer Chad Brown. Chad, your first Fourstar Dave victory, and I know it has to be special to do it with a horse like this who pulled away from his competition.
Yeah, I'll tell you a lot of memories growing up in the picnic area back here, betting on Fourstar Dave. That was like the one sure bet of the meet, and to have Leo O'Brien give us the trophy was really a special moment for me and my parents who brought me up here as a young child, and what an honor to win this race. I haven't won it for a reason. It's a hard race to win.
And for Carl Spackler, we spoke earlier about how athletic, how agile this horse is, and he showed that yet again, putting himself in the perfect spot today.
He is, and his biggest attribute, I think, that doesn't probably get talked about enough is his mind. I mean, this horse is so relaxed. You saw him in the paddock being saddled. He's like an old gelding pony that you'd put your youngest kid on to ride. I mean, and that really allows him to really reserve his energy and obey the commands of the rider. And I'll tell you, Tyler Gaffleone gets along with this horse so well. He knows just how to judge the pace with this horse, which is key, and he really gets him to finish.
Now this is, of course, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile. We've seen those E5 Racing Silks in the Breeders' Cup winner's circle.
Yeah, I'd say he fits. He's getting faster and so patient. I want to thank the Edwards family, too, for their patience. I brought this horse to Keeneland last fall, and he had a colic surgery. Really serious situation where he could not run again. And, they always do the right thing with their horses. We gave them plenty of time. And I want to thank the farms that have helped them. Stone Street out in Ocala, really, they broke them. They rehabbed them for us. And the folks at Indian Creek in Kentucky also did a lot of rehab. A lot of behind-the-scenes players fix these horses when they have setbacks, and that's why we're here today.
So many people part of a horse's journey, but congratulations to the team on this Grade 1 Fourstar Dave victory.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
I know the one he really, really covets, having grown up here, or just near here in Mechanicville's the Travers. This had to feel incredibly good for Chad Brown. 16th starter in this race, Andy.
I mean, at some point you start to say, maybe I'm just cursed. I can't seem to win this race, but it's all gone with one big win.
Yeah, he put it in perspective, as a young child coming out here, and it was just, I just think that's really cool.
FanDuel Fourstar Dave payouts presented by FanDuel. Carl Spackler returns $6.10 for the first ever winner for Chad Brown in this race. More than looks. This was a starting point. First start back as a 4-year-old.
He ran very well, Richard.
Really good effort by him, but boy, do I feel old now. Chad was a young boy in the picnic area while I was riding Fourstar Dave.
You know why? You are old.
We have another Grade 1 to close out this Sunday card. Saratoga Derby Invitational, mile 3/16 on the turf, and a berth on the line to the winner of this race, to the Cox Plate at Mooney Valley. $5 million on the line in that race in late October.
And for people that say, oh, that's silly, that's never going to happen, well, it's already happened. I mean, State of Rest won this race a few years ago. He went over and won the Cox Plate, so it can happen, and who knows if it'll ever happen again, but it's happened before.
See if that can happen again. That'll be interesting to see. We'll talk about this field coming up in a moment. Time for our Longines Breeders' Cup Classic rankings. And big one to come in the Travers in a couple of weeks. For the boys, we're going to see a filly in that spot as well, the queen of the 3-year-old filly division, Torpedo Anna. But right now, Andy, it's Dornick, the Belmont and Haskell winner, atop this division.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a lot of things can change. And I don't know about you guys, there's a lot of horses in that list with speed.
Yeah, that's Arthur's right. Second on that list, the speed he showed in the Whitney, he's going to be a horse they're going to all have to contend with pace-wise.
His best asset, is it his fight, Tom?
I guess. I just didn't think that was his best race, his last race at Monmouth Park. But
really,
I did not.
No,
I did not.
I thought
the Belmont was his best race by far.
I thought he was very game in both of them, to be honest with you. I wouldn't want to place one against the other. He's
passed in both and came back in both. We saw that with him as a 2-year-old as well. It's a horse that just does not want to lose.
We're seeing unusual fight from that horse.
Fair enough. I mean, but this is the Midsummer Derby coming up, and it seems like it is the launching pad for who's going to go to the Breeders' Cup and be competitive as a 3-year-old against the older horses.
And right now with those 2 Grade 1 wins, though, it is Dornick who's the leader of certainly that 3-year-old division, but the Travers changes everything.
It changes everything, but let's face it, if another Sierra Leone wins, he's got 2 Grade 1 wins as well, so it's not like he's necessarily in front of Dornick. Dornick's in a very good spot right now, but a lot can change.
That to come, and there's going to be a lady in the mix as well with that queen of that 3-year-old filly division, Torpedo Anna. That's coming up in a couple of weeks. Up next, berth on the line to the Cox Plate in Australia. Grade 1, Saratoga Derby Invitational when we return.
The highest honor in any sport is to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Those who enter these hallowed halls bear witness to greatness, as the horses enshrined within are known as the Great Ones, the Immortals. With just 4 crops to race, Horse of the Year Gunrunner has sired 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 millionaires, which has him poised to etch his name alongside the greatest stallions of the modern era. Gunrunner.
So if you're happy and you know it, throw your hands up and show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. And if you love the life you're living, go ahead and dive right in and shake it like you mean it. Do a little dance. Show me what you got. Oh, 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 oh. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Find your happiness in San Diego.
It's not just foaling mares and prepping yearlings.
The communication from the entire team top to bottom is great.
Well-raised, sound, high-level talent. Fourstar, they're synonymous with breeding Grade 1 horses.
They will sell their top-end horses, which I think is important when you're buying off of people that also race.
They leave no stone unturned. They spare no expense, and the horses are certainly taken care of to the extreme.
So you know when you're buying from Fourstar, you can do so confidently.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans, mixed with the Pacific breeze. You have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
So much to do in this town, not just the racetrack, historic Congress Park. Can walk there in just a few minutes' time from Saratoga Racecourse. And a beautiful afternoon to do so. A lot of events going on in the park. And a good trip with the fam. Carousel, I still got to take my kids on that this summer.
Carousel's great. Designed by the same man who designed Central Park in New York City.
Take a look at the Grade 1 Saratoga Derby Invitational. Purse of $600,000. Winner punching a ticket to the Cox Plate in Australia. As we take a look at Legend of Time, winner of the Grade 2 Pennine Ridge back in May, and was most recently third in the Belmont Derby, the first leg of this Turf Triple Series.
Yeah, pay close attention to Legend of Time, the two horses in the back of the pack along the rail. He's going to get stuck, has to kind of stop a little bit and then restart. That's really hard for a horse to do once he gets momentum going and then have to try to go again. It's a difficult move.
You stop and start like this, and now he gets the gap, Joel Rosario, and he's able to accelerate again. Very, very difficult. And they were finishing here. This is a really nice effort. He was held up a bit in traffic last time with no pace, but I thought he had his opportunity last time.
He can win, but for a heavy favorite, I still have never seen a performance that I consider that impressive from this horse.
He's the 6-5 favorite for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. Let's go to Maggie.
As we'll take a look here at number 5, Fulmineo, here for Arnaud Delacour, a horse that has won his last 2 races in what was proverbially 2 bogs, especially down at Pimlico, 2 back, and so at Colonial Downs last time out. Now, he does get an ultimate class test here, but this is a horse that I think should love getting the added distance. He has grown a lot since I last saw him as a 2-year-old, just become more athletic overall. He was a big, burly juvenile, but now has just really refined himself. And furthermore, he's refined himself mentally too, just a lot more relaxed. I think he'll really love the going today. A 1 mile and 3/16 suits him perfectly. He's made an excellent impression on me. Now, Christophe Clement will send out 2 in here. Actually, Carson's Run is looking fine in the paddock. Like what I see from him, but probably more intrigued by number 6, Deterministic. He's a horse that Christophe Clement thought as though he should appreciate switching to the turf. And look, he had run his best race on a sloppy sealed racetrack. Often those will mimic the turf course. Well, Deterministic, I thought, ran well behind a very talented Neat, who came back and won the Hall of Fame here last week, posting an 87 buyer. Deterministic was getting to him, so hinting at the fact that maybe a little more ground will be preferable. I'm not really sure where this horse wants to run from. You know, he broke well going back to that Manila, but then he dropped himself back. Maybe with more ground, it allows him to sit closer to the pace, which I think will be instrumental in a good performance today. And on top of all of that, Greg, I think his weight and energy are by far the best I have ever seen from Deterministic.
Maggie, thank you. Very positive signs for this talented 3-year-old who looked like after his Gotham win earlier this year, he's going to be a major player on the Kentucky Derby trail. That did not pan out. Here's his turf debut in the Manila, Mig.
This is a good race, Mig.
Really good race, Tom, right? He was just outmoved by Neat, who has a true turn of foot, true acceleration. That's why it gives me the impression he's going to really appreciate the next 3/16ths going longer this time.
And he was picking up a pace that wasn't that fast up front, but he's gobbling up ground. This extra distance looks like it might be right up his alley, Andy.
Where do you see him placed early in this race? I thought he'd be very forward.
I thought so too, going the mile and 3/16ths. I could see him laying third,
Second.
fourth, right in behind. I don't know about second, but
Doesn't the 2 have to show the speed?
2
here?
is the speed. I'm saying he could be behind him in second.
He's 4-1 right now from that outside post. Andy with a bankroll play coming up. Where are you going to go?
You know, I'm going to take a shot with a horse a bit of a price in this race, the number 4 Carson's Run. He's the other Clement horse in this race. And, you know, when I first looked at the race and saw him, I thought, he's just not very good. And I always like it when I can pick a horse that I originally didn't like. And the more I dug into his last race, a number of horses have come out of that race and run extremely well in subsequent starts, which suggests to me it's a better race than it appears on paper. I know, Greg, you have some interest in him as well, which I appreciate hearing. And this is a horse that ran good races as a 2-year-old, and maybe he's just finally getting his act together. And if he takes a step forward, there's no reason he can't win this race.
He was very precocious as a 2-year-old, and that was an important race for him last time out at Monmouth, and he delivered. We'll see if he can move forward off that performance. 7 minutes to post. Let's go to Acacia.
And happy to be joined by Steve Dunker, one of the co-owners of Deterministic. And Steve, of course, it's been a road of ups and downs, but I know that the thought process for the team behind the scenes has been that he'll like the turf, and this race has been circled on the calendar.
That's exactly right. Christophe and Miguel, even when he was running so well in the dirt, in the back of their mind, because of his pedigree and Liam's map, they thought he might be a turf horse. So after we stumbled a little bit in the wood and the Peter Pan, it was natural. Now the question today is, can he get this distance? And watching him work in the morning and listening to Christophe and Miguel, it sure seems so, but we'll see. So big test today, but we're super excited for it.
A test for sure, but how encouraged were you by the fact that he did step forward last time, running behind Neat, who was a repeat winner?
That was, I loved watching Neat run back and win that big race. And the other thing is, you would know this better than most, he didn't really know what he was doing on the turf. He switched leads a couple of times, and then when he finally figured it out, he really gave us a burst. So hopefully that's the same thing we'll see today, and it'll end up the right way. But it's super exciting. Let's just hope it was worth the 8-day wait. So great stuff.
Absolutely. Best of luck. Thanks for your time.
Thanks. My pleasure.
Greg?
Start number 2 on the grass for Deterministic coming up. One of the other co-owners of this horse, Vinny Viola, who back in 2013, the day he was introduced as the new owner of the Florida Panthers, said his goal was to bring a Stanley Cup to South Florida. More than a decade later, that goal realized as the Panthers beat Edmonton 2-1 in a Game 7 victory to win the Cup.
Incredible. What an accomplishment. He's got a Kentucky Derby trophy with Always Dreaming and a Stanley Cup trophy now.
Here's Legend of Time to start off the post-parade.
Listen, he could certainly win this race. He draws well inside. I just don't feel like he's exhibited on the racetrack anything to suggest he should be 6-5 against this field.
Izzy Doro, long shot, is only trying stakes company. He backed up.
Big step up in class. I think Izzy is the horse that's going to show the way early, but not at the end.
Royal Majesty's had a couple of chances against Legend of Time.
But he hasn't run that badly against him with wider trips, and he's 9-2. To me, he's the value of the 2 horses.
Yeah, the other, as Andy said, Christophe Clement runner. This is Carson's Run with Dylan Davis.
This horse, when he got outside in his last start, he really took off. Smaller field today, should get the trip he wants.
Fulmineo, he is on a roll. He's won back-to-back stakes races.
Tyler Gaffrey looking to win both of these Grade 1s. And listen, I don't think he's quite good enough, but he's not that far away from being good enough. He's not impossible.
And here's the stablemate to Carson's Run, Deterministic.
Deterministic. We watched his replay. He closed behind a slow pace, which is hard to do. Neat was the winner, and we know he came back to win. This is an important horse for this race.
So obviously a very rich race in its own right. It is a Grade 1. Little extra incentive with a trip to the Valley, as in Moonee Valley Racecourse in Melbourne. Second of the Big Three Melbourne Spring Majors, known as Australia's best race. And international runners, for what it's worth, have won 4 out of the last 5 at their very first ever start in the Valley.
I want to know if my bankroll play wins if I get a trip to the Cox Plate. I think it's only fair.
They love their racing in Australia. They throw some big parties around their big races.
It's like a great time.
And
it's
as
like
we mentioned, we've seen it happen before.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes people discount that these horses can go around the globe and be effective. And we saw State of Rest come here and win, win the Cox Plate, win the Prince of Wales. There have been some very good horses in the Saratoga Derby over the years.
Some impressive hardware going to be given out. As we're 4 minutes to post here in this mile and 3/16 middle jewel of this Turf Triple Series. Let's look at Royal Majesty for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. A winner at Keeneland, tries the Pennine Ridge in Legend of Time, 3rd in that race, and then 4th just behind Legend of Time in that Grade 1 Belmont Derby.
And this horse has a $1 zillion pedigree. Crown Queen, I believe the dam half to Royal Delta, the champion for a couple of years. I think this horse is a player in here, guys.
Needs some pace, doesn't he, Andy? I mean, this is a horse to me that is looking for a little bit more of a way to close against a
not
faster
a grinder
pace.
type.
Yeah,
wants
exactly.
a little bit more pace. He's not getting it here.
He's not going to get it in here. I'd be surprised. I mean, the clear-cut speed is the 2, Isidoro, who looks like he's class compromised.
It's not rider compromised, though.
Junior Alvarado, last couple of years, been sensational, teaming up mostly with this trainer, Bill Mott. As you take a look at the long shot there, who does want to be forward. We'll see. No one, Andy, though, has really stamped himself in this division, certainly in this field. We'll see if someone steps forward today.
Right. I think the better 3-year-old turf males are probably the ones going a little shorter. Horses like Neat. Horses that are competing right now down at Colonial Downs in their Secretariat. These horses going a little longer, somebody needs to step forward. And that's what I was kind of liking with Deterministic and Carson's Run. I think one of those horses, if not both, have a chance to step forward.
We talk about Carson's Run being precocious. Fulmineo, the 5, he was pretty good early on as a 2-year-old as well. And now he comes in, I know a softer company, Andy, but he's put together back-to-back stakes wins.
No, I don't want to knock him. I think he's run pretty well in those races. He's got to take another step forward. Now, he's run well on 2 soft courses. Those are courses that have taken a lot of rain. These courses are not close to that. And that little shower we got didn't affect them.
No.
But there's a little give in the ground. It certainly doesn't hurt him, Richie.
He wasn't originally entered last week. The race being pushed back a week is really what made him go in. Blinkers on his last 2. That certainly helped.
He's 9-1 right now. Tyler Gaffleone, that'd be a 4th win on this Sunday card if he could score the upset. Let's go to Maggie on horseback.
Let's take a look at the other Christophe Clement horse, and that is Carson's Run. And 2 back, when we saw him in the Woodhaven, he actually bolted that day with Dylan Davis, as he was the beaten favorite that day, and the 2 horses finishing 1-2, kind of, hugging the rail a bit more understandably. But he redeemed himself with that effort down at Monmouth Park. Now, watching him today, I just feel like physically he's a lot more together now. 3rd off, looks incredibly strong, is pretty, revved up here on the racetrack, but does wear that ring bit for that power steering, and I like what I'm seeing from him. I think he's just, as I said, more together. 3rd off the bench, as we'll check in with number 3 in here. That is Royal Majesty, and a horse that I think has done actually very well from the Belmont Derby to this Saratoga Derby, because he's just one that struggles to carry a lot of weight overall, and I think he looks stronger. He did act up at the gate last time, so pay attention as they head to post right now how he behaves. They get an awfully big warm-up from Junior Alvarado here out on the racetrack for Bill Mott. Acacia?
And Maggie, I obviously would be thrilled for either Carson's Run or Deterministic to take a step forward for my husband's family, but I am going with Deterministic in this spot because he's a horse that I thought today his weight looked the best that it has, especially recently. And as you heard in that interview from Steve Dunker, Christophe has always said he wants turf and longer. He gets to do that today. We'll see how he handles the going as he is revved up on the track today, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Tom, we heard from one of the owners saying he was still a little green, his first try over the lawn. Can that get better the more accustomed you get to it?
I think most horses that try the grass for the first time take about an eighth of a mile, a quarter of a mile to find their footing, to see if it's really what they like or don't like. So now that he's back on it, I think that's definitely a plus in his favor.
Yeah, I see him moving forward off of that. I also think that the further distance, because to me, he looked a little bit more one pace, less turn of foot than a horse like Neat, who came back to win here very impressively and showing more like a miler type. I think Deterministic should appreciate going a bit further.
Even money favorite. Legend of Time. Is this simply connections?
I think it is, because there's nothing about this horse's form that suggests he should be a heavy favorite here. Not saying he's not a major player. Not going to be shocked if he wins, but I think that's a crazy price.
Grade 1, Saratoga Derby Invitational, $600,000 purse. Legend of Time, the favorite with a berth on the line to the Cox Plate in Australia. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Deterministic has taken up his spot. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Saratoga Derby Invitational. Isidoro gets the first call out of the gate. Not much pace on in the early stages. Royal Majesty comes away in second and inches forward. Fulmineo is up close too. Then Deterministic, who's covering Legend of Time, and two more to stretch running Carson's Run. Isidoro gets an easy lead into the first turn. Has it by 2 lengths, with Fulmineo racing in the second spot and Royal Majesty comfortably spotted while third. Deterministic and Legend of Time racing together as a team, 7 or 8 lengths off the pace, and 2 more to Carson's Run. The opening quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Isidoro left alone on the front end, with Fulmineo still a clear-cut second. Another length back to Royal Majesty at the rail in third, and Legend of Time has moved to be a clear-cut fourth now, 6 lengths off the lead. Deterministic backs off, and still Carson's Run at the back. 48-1 for Isidoro, whose lead is a length and a half over Fulmineo, getting closer in second. Royal Majesty third. Legend of Time in the blue silks fourth. Carson's Run making an early bid on the inside of Deterministic. 5 lengths covers the field around the far turn. 112-4 for 6 furlongs. Isidoro, Fulmineo coming at him in second. On the outside, Legend of Time. Royal Majesty's had a beautiful trip, just drafting in behind the pacemaker. Deterministic on the outside of Carson's Run. They're at the top of the stretch. And it's still Isidoro. Here's Legend of Time cut loose to take the lead. Outside of him, Carson's Run is within a length and a half, and Royal Majesty comes through on the fence. It's Legend of Time, Royal Majesty, Carson's Run on the outside with big strides to the lead, and Carson's Run has won the Saratoga Derby Invitational under a perfect ride from Dylan Davis. He moved at the right time on the backstretch, and he beats Legend of Time, Royal Majesty, and Deterministic.
It's Carson's Run in the Grade 1 Saratoga Derby Invitational, booking a ticket down under. And Dylan Davis, for the trainer who gave him his first ever opportunity on a Group 1 winner, gets a Grade 1 win here for Christophe Clement.
Dylan Davis' third Group 1 winner. All 3 came on Christophe Clement trainees, including Carson's Run, who won a Grade 1 as a 2-year-old and gave this horse a perfect ride.
And this is the first one in the U.S.
Yes.
Let's watch him right here. He's behind horses. And remember, when he watched his last replay, he didn't really start running until he got outside. Well, here he is, our 4 horse, the yellow saddle towel and the yellow and black blinker, yellow and black silks. And when he gets outside, this horse really takes off, just like he did the time before.
And this was an incredible ride by Dylan, because he took a chance. He said, I'm going to have to save some ground. And he got to the inside in this horse, and he was able to get the room in here. And we worried a little bit that maybe he wouldn't like more distance. We talked before the race. He finished incredibly well in here. No excuse for Legends of Time, but this horse, Carson Run, he had the best run in the stretch.
Well, and the key to the race was when he got that into that inside position going to the far turn. When he was able to get to the rail and move forward and then save ground around turn before coming out, that was the key to the race. If he doesn't get up in there going to the half-mile pole, he does not win.
And, you know, the Clements have struggled at the meet. It's just their third win with a lot of seconds and thirds. I tell you what, you end the 5th week at Saratoga with a win like this in a Grade 1, everything's forgotten before today.
Let's go to Maggie with Dylan.
Dylan, your first Grade 1 here in the States, your first Grade 1 here at Saratoga with a horse that you've already been that successful with north of the border. Talk a little bit about the trip today. It was a perfectly executed ride.
Yeah, son. Thanks to the team, West Point, Steven, Clement, give me the opportunity here. He's a great horse. He gets a little wound up early there, but we have to talk him out of it. And once he does, he switches off great. He handles this course very well, and he really got into a nice rhythm there into the second turn. And I'm just trying to work with him, not ask him too early, just to keep him together because he could lose a little focus. But once we wheeled him out, he had a nice target there. He got the job done. He was really nice and competitive all the way down the lane.
Dylan, from a personal perspective, your wife Sarah's here, your son Michael, your whole family's here in Saratoga. How special is this moment?
Oh, it's very special. Being a Saratoga High School graduate, first grade 1 in New York. I've been based here for many years, and to get the job done, it's really nice and get it out of the way. But thanks to the Clement team, it's a really special moment for me, so I'm just really happy to get it done.
What a special horse for you, Carson's Run. Congratulations.
Thanks, Meg.
Acacia.
I'm happy to be joined by Terry Finley of West Point Thoroughbreds, along with Dylan's son, Michael, co-owner Steve Boucher here as well. And Terry, I want to start with you because this horse has a very special name, named in honor of Carson Yost, son of Wade Yost, a West Point partner. Can you tell people who are not familiar with the story why that name is meaningful?
I sure can. I just want to say hello to Wade and to Carson out on the West Coast. We got it done for you guys. And I actually went to school with Wade, and he came back from the war, from the Gulf War, and his son had an issue at birth, and he's in his 30s, and he's in a wheelchair, never taken a walk or a step. And last year we said we're going to name a horse after him, and I can't believe everything's really worked out well.
And now a Grade 1 winner. And Steve, I know you're emotional. It's been a tough year for you with the loss of your wife, Sue. I know that Carson's Run has been a really special journey for you, though.
It sure has, and today was just special. That rainbow, the double rainbow, says it all. Thanks, Terry.
Congratulations to the whole team.
Thanks, Acacia.
Greg?
Feel-good story here, no question, with Carson's Run. We heard about that story last summer. Prior to him making his debut, he was a winner that first time out, and he had some very big efforts. Group 1 winner as a 2-year-old. He's really starting to come to his own, and we're starting to see this rider really just evolve before our eyes here.
He has matured so much over the last few years, and he's gotten consistent. And I think that comes with the maturity and the confidence, how consistently well he's riding.
If you look at the standings, you won't see him on the top. But if you've been watching the races, you see he's riding as well, if not better than anyone.
But when you listen to his comments after the race, hey, this horse gets wound up early. The race hasn't even started. He's already having to do his job. He's having to calm this horse down. If you look closely at him there, you'll see that he has cotton in his ears. He ran with cotton in his ears to keep the noise away. All those are designed to keep his demeanor right, and it's important that Dylan, on his back, keeps him chilled early. He did a great job of it today, and it results in a big, big win.
Saratoga Derby payouts are presented by FanDuel, $12.40 for the win, and you win a Grade 1 at this meet. You saw that flower blanket draped over the horse. It's special.
Great win for him. And obviously they have to think, West Point, they want to have some fun and take a shot at the Cox Plate. I think it's a fun idea, and it's nice to have the option. But right now, it just shows what horse racing can do for people. And a win like this, how important it can be for people. A great moment to end the show today.
Wait to hear if they're going to book a ticket. Down Under. They earned a berth. Why not?
I want to go. I'll go.
I feel like we should have live coverage of that, probably with this crew on site.
Why not? as Andy said. Andy, the first they've sent you is Jamaica, right? That was a good trip.
Tremendous. You kidding me? It was the greatest. We had the best time.
Some great performances today. Carl Spackler was dominant in that Fourstar Dave. Hope you enjoyed it. Special thanks to Equibase, the industry's official database for thoroughbred racing stats and information. Hope you enjoyed it. We're back, of course, on Wednesday, but next Saturday, it's Fox Saratoga Saturday with the Alabama, one of the premier events for 3-year-old fillies in the country. Coming up next on FS1, it's American Flat Track. Carson's Run, Grade 1 win. Here is a 3-year-old at Saratoga. What a performance.